live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's the taken! Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket from Old Trafford for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Bazball isn't a tag the England team invented. Far from it. They never use the term and it still irritates the man it's named after, Brendan McCullum. But it's never been about a catchphrase. Bazball is, for the players in that dressing room, a way of life. One that was subject to ridicule at times earlier in the series, but something that, when it clicks, can be devastating, as Australia learned yesterday the hard way. Pat Cummins' most difficult day as Test captain. Out from the first delivery of the morning, clouted when bowling, and under the pump, constantly calling the shots as skipper. The stunning stand between Zach Crawley and Joe Root, adding 206 in just 186 balls, most of that in a middle session where the host went at 7.2 and over, made Australia look aside 3-0 down, not 2-1 up. For Crawley's part, nobody in the Bazball era has typified what it is to bat with total freedom, quite like the opener. He always plays the shots he probably shouldn't. In a percentages game like cricket, it often ends with an unflattering demise. But when he gets on a roll, with the cards falling his way as they did throughout his 189, he's just about the most destructive player going around. For now, the rain has stopped. How many hours are left in this test with such poor weather forecast? It's a fascinating question to ponder. And how will that shape the decisions made by Ben Stokes? With the captain on 24 upon resumption, the opening exchanges on this third day promise to be, once again, most eventful. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast, as always, is Bharat Sundaresan, and with us is David Bumble Lloyd. Gents, good morning to you both. Baz, I'll start with you. The mood in Australia.
Oh, yes.
The coverage. I mean, I mentioned in the intro there, it feels like they're 3-0 down. It genuinely feels like Australia believe this is slipping through their fingers.
Oh, yeah. I did 2 radio crosses this morning. I'm sure you have as well, Adam. And, yeah, they want... The knives are out already after one bad day for Australia. It was a terrible day. I think one of the worst days of Test cricket we've seen from this team ever since Pat Cummins took over 18 or so months ago. And you summed it up perfectly in the introduction there. This is what this English team can do to you. Bazball or not, their new approach, when it clicks, it really rattles the opposition. And I think what we saw yesterday from the Australians was not just the reaction to Zach Crawley's innings and what Moeen Ali did, but the cumulative pressure that's built on them from the first test. They've been forced to make decisions, put funky fields out, and to think on their feet repeatedly every time England have batted. And it all just came to the fore yesterday with the Crawley innings and the way Joe Root played. And they were scattering. They were all over the shop yesterday. So no surprises that a lot of people in Australia think this team is done already.
Bumble, the other side of that, I've just watched the England batters walk out to resume this morning. Harry Brook and Ben Stokes on 14 and 24 respectively. What an ovation they received, a standing ovation from the entire crowd. There's genuine belief in this ground and around the country that England are going to do something special.
Well, they have to do. They've got to make all the running. They're 2-1 down. And I think Australia need to just step back from where we are and remind themselves we actually are 2-1 in the lead here. And to get something from this, in your intro there, there was one word that stuck out, and it was about the captain Cummins, his most difficult time. And it was really difficult. But you can regroup, you can regather, and today is a different day altogether. It's quite cloudy, we've had a little bit of rain, but we are promised by the weather people that today will be absolutely fine. England have to make the running. That's the whole thing about it. They can't be passive 2-1 down with 2 to play, so they've got to make the running.
So the Josh Hazlewood to begin for Australia, and they just need things just to chill out a little bit here. How Stokes will start, all eyes on him. On strike, 24 from 37. First ball of our third day. Round the wicket from our stay the mend as well. Defending Stokes down the pitch, starting with a couple in the cordon. Deep point out towards the new hotel. A cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. Close-ish, not quite catching. Deep square leg, just behind square, and a fine leg in front of the corporate box.
I want to come back on that difficult day for the captain. Senior players have to rally round. They've got to give him support. He's a newish captain, but it wasn't there yesterday. But today's different. Start again.
Hazelwood, second ball of the day. Up to Stokes here. Jerusalem being played. Dances and swings and misses. Well, there's the sign of intent. One ball blocked. Second ball charged.
All right, here we go. Yeah, Ben Stokes is really disappointed with himself for not making contact with that one. You could just see him punching himself on the leg after he missed it.
He must have come 3 metres down the pitch. We're just watching a replay here. He's gone again. He's about 4 metres down.
Wow. There was the shimmy, then there was the dance, then there was the wild swing. I say wild. When Stokes is on song, they don't look wild. Will he play himself in? Probably not. Hazelwood bowls and Stokes plays under his eyes for a single. First run of the day. 4 for 385. Lead up to 68. Stokes 25 of those.
And of course, there's the other element to all of this. We spoke about England and Australia and what they need to do. There's the pitch. Saw Joe Root out there this morning with Brendan McCullum. Just pointing out to the crack that runs right through the middle, Bumble. And at the spot where the ball landed from Hazelwood yesterday and then kept so low that it knocked him over. And we've seen some balls from there misbehave. A couple jumped at Ben Stokes. A lot of balls have stopped on the batter. So this is not... You can look at England's scoring rate and you can just be fooled into thinking that this is a flat pitch with a lot of runs to be scored. Yes, but it's not easy to score runs on this, and we saw that with Harry Brook and Ben Stokes. It took them a while to get their bearings right with this.
Yeah, you're seeing a bit of that, aren't you? It's a flatty. That's not the lived experience of watching it. They batted so well yesterday to take the pitch out of the equation for the most part. Hazelwood up, bowling to Brook, his first ball of the day, with hard hands out, in front of point towards the rope. Lots of work to do for the man racing around. Michael Nisa, the sub, cuts it off just inside the rope. They come back for 2. Make that 3. Great running. Harry Brook moves to 17. Michael Nisa on, presumably for Mitchell Stark. Or no, Stark's out there.
No, he is out there.
So try and work out who he's subbing for.
Looks like Mitchell Marsh is off the field.
Mitchell Marsh. We did wonder that yesterday. There's something going on with Mitch Marsh. The fact that he was on 112 Crawley when Marsh got brought into the attack, having dismissed him twice last week.
Yeah, and even in the 2 spells he bowled, there were a few times at the end of his follow-through, he would just pull up a little sore, take a while to turn around and walk back.
Hazelwood. Into Stokes again. 2 left in the over. Stokes playing off the back foot. Just in front of square on the offside as a deep point, who collects Travis Head. Stokes to 26, 4 for 389.
Just on Stark, he had a little bit of a fitness test maybe 15 minutes before the start of play. He had a bowl on one of the side pitches, and the physio and the coaches were all stood together keeping an eye on him. And then I saw the physio have a word with Andrew McDonald, and it looked like it was on all clear. He was bowling at full tilt, which is a good sign for Australia. They need him, not just here, but for the rest of this test and the series.
Hazelwood to finish the first over of day 3. Into Brook here over the wicket. Brook drives again, but straight to cover on this occasion. End of the over. Lead 72. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 4 for 389. Brook 17. Stokes with him on 26. I guess the question also becomes, what sort of Australian fan might you be back at home? Are you hoping for rain? Do you want to see this test match interrupted over the next 3 days and maybe Australia sneak home with a gutsy draw from where they are at the moment and Australia win the Ashes in England that way? Or are you more bullish than that? Do you believe that Australia can come back from a situation like this? And as you point out before, Bumble, so much will hinge on the way Cummins can marshal the troops, won't it?
Yeah, and we talk about Stark yesterday. He was holding his hamstring, and that's why he would have had that fitness test. Well, we're going to find out, because coming into the attack from the Anderson end. So what can they do, Australia? They got to forget yesterday and start again. And to get into England, the lead is modest. It's what, 70, 72, something like that. Get into them, get to work.
So Stark, who's had his shoulder strap this morning, but didn't go for scans. So good to go from that Jimmy Anderson end. Stokes 2 men out for the short ball, a deep backward point, slip in a gully. So the same field they had when Hazelwood was bowling. Stokes thumping the bat into the turf, makes it look like a toothpick. Stark arrives and bowls, and Stokes defends under his eyes. Out to cover. Could start get the ball swinging around. Bit of reverse perhaps. We're still 7 overs from the second new ball, and there was a little hint to reverse swing last night, wasn't there?
Which is exactly when Pat Cummins wanted Stark to bowl, and unfortunately for Australia, that's when he went down at mid-off, landed on his shoulder. It looked really bad when he walked off the field. But it's been an unusual innings for Mitchell Stark as well. He's bowled more overs than any of the other bowlers. He's had to play the role of the enforcer and the defensive option.
Stark up. Bowls here to Stokes. He uses his feet across the line over mid-wicket, 4 runs. Races into the rope in front of the hotel. So twice we've seen Stokes use his feet from the second ball of an over. First was a miss, and the second he nailed where he wanted.
Well,
76.
The intent is there, and I'm just looking at the fielders. They're absolutely motionless. There's no, I would expect a little bit of, come on boys, okay, if he wants to play that way, let's get into him. Absolutely motionless in the field.
And Manas Labuschagne is generally an indicator of what the rest of the team is feeling. If he's not up and about, it tells you a lot about Australia's mindset. He's the energizer bunny of this team. He just stood still, like we said, David, just saying nothing, doing nothing. Now Pat Cummins is just having a word with.
I mean, this is it, isn't it? So this is the what we saw yesterday. Every time there was a boundary hit, like, okay, change of plan, change in field, and what do you know? Straight away, one boundary, and Smith's just looking over towards Cummins, saying, what are you doing here? Maybe he's not saying that. Might be reading too much into it. But Green's dropping down to third man after one Stokes boundary. Stokes facing Stark here, left arm over. Block hole, just keeps it out. There is a shout for league before from Smith at slip. He thinks it's boot first before bat. He's going over to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. He always thinks it's out.
Look at where Mitchell Stark is. He's walked back to the top of
Stark's
his mark.
ignoring.
He is. This is extraordinary.
Stark's ignoring Smith and Labuschagne. We'll watch it back here for tyre power. Save on Fulton tyres. He's missing leg stump by a second set.
I know. That's exactly what he indicated, and he just started walking away.
Was reverse swing though.
There was. Now look at Mitchell Starks, just smiling. Similar to the ball that he bowled to Ben Stokes in the World Cup. You'll remember, 2019.
Absolutely, ball of the tournament. It's as though Stark went up to Stokes, the two grown-ups are like, that's quite funny when they're appealing.
It's those two again.
Stark to Brook for the first time. The gully's back. Green next to Smith at second slip. Stark delivers over the wicket. Brook defends under his eyes and gets one to Green. Pairing in, but won't get there in time to have a ping at a run out. Brook 18, 4 for 395, lead 78. We're welcoming audiences joining from New South Wales and Queensland for the first time today. Adam Collins with you. I've got Bharat, Sundaresan, David Bumble Lloyd with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. I can tell you that the lead start of play was 67. It's now 78. You've missed 10 balls. Boundary for Stokes. He's looking to charge and swing early on a day where it was raining all the way through the morning, but stopped in the nick of time. Stark to Stokes. Third man goes back. Bowls here. Block hole. Squeezed out in front of point where there is a sweeper. They'll get two though. Taking on Michael Nisa. Great throw. It was a close run thing in the end. They've got through. Had that been a direct hit, that might have been interesting.
Well, it looked as if he was in trouble, Ben Stokes, running flat out, absolutely flat out, but what a throw. Wonderful throw. It's Nisa.
Yep, leads 80, Stokes up to 33. Watching it back here for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Had that been a direct hit, Stokes was...
I think he dropped the ball.
Oh, Kerry should have ran him out anyway. Kerry should have run him out anyway. Had he gloved it cleanly, albeit low, Stokes would have been half a foot short. So they've missed an opportunity there, Australia, in the second over of play. Great bit of fielding from Nisa, not so tidy from Kerry, albeit a tough take. Stokes in, or sorry, Stark in to Stokes. Again, it's full and pushed out to the offside into the over. 4 for 397, leads 80. Brook 18, Stokes 33 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. The other thing I noticed overnight, Bumble, was the extraordinary newspaper headlines about Zach Crawley. I mean, without putting too fine a point on this, it can feel like cricket isn't a sport that gets the attention that we would like from the UK press. That is to say that it's not as often on the back page in the middle of summer as you would hope. Last night, everywhere. Zach attack, Zach's back, ton of fun. Bazball's finest hour, thwack Crawley. It's Fleetwood Zach. You've been Bazball. That's a golf player if you don't know. You've been Bazball. Zach's entertainment. Crawl over them. And then more Zach attack from the Express as well. It gives a flavour of how that innings captured the imagination yesterday.
Well, it was a super knock. Wonderful to see. They've invested in him.
Sure have. Hazelwood to Brook. Played with hard hands out in front of point for the third time today. He loves that shot. Moves to 19 with the single. 4 for 398.
And what about the press in Australia? How's that gone down?
Brutal.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You've got to back off. You're 2-1 up. 2-1 up in the series, 2 to go.
I think there's a view that, watching again the replay of Carey.
Oh, it's not in the frame. Yeah.
I mean, the ball did spill onto the stumps, but Carey took them with his hands first.
Yeah, he's dropped the ball.
He's dropped the ball like Nathan Lyon did 4 years ago.
Exactly the same.
Sorry, Nathan, if you're listening. Partnership up to 47.
You like my headline for my piece on Zach Crawley? Call him the Bazball outlaw. It's all about the lawlessness of his innings. Felt illegal at times, how much he lived on the edge.
Hazelwood here, stay the men. Got a slip for Stokes, using his feet, then pulling out towards mid-wicket for more. To the eastern stand it goes. Stokes takes the partnership to 51 between this pair. And England beyond 400 as well. Complete authority, shimmying down the track, looking to free the arms. Back of a length, giving it everything on the pull shot. 4 for 402.
And pirouetting. He's out of his crease. He comes dancing down, pirouettes a couple of times, treads all over the danger area.
David Lloyd, the umpire, of course, always watching these things. Hazelwood bowls, dancing as Stokes slapping out to mid-off where there won't be a single this time. Lead 85. Stokes up to 37. He began today on 24.
You know, umpires are right into the bowlers. Anytime you get anywhere near that danger area, you've got one warning, you've got a second and final warning, you're out of the attack. Batters can run all over it. They don't mind.
The only bowler who keeps an eye on it, Bumble, I've seen is Stuart Broad. Every time David Warner is on strike, he'll always point to the umpire.
I'm seeing another replay here. I reckon the ball might have hit the stumps before the gloves.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon that might have been out. I mean, just a gut feel from one replay. Hazelwood bowls short ball down to fine leg. Helped off his grill, really. Moves to 38, 4 for 403 in the 75th over.
Do you know, I think that's why the TV company are showing it time and time again that the ball's actually hit the stumps.
It has.
And they go again. Here they go again. The ball's hit the stumps first.
Should have been out.
But hang on, has the bail been dislodged?
Just about.
Is the bail dislodged by the gloves?
Got our two umpires here. Your verdict, Bumble.
I'm giving that not out. But I want another look. I've had about 12.
They didn't consider it upstairs, it's worth noting.
No, they didn't.
Hazelwood away from us. 2 left in the over. Brook uses his feet before pushing out to mid-off, no run. Alex Hartley's in the box, by the way. Now got the what was it? Is it a pylon? Are we calling it a light tower you had named after you yesterday? A floodlight.
A floodlight.
Alex Hartley, former World Cup winner for England, who's a big deal around these parts. Lancashire player and all the rest of it. She argued for, she made the case to have a light tower named after her on the other station the other day, and so it is.
Lo and behold, what Alex wants, Alex gets.
Hazelwood to finish over the wicket. Into Brook, bowls here, and Brook defends into the onside. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. 4 for 403, Brook 19, Stokes 38. The lead is 86.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. The leads moved from 67 to 86 this morning across 3 busy overs.
How's it going, Airbnb? How are you surviving? What are the bathroom arrangements?
Well, we've got one. We found an extra tenant, a colleague of ours from the press box, Jim Wallace, who called me a couple of nights ago at 1 in the morning and said, I missed the last train. Can I stay on your sofa? Well, of course. And got in touch yesterday saying, can I stay there for the whole week now?
Oh, is he staying for the whole week?
Yep.
Oh, this is new story.
Thanks for letting me know.
I learnt last night that he's got a few lines that he wrote that made it into the thick of it. One of the great British sitcoms. Stark bowls here. Stokes goes back. Inside part of the bat down the track, no run. And he was a script writer on the thick of it. British political satire show that won a bunch of awards about 10 years ago. Our colleague downstairs, Jim Wallace, had lines that made the show.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Maybe I should give him the bed. I should sleep on the couch.
That's why I ask you. It's a male-only domain, this Airbnb. And what are the bathroom arrangements? Who gets first pick?
Well, he's got to wash his hair, you see.
Oh, yeah.
We've learnt over the years that when it's a hair wash day for Bharat, the bathroom is occupied for a long time. Stark into Stokes. He's faced 50 balls through his 38. Block hole again, pushed out towards mid-on. Knows the call. Run out chance. Has to be a direct hit. Isn't. Cummins had 2.5 stumps to aim at. He's got his hands on his baggy green. He knew that was an opportunity for an early breakthrough.
Second opportunity for Pat Cummins to run out one of these batters. Ben Stokes very early on yesterday. Similar position, batter out of the frame. He missed from mid-off yesterday. Now he's missed from mid-on.
We'll get a better angle here from CV. Our replays for tyre power save on Falcon touch missed by a long way. They practice that a lot, don't they, Bumble? Those drills with usually one stump before play. Stark up, bowls to Stokes, plays under his eyes, out to point, gets one. Steve Smith herring around, does complete the direct hit as if to make a point, hits middle stump. Far higher degree of difficulty. Yep, we get it, Steve. At 4 for 404 the score.
But all this must be piling on to Pat Cummins, right, David? The dropped catch yesterday, the catch which he didn't go for because he's moving in the wrong direction, these 2 run-outs, some of his bowling changes, game slipping away from him. This is the most he's been tested as Test captain.
He's not enjoying Manchester, we can put it that way. I know he's got family in the north of England, but on the other side of the hill, the other side of the Pennines, which separates Lancashire from Yorkshire, and never the twain shall meet.
No wonder you're taking so much joy in his agony, Bumble.
Stark, change of angle, round the wicket, bowls to Brook, wide on the crease. Presses off the front foot rather, and gets one to deep point again. He loves scoring there. Up to 20 the Yorkshireman for 405.
Well, I am a Lancastrian, but I now live in Yorkshire. So why do I live in Yorkshire? I'm doing missionary work. I'm letting them know about running water and cutlery, electricity. It's just an education for them all.
How do they find it?
Well, Geoffrey Boycott, of course, is from Yorkshire.
Yes.
Yeah. Very quiet sort of chap with not many opinions.
I wonder how that's gone over in these parts, given your affinity with Manchester, and of course we went on the pub crawl with you last night. Stark bowls and Stokes drives straight, but not straight enough to beat mid-on. They get one to Pat Cummins, leads up to 89, 4 for 406. Stokes is on 41 to come in the over. Your Manchester brethren, your Lancashire brethren, knowing that you've moved across the Pennines, how's that gone down?
Not great, but Geoffrey has moved over here. Yeah, and he lives probably 10, 12 miles from this ground.
Right. And Michael Vaughan went the other way too, didn't he?
He did. He lives over here. Seen the light, you see. They've seen the light.
Sounds like a reality show, some swap.
Like a county swap.
Stark finishing here to Brook, driving out to mid-off, no run. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Bharat Sundaresan jumping out. Jeremy Coney jumping in, 4 for 406 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Brook 20 and the lead's 89.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, land from $350,000. Bill George Ream, Henley Home at the Dales Bonnie Brook. Jeremy Coney is jumping in. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. David Bumble Lloyd with us as well. Privileged to have him on our team this week at Old Trafford. Hazelwood to Stokes, making room and swinging, but not beating Smith at mid-wicket. Warner, my apologies, who's in that position. No run there. We mentioned in the previous over, we had the pleasure of having a night on the town with you last night. Jeremy Coney was part of that as well. How are you feeling, Jeremy?
I'm recovering very well, thank you. Well into it.
So there were 4 pubs and a Chinese restaurant, Bumble. How did you pick the pubs we went to?
Experience from living over this side, and they were my homes where I used to go when I lived this side. Except for the toilet, that was the first one
that was my favourite. Yeah. The Temple of Convenience.
Yeah. Hazelwood bowls to Stokes, using his feet, pulling and getting it through. Had one man in there at mid-on. He had to get it beyond. That was Usman Khawaja, and of course he did. Stokes having an influence on this third morning. He's 44. The lead's up to 93 at 4 for 410.
The shots that he's playing, the positive shots, the aggressive shots, he moves away to the leg side and just swings.
Played with the horizontal bat, isn't it, really?
Yes.
That's when it's the shorter delivery. He's giving himself room. And looking to go leg side mainly.
I wonder what they'll be happy with as a lead, or whether it's a time question at this point. Hazelwood bowls Stokes, wants to go across his stumps, thinks better of it, places it at the cover, no run.
There's a thought, certainly in the media centre, that England will bat until lunch. There'll be 60 overs or so available then to bowl Australia out. They will declare. I can't see it, but there's a thought.
Well, if you declare, of course, I mean, even if you had declared, say, this morning,
yep,
you're kind of giving Australia the fact that they've almost taken 10 wickets rather than 4. And so there's no need to do that, I don't think, particularly with the pitch.
Does give the sucker the even break, doesn't it? Hazelwood bowls and Stokes cuts, but straight to backward point, no single.
I've got a feeling this pitch is just starting to go up and down a little.
Yes.
I think we've seen it go up, and we saw obviously down with the dismissal of Root yesterday. That's bowling, of course, the tall bowler bowling from the Anderson end. Most of the wickets in this game have actually come from people bowling from the Statham end. You know, folks getting his 5 from here and so on.
It's Hazelwood from the Statham end, away from us, round the wicket to Stokes, short, inside edge onto the body, doesn't go anywhere on the pull.
So when you do look at the pitch, it's very, very dry. Of course, there's been a lot of rain around here, but the pitch itself, where the big fast bowlers land, is unbelievably dry. And it's what you get typical of Australia, that the soil, the ground goes grey. That tells you that it's very, very dry, and there's a crack that's running straight down from middle stump to middle stump, and that will get wider.
Hit it once last night, Hazelwood, the grubber that knocked over Root. Thought the only way they were going to get Joe Root, the form he was in. Hazelwood to complete his 18th over. Stokes plays it out defensively to mid-wicket. End of the over. He's 44, Brooks 20. The lead's 93. 4 for 410 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca. Some really interesting WhatsApps coming through on the Aussie media group. So Mitch Marsh is off the field, and naturally they're asking the journos what's going on. Is he injured? No issues, just having some time off. He'll be back soon.
That's not allowed.
And then, naturally, Pete Lalor just come in then and asked me, can you do that? I'm like, I don't think you can.
No.
So either they're not presenting all the information and there's something going on. Stark bowls round the wicket to Brook, pushing out towards cover, no run.
Well, it's got to be that. They've just been dismissive because the umpires would want to know why is he not on the field.
Yeah.
And in order to have a substitute, you must be injured.
I mean, Michael Nisa being a better fielder does not constitute a good enough reason.
No.
You can't pull those players off because they're quick around the boundary, and we want to replace him with a young kid who can really sort of sprint athletic.
Are we going like soccer?
Yeah.
That you can have a substitute? No, you can have a sub.
No, he must have something wrong with him. You're right, Bumble. We're not getting the full picture there. Stark bowls again and Brook defends. Just to come back to...
Yeah, the argument, can we just finish about the declaration?
Please,
so
please.
I just feel that was unlikely to occur, and it hasn't. But I think they, the chances are with the pitch, if that deterioration continues a little bit, then surely the runs in the first innings are going to be very important. So push your first innings out as much as you want, and even get to 200, 250 ahead if you can, and you hope that there's enough time then. You've built up that. I know that there's an argument that says, oh, it might rain like mad and we won't get the chance to bowl, but I think you've got to do that.
Stark to Brook. He's 20. He's driving out through cover. Lovely shot. Beats the deep point comfortably. Brook to 24 in style. 4 for 414, lead 97. Andrew Sampson.
Good morning. That is his first boundary in this innings. If his 52nd ball, he'd never gone more than 29 balls without boundary in his Test career before that.
I doubt he's gone more than 29 balls in any innings he's ever played in his life without hitting a boundary. It's quite a good stat. Thank you, Samo, with us all day. The alternative argument is that England like to keep the game moving forward.
They'll do that. They'll bat at a pace.
I mean, even the way they've declared innings earlier than it might otherwise be expected. Stark bowls, 2 full and driven again. Down the gap through cover, back-to-back boundaries after taking 52 deliveries to get one. He's got a couple in 2 balls. 28 for Brook, 4 for 418. Lead beyond 100. 101 England ahead by in this Test match.
Hashtag London bus.
Yes, indeed.
Full bunga.
It was. An attempted Yorker.
Yeah.
Missed it.
Low full bunga. Right in the middle of the bat through extra. He's very well. He's round the wicket, is Mitchell Stark, but he's so wide on the crease.
I am a little bit drawn to that alternative argument about the declaration, by the way. I'll explain why. Stark bowls here, going back and defending the backward point. No run, Brook. It's simply that it means that the game keeps being played at the tempo England want it to be played at. They declare, they seize the initiative, they release Anderson and Broad and co. With already a healthy lead, and they give themselves as much time as possible to make sure they have 10 wickets in them today. But I guess what I'm saying is they wouldn't want to get caught out where rain does play a much bigger role. But they have that in their gift now with having batted so quickly to this point. I don't think they're going to do it, by the way, but, lunch might be a halfway point. Last ball here to Brook from Stark. He deflects through the cord and the third boundary in the over. 3 in 4 balls. Brook racing through the gears. He's up to 32. The lead's up to 105. England 4 for 422 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 38 runs in the session so far. Going at better than a run of ball. Before we say goodbye to Bumble at the end of the over, to recap our night last night, we went to Europe's smallest bar as well. Or so they declared.
Did they really?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I think there's been smaller than that, but it is a wonderful place, isn't it?
Lovely in the garden, the beer garden out the back.
Yeah, or the small one, the
Yes.
Circus Tavern.
Yes.
Of course. I mean, and I have to tell you that the beer garden has been improved no end. It's much better than it used to be.
To be clear, this is like you're at a house party and you're in the side return, this beer garden.
That's
no
it.
bigger than that.
Just a little concrete space.
And right next to the ladies'
Yes,
convenience
it is.
as well.
I had to move aside
Yeah.
for one lady.
Of course, yeah.
So a great night had by all. You should patent that, the Bumble Manchester pub crawl tour.
And the wall that we saw there, it's not the highest wall, but it's where George Best used to jump over when the paparazzi were looking for him.
Cameron Green gets a chance. 2 over, still a second new ball. First is short, as it always is with him to begin a new spell. Ben Stokes was backing away, trying to open up the offside, but didn't catch up with it. Signalled as the first bouncer of the over by umpire.
It was very pleasant evening. Thank you, Bumble.
It was lovely.
Well led.
I'm back home, so I don't live round here now. I've moved away for a couple of years, and it was good to come back.
You did have a spring in your step. There's Green bowls and Stokes pulls, staying still, doesn't charge this time, straight to square leg. 45 for him, lead 106, 4 for 423 the score. In fact, a lot of people would love to do a pub crawl curated by you in Manchester, so we feel privileged to have done it. So to echo Jeremy's sentiment, thanks so much for looking after us while we're here.
Dude, we've got this bowling change is so quick, but I'm looking at the lethargy in the field. If I'm one of the bosses and I'm sat watching it, today's a different day. Let's have some energy.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no energy.
Yeah. It was a bit of a stinker of a day yesterday.
It was.
Probably the worst for obviously for Australia for the series. But it's a new day today, and you need to start well. They've missed 2 run-outs.
Green goes round the wicket to Brooks straight away, opens up the offside after backing away and slaps it cross-bat down the ground to long off, where Usman Khawaja has to run and collect from mid-off. They add 2, leads up to 108, 4 for 425. Brook, 34.
I think occasionally you've got to keep the batsmen honest, though. You can't allow them to keep shimmying round the popping crease to open up areas and bunt the ball straight. You've got to go full with the occasional ball, I think. And for Green, an outswinger, I'd bowl him from the other end, actually. I know he's bowling short at the moment.
There are 6 men on the fence. Green bowls short, and Brook hooks it around from the back of his bat nearly along the turf to David Warner at fine leg. They get 1. Brooks 35, 4 for 426, lead 109.
There wasn't one fielder on that delivery there to Brook. There wasn't one fielder on the square.
Yeah.
There are no slips, no catches. It's just spread out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 fielders on the boundary.
The problem with it is that you pick up 1s and 2s so easily.
So just 3 men up. Extra cover mid-wicket backward point. That's short from Green, but pace off, sort of one-day slower ball, and Stokes leaves it alone after backing away, and it is the second bouncer of the over. So last ball here, he knows it'll be closer to his half.
Yesterday, there was 50% that they didn't score from. 50% of the balls that they received, England, they did not score from. But they were still getting singles and 2s off the other 3. So there you're getting 4 runs and over anyway.
Easily.
So that's not even counting the boundaries.
This is a bizarre field. Green to finish round the wicket to Stokes. Back of a length and turned down to fine leg. He'll keep the strike with the single. Stokes 46, Brook 35, the lead 110. England 4 for 427 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Changing commentary after the break with Jarrod, Kimber and Daniel Norcross jumping in for Bumble and me.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Daniel Norcross, Jeremy Coney, Jarrod, Kimber and Andrew Sampson.
Dream team.
Dream team.
The A-team.
Which one of us is Dirk Benedict? And which one? You're Peter Graves. Definitely. It was Peter Graves, wasn't it?
I don't know.
The old dude with the grey hair.
Oh. What's that? I spent ages colouring this morning.
Beautiful new haircut, which he paid for. He's been made very clear.
He paid for it, yeah.
Me and Alex Carey.
79 overs England have now batted. I'm going to ask Andrew Sampson the same question, but with a bit 2 spins, which is how many times have England under Bazball, so going back to Lord's against New Zealand last year, have they actually batted for 80 overs? As Cummins comes into the attack from the Anderson end, and Stokes charges and misses. And then, how many times has the new ball been taken against Bazball? Because, do you know, I mean, you, Jarrod, you're pretty convinced that they're going to take the new ball. I don't know. I don't know the right.
Have we even had that conversation?
Yeah, we were chatting about it there. I said new ball.
We talked about Bambi and Oppenheimer.
You got to take it, you said. Oh, we'll
not
come
Barbie,
to that.
not Bambi.
But not Bambi.
I got an email from a Bambi this morning. It's really, you don't get a lot of emails from Bambi.
And then I introduced you to the great editor Bambi Sycophus, who's a very fine editor. As Cummins is in, this is defended to backward point, fielded by the fidgeting Smith, and there is no run.
Bambi or Barbie?
Yeah.
Anyway, 7
On
times.
the cricket commentary.
Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
7 times England have reached 80 overs in an innings out of 31.
31 innings
in the Bazball era. The two times this season, which was both at Lord's against Ireland and against Australia, new ball wasn't actually taken in England, and their longest innings of the season is 82.4 overs against Ireland.
They might make it that far. Here comes Cummins into Stokes, who defends back up the wicket. He'll get a run for it though. Went to the left of Cummins in his follow through and rolls up to a mid-on position. It's quite deep. The lead 111 for 428.
If we did have that conversation, which I don't remember, about the new ball, what I would have said, Dan, in that conversation is that there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce and a new ball is more likely to get there.
What do you reckon, Jeremy?
I would. If we're seeing at the moment that it's really not too difficult to keep scoring. The only danger, of course, is what you're suggesting, Dan, is that the scoring rate, increases.
Yeah. Cummins is into Brook, and that's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, I guess the other part of that question is how much are Australia even thinking about bowling England out, and how much are they just thinking if we can keep them there for long
just
enough
runs
for us to be able to
use up
pray
time
for the rain? I mean, how undignified is this approach?
Well, England are scoring at over 6s this morning, I think. That'd be right, Andrew?
Round about that.
Yes, there's a nod. Yep, just over 6. Good radio there.
Comes in. That's clipped away by Brook. Out towards deep backward square leg. They'll amble a single. Brook goes to 36.
So they'll get 25 overs here. That's 150 runs in this session if they use it all up, even if it continues that way. So that then they had a lead of about 70. So there's 220 ahead if they continue at this pace. That's not a bad lead.
No, so if you're Cummins, are you thinking, well, the new ball, I might be able to take the 6 wickets to end this innings, and actually taking wickets will suppress the scoring rate? Cummins into Stokes, who covers up in defence. Well fielded off his own bowling by Cummins, moving to his left. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. England 4 for 429.
My tips for kicking goals in life: getting up early and making your bed.
Just go for it. Reach for the stars.
Eyes on the goal, eyes on what you want, and everything you do, go about it with integrity.
Plan, and plan.
It's important to set an achievable goalpost.
Kick goals with a fixed price funeral plan with Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Well, the new ball is available, but it surely isn't taken because the field is exactly the same wretchedness as it has been for much of this morning, with everybody out on the boundary, and Cameron Green bowling to the right-handed Brook, who pulls down to fine leg, gets a single, moves to 37. I mean, I think there's more to it than than just containing England. There's something kind of, like I said, undignified about what's happening here. Australia are just ceding the game.
But you say this, we've seen this field 100 times in this series. These teams actually think that this is a positive field. So we see it in a different way than they see it. It's a bit like the whole thing, the spinners having a long on out. And
yeah, but they're not bowling it short enough and getting it high enough for this to work. That might have done. It's short and it is high-ish, up around shoulder height. Stokes gets an under edge on it, sends it down to fine leg for another single.
I agree with that. I actually think you might as well just take the new ball and get a couple of top edges.
Well, it might get higher, mightn't it? I mean, this is a soft ball on a not particularly quick pitch, and bowlers bowling 80 miles an hour, banging it in. It's just an easy run.
How many wickets did England take in their bowling effort that was short pitched?
One. Travis had.
They also only took one wicket with a slip.
They bowled basically and nicked people out.
They only got one wicket to slip.
Got one caught behind though by Bairstow. Two caught behind. It's pulls down to fine leg for a single by Brook. Another short ball, 38 degrees. Or was it three?
Bairstow got Warner.
Bairstow got three, and there was one at slip.
Yeah.
That's 4 wickets.
But it wasn't
catches behind the stumps.
Yeah. Well, one is a capture who's behind the stumps regardless. My point is, it's not a traditional English wicket from that point of view, where you're bowling with 3 and 4 slips all the way through and hoping to get edges. I don't think either team has really seen it as that kind of a wicket.
I get that.
I'm not saying this is a good plan, but I'm saying that I don't think the Australians see this in the same way that you see it, because we've seen this field for England at various times at Headingley on a much nicer wicket than this.
Well, there's been a whole bunch of LBWs as well. There's no LBW in play. There's no caught behind in play. There's
only caught in play from the short ball, really, unless you whack it onto your stumps.
In comes Green, pulled well by Stokes out towards deep square leg for another easy single. Backward square leg.
My point isn't that it's a good strategy. My point is that it's weird to say that, Australia's given up and they're trying the strategy, when I've seen England do it for 3 tests on sometimes better surfaces to bowl on. Right? These teams have decided that this is good. I would say in this case, there's nothing in this wicket at the moment that shows that they should be trying the strategy. I liked it when they actually bowled fuller and straighter at times yesterday. But yeah, I don't know if this shows that Australia has given up any hope, just because this almost looks like the standard field of this series at this point.
Green is round the wicket to the right-handed Brook, who pulls in controlled fashion out towards deep square leg for another easy single. He moves to 39. England 4 for 434 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
I think
the lead is 117.
We've seen also
50 runs. This morning
is that the English batsmen are playing the short ball a little better, and I think there's so much short pitch bowling. Of course, as a batsman, you would think about, how am I going to approach this? Root has changed his stance. He's got his hands way much higher than he has previously, so he's ready to get the bat up.
Stokes is beaten by a beauty that's in the channel.
They should just bowl those,
wicket, and it's flown through to Carey. That was a ripper. End of the over on the Beaumont Tars scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. England 4 for 434.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. They haven't taken the new ball yet as Cummins starts a new over from James Anderson end. He's into Brook. And Brook defends on the front foot. There's no run. I might as well start this query for you now, Andrew, because it'll make you upset. How many times in Test history have numbers 3 to 6 on both sides got 40 or over in the first innings of a Test match?
Well, as you know, in the first innings of this one, the 3 of them were out between 41 and 51 for the first time ever.
Yes, we like that one. I like that.
I use that one too. I like that a lot.
And now I wonder, all 8 players might make it to 40 if Brook gets a single. Cummins is in and taps the ball into the onside, playing round his pad to short mid-wicket.
If you can relate it to the overs, when did it occur, it might make more sense. But just to say 41 and 51, it's just a curiosity, guys. You know, there's got to be some point about making that, rather than just saying, oh, it's a wonderful thing.
No,
I think it's like saying the sun's come out.
I think you've misunderstood. We don't think it's in any way important. We think it's hilarious. It's never happened before.
Yeah, it's also an indicator it's quite a good pitch to bat on. You get in. As this ball's just defended off the offside, there's no run. There's no demons for that middle order. They're all getting in.
Think about all those New Zealand middle order guys, you know, with those...
I'm not thinking about that at all.
Those scrambly guys making their 30s and 40s, and they never managed to do it.
Did you not get what I was saying?
We do get
what I was saying. I'm not thinking about this at all. Irrespective of which
he's
team.
Definitely an Oppenheimer man and not a Barbie man, isn't he?
He's Oppenheimer, not Barbie.
Oh dear, here we go. I'll go and become a nuclear physicist shortly.
I think Andrew might be a Barbie guy, really, secretly.
I think he'd see both.
Bambi.
It's the option. Which one would he see first?
Yeah. Cummins into Brook. We've had 3 dot balls on this over. Now it's broken with a single. It takes Brook to 40. And the ball goes out to deep square leg. England's lead 118, 4 for 435. Stokes on strike on 49.
This will disappoint you. It's happened 4 times before.
4? Well, that's not many in 2000.
3 to 6 of all the 40 in the first innings. Thanks, Andrew. You're welcome.
Big scores. Were those games draws? Mostly.
No, I'll tell you now.
This Cummins is around the wicket for left-handed Stokes. And Stokes push drives back to the bowler defensively, and there's no run. As the crowd get going with a traditional ditty. Whoever said that the British were overly obsessed with the Second World War? That is one of the great escape, isn't it?
Yes.
A film you're weaned on in this country. Was watched at least 3 times a year up to the age of 14. Cummins is into Stokes, who brings up his half century with a controlled square drive out towards deep backward point. Yet another player to make a half century in this match on what is a pretty blameless pitch. It is the 43rd time he's reached 50 in Test cricket. 13 times he's gone on to get 100. He will figure he's got a bit more to do yet as he tries to hurl England towards that big lead. End of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's save. England are 4 for 436.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Cameron Green starts a new over to Stokes. He bowls a short ball, which is pulled round the corner very carefully and in a controlled fashion down to long leg. I was always hopeful, Stokes moves to 51, that one of the things that AI would struggle with would be cricket commentary, and I'm now discovering that actually AI will love this situation. You don't really need me. What's going to happen is that Cameron Green will bowl a short ball. The batter at the other end will probably get bad on it, and it'll roll out towards deep square leg for a single. I don't know whether you need me to tell you that or not. Green in, short. Oh, left alone. Goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. I guess AI would notice that, and just there'd be 2 options. 3 if he ever got out.
Do you want me to see if we can, in real time, I can get ChatGPT to actually do Daniel Norcross commentating an over of cricket? And let's see how accurate it is.
Well, short balls from Cameron Green. Yeah, okay. That's all you've got to put in. The 2 batters are Brook and Stokes, obviously. Let's see if we can do this. Green in from round the wicket, lolloping in. Gives himself room, does Brook, and follows him. Green, nice bit of bowling. Brook sways out of the way, goes through low to Carey. England's lead 120 and climbing. There's been no real hint of a wicket from the bowlers this morning. There's been a couple of run-out opportunities that went begging. We still haven't had a run-out in this series. The lead has advanced from 67 to 120, so 53 runs have been scored. And now the field has changed. Hello? ChatGPT may be in trouble here, Because we've got a long leg, a deep backward square. Mid-wickets come up, mid-ons come up, mid-off. Short extra cover, backward point. And he's coming over the wicket is green. To Brook, who advances, goes down the leg side, can't catch up with it, goes through the carry. There's no run. There's a change of stratagem here.
Take that, AI.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm struggling. It doesn't.
Just when AI thought that it could take over my job, we fight back. Humans are fighting back against the machines.
Quite right, too.
Like John Connor in The Terminator.
But he kind of pairs with the machines.
Yes. You know,
a friendly machine.
I'm reaching out. Forward driving is Brook in the air on the bounce to Khawaja at mid-off. So this softer, older ball is sticking slightly in the pitch. Australia have eschewed the new ball. How long will they go on with it? I remember Viv Richards against New Zealand on a flat deck not taking the new ball. I think it was Viv Richards, captain at the time, one of his first series after Lloyd retired. I think they used the old ball to like 150 overs or something. Did you remember that game, Andrew? The game of which I speak. Green in, giving himself room and clattering into the offside without timing is Brook, and there's no run. Well, a fairly parsimonious over at the end of it on the Beaumont tile scoreboard by Beaumont Sound save. England 4 for 437.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Now then, umpire Saggers has brought, I think, a new ball out, which suggests that maybe Cummins is getting bored. We might see a change of stratagem after all. Cummins starts a new over though, round the wicket to the left-hander Stokes, who advances and is bowled. Clean bowl through the gate, leg and middle. Stokes goes, showing aggression. He is to depart for 51. He's angry, bangs his bat on the ground. But he's getting warm applause from the crowd. It was a good, fast, straight ball targeting the stumps. We haven't seen many of them today. And Stokes played all around it, trying to whack it through mid-wicket. And it knocked back those stumps. And England lose their 5th wicket.
Yeah, it was. I wanted to see the speed on it. It seemed very, very quick, but really it was a loose shot, wasn't it? He was just trying to drag it away. Didn't seem to do much. Obviously, it's the old ball. He was trying to play a big shot over the leg side. They, after all of our talking, they had brought a lot of the fielders up. I think they had Long on back, but they had quite a few other fielders up. And he was just trying to take advantage of that. Another player in the middle order going out for
51.
51?
51! How many times have 3 51s in the same match?
3 17s.
Now then, the applause is for Johnny Bairstow, who had a terrific summer last year and actually started quite nicely in this summer. His first innings of the series, 28, 20 in the next, and 16, 10, 12 and 5. He's been getting pretty much progressively worse, but he's had a day off. He barely wicket kept yesterday. He was out there for 7 overs, was it? Or was it even that? Well, yeah, it was 7.2 overs. So he's well rested, and he's got license to thrill, but does that encourage Cummins to take a new ball now? I mean,
well, if they ask for it to come out,
they could go. Dare I say it? Bang bang. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they have asked for it to come out means that, thinking about it, I saw Mitchell Starc warming up as well. So my guess is if Mitchell Starc is warming up, it's for the new ball.
Right. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Testing out that awkward shoulder. So Johnny Bairstow has had his lean trot. He's been the subject of a lot of scrutiny, but the day before yesterday, pulled off an absolutely blinding catch to dismiss Mitchell Marsh off Chris Wokes, the second in the over. And I never know really if confidence translates from keeping to batting. It's all a bit sort of spooky, but it might do. Cummins is into Bairstow, bat raise, slip in place, and he push drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. While he's there, with his Yorkshire partner, Harry Brook. They will try to scamper runs. We might finally get a run out.
Did you want any of ChatGPT Norcross?
Yeah, go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats because we are witnessing an absolute thriller here. That was a searing bouncer from green. It rose like a cobra, leaving Brook in a spot of bother.
Oh, actually, spot of bother I do say quite a bit, but I don't say rose like a cobra. Cummins is into Bairstow, pushes forward and defends a full ball. Back to the bowler, no run.
Another one. Green is relentless here. He's banging it in short to make Brook hop like a jackrabbit to evade that one.
Jackrabbit?
The crowd is loving it. The pressure is mounting. Incredible stuff. Green has found his rhythm. Brook is looking a bit uneasy now as he tries to fend that one off. It's fast and furious out there, folks.
No, it's not. It's about 81 miles an hour and banged in on a slow pitch with a soft ball.
That's not what ChatGPT Norcross says.
Yeah, he hasn't stand a chance against me. Here comes Cummins. Right arm over the wicket to Bairstow. Clips away for his first run out towards deep square leg. The last 27 balls, just the 10 runs and the 1 wicket. So Australia have got a measure of control at last today. In part, I might suggest by bowling better. I mean, far be it from me to pass judgment on these matters, but actually a bit of attacking the stumps, a bit of, varying the short ball ply. They brought the field in. It now looks like a pretty conventional field to a side that's got a lead of 121. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Cummins in to Brook, who drives back past the bowler, but he won't reach the boundary. Mid-on start, moves to his left to field. They will get a single, though. 5 for 439.
I've got a little bit more of GPT Norcross here. Oh, goodness gracious. This is hostile bowling at its best. Brook ducks again, but it's close to the helmet grill. The Australian fields are roaring, sensing a wicket here. 5 bounces in a row. Unbelievable scenes. Brook is showing great courage taking on the challenge. The tension in the stadium is electrifying.
Oh, yes. I mean, all of that is entirely false. Cummins is in and he beats the groping bat of Bairstow. Ball goes through to the keeper. It is the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. England are 5 for 439.
The best advice I've been given is, I think, not to worry.
Quitters never win and winners never quit.
Just to be yourself. And that was probably my mum who told me that.
Take every opportunity that comes your way.
The best advice I have been given is to follow my heart.
When celebrating a loved one's life, don't leave it to just anyone to organise. Get the best advice from a family-owned company with over 85 years' experience. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Green is still in the attack and he's bowled a pretty decent spell here actually with the old ball. It started being a bit moribund, but in the last over or so he's found his mojo. Yes, Jarrod.
So there is a mistake here that Brook doesn't get a single, but then Stokes faces the last ball, he hits it for 6. And then you say that was an exhilarating over of bounces from Cameron Green, and Ben Stokes answers with an absolute beauty of a shot. Cricket at its finest, folks. But then there's a message at the end here that I'd like to read you.
Well, we'll come to that after this first ball of Green's over. He's into Brook. And Brook defends, pushes out to the offside, turns on the crease, there's no run.
Please note that this commentary is entirely fictional and meant for entertainment purposes only. I mean, that's more for the audience to decide whether it was entertaining, but actual cricket commentary should be based on factual events and not fabricated. Enjoy the sport responsibly and always seek accurate information from reliable sources. So the AI Norcross is saying that you should listen to the drunken mess Norcross rather than the...
I see.
Yeah.
Andrew, do you enjoy cricket responsibly? Green down the wicket. Oh, comes Brook, and he whacks this over the top of mid-on. It's going to bounce once and then trickle onto the sponge for 4. Good use of the feet from Brook. Now that the field has changed, they're up. You can expect more in his own half, and he's taken advantage. Moves to 45, 5 for 443. The lead 126.
There was something very sort of controlled and relaxed about what he did there. But think about if we'd seen someone do that 5 years ago or 25 years ago in a test match. He's taken 2-3 steps down the wicket. He's got a length ball that he's just helped over long on for 4.
Green into Brook again. He clips away out towards deep square leg. Just been a single. Goes to 46. 5 for 444.
But England changed the context of how we watch Test cricket so much that it just seems normal. Like Jaiswal hitting a 6 in the first 5 overs yesterday for India and all that sort of thing. It's completely changed the way we even watch cricket, let alone the way that it's being played. doesn't have the lofted shot off the quick bowler back over the head doesn't have the same excitement that it would have, if Ian Chappell had done it to Jon Snow.
No, yeah, I know what you mean.
Not a Game of Thrones reference, if you're really old, by the way.
I remember Frank Keating describing Ian Botham's 18 off 7 balls. Was it at Edgbaston in 1985?
Yeah, first ball 6. Yeah.
As the greatest innings in Test cricket he'd ever seen. Because it was so unusual, at the time. Green into the upright bare. Snow, who jabs down the ball very late, squeezes it through backward point for a single. And Smith, in this rather strange way, moves to his right to collect, and England are off quadruple Nelson, 5 for 4-4-5.
I saw him tire Muralitaran out for 10 off 3 balls once, which was bad.
Nice work.
6-4 out.
We talk about in T20 some players are 7 off 2 merchants.
Yeah.
Odean McCoy is a 7 off 2 guy. He'll hit a 6 first ball, but the next ball he's probably going to miss it.
Mark Wood hit those 16 off his first 3, didn't he? At Headingley, which was a very rare occurrence. Only one other person had done it. Brooke clips to a short mid-wicket. Head does the fielding. Full delivery again. There's no run. Are we going to see a new ball or not? I'm not sure. Up to 85 overs now, nearly.
Did you go in the last Ashes tour?
I didn't. No, I was the poor sod who was at home, having to cover for everybody in the middle of the night.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So you missed the last time 3 batsmen were out for 51 in the same Ashes test. In the same test. The only other test was it, which was it?
It's the only other time it's happened.
Only other time.
Can we get a 4th? Come on. If Brooke could get 5 runs and out. Clipped away down to deep backward square leg. Brooke moves to 47. He's coming back for a second. Throw comes in, but he's home comfortably. Goes way back to 48. England 5 for 447 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. But lead is 130. We've had an hour's worth of play. 63 runs have come in 13 overs. So actually scoring rate has gone down a little bit. Drinks are coming on the field. There's going to be a change in the commentary box when we come back. It's going to be Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
Cummins starts a new over though, round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who advances in his bowl. Clean bowl through the gate, leg and middle. Stokes goes, showing aggression. He's to depart for 51. He's angry, bangs his bat on the ground, but he's getting warm applause from the crowd. It was a good, fast, straight ball targeting the stumps.
In that first hour of play on morning 3, England took their lead from 67 to 130, and you heard the 1 wicket there. Ben Stokes bowled by Cummins for 51 from 74 balls. A partnership of 86 with Harry Brook, who's still there on 48 with his Yorkshire teammate Johnny Bairstow, who's 1 from 5. Adam Collins with you. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and our experts, one of those is Sundaresan. He's here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Hello.
Good afternoon, Adam. Andrew.
I feel like you missed out on something there. When we were coming into the commentary box, Andrew Sampson was completing if there's one more run, then there's a thing that's never happened. Samo, can you just bring us up to speed so we know what we're commentating on?
Well, the most important thing of the day, according to Dan anyway. There's 3 batsmen out for 51 in this test match so far. So he wanted to know if that was a record.
Ooh.
And it has happened once before, not that long ago, and you were probably there at Adelaide 2021.
We were on there.
We were. Bharat and I did. That was the Michael Neser test.
It was.
Yeah.
Michael Neser's on the field. He's been on the field for the entire...
I wonder whether Neser's fielding is enhancing his chances of playing at the Oval next week.
I think they'll have to turn to him.
So the fact that it was the Neser test to be the highlight of your life, the fact that 351s is the highlight of Dan's.
New hour starts with Cummins. And here to Bairstow, he's on 1. He turns it to mid-on, past mid-wicket for a single. Might have been a wee misfield there. Either way, it's gone beyond Labuschagne. Bairstow's 2. 5 for 448.
Head, Labuschagne and Carey in that game, although 51.
I do remember, I have a recollection of Australian batsmen giving away starts. I think Labuschagne got caught at long leg off a top edge, maybe Ben Stokes. They turned to the bouncer wall before it existed.
It did, yeah. Ben Stokes bowled that long spell of short stuff, and everyone criticised Joe Root for that.
Not these days. Cummins in, bowls to Brook, who defends. He's on 48, out to mid-on, no single.
Yep, it's called Stokes bowled David Malan.
That was the second innings.
The second innings. His 51 was the second innings. Called Stokes bowled Malan. So it wasn't about. I wouldn't imagine it wasn't about.
No, it was David Malan's first Test wicket. I was on air and got very excited about it.
Yeah, you did. I think we were on air together.
That was the day of Ollie Robinson bowling in the speed dealers.
Yeah,
bowling off breaks.
Yes. Fought hard. Josh Butler played a great innings on day 5. It wasn't enough.
Nearly saved the Test with Chris Wokes, didn't he? Cummins delivers here, and Brook turns into the onside for 1, moving him to 49. 1 short of a mini milestone there. 5 for 449, lead 1-3-2.
Just thinking about it, when we were getting to the ground, Adam, I was just bumped into Nasser Hussain. I was telling him about how a lot of pundits back home in Australia have already turned on this team, and the one expression that I've heard more than any is how this is un-Australian. I've never understood what being un-Australian means, Adam.
It's a little bit like the spirit of cricket, in that you can use the term un-Australian to suit any agenda you see fit, as it goes with spirit of cricket with dismissals. Cummins bowls here, and off the pads, Bairstow turns it behind the umpire. Deep backward square for 1. Neser, our man, does the fielding. Bairstow up to 3. And England reached their 450th run. That flashes up on the scoreboard for the loss of 5 wickets, a lead of 133.
Yeah, you can question some of the strategies from the Australian team yesterday. But I don't know what any other era of Australian team would have done or could have done on a pitch like that against what England were doing.
I mean, they had a bad day, and they did look disorganised.
Yeah.
Brooks 49. Cummins up to him here. Anderson end. And pushes into the offside for his 50th run. Harry Brook was a match winner at Leeds last week. And he's played his role here. England building an imposing lead. His 6 half-century in 11 Test matches to go with 4 tons. He's a tyro. He's got a huge future ahead of him. And he's playing an important hand in the Ashes series of 2023.
I think we've already seen the evolution of Harry Brook. We saw it in Headingley. Such a composed, mature innings. And this one, right up there.
Cummins hiding the ball, then bowling, and Bairstow chopping down hard to deep point for 1. Single moves him to 4. 5 for... Oh, they get a second as well. That's just perceptive running. They sensed that the 2 Australian fielders weren't quite sure who was collecting and got back for a couple. End of the over, 5 for 453. And that lead moves up to 136. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Bharat Sundaresan with me for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas, and just the one wicket for Australia this morning for Tobin Brothers Funerals. They're celebrating that, celebrating lives. Andrew Sampson.
80 balls and 4 fours for Brooks, 50. He's slowest in Test cricket. Never taken more than 73 balls before.
I'm keen on 51. I'm big on out for 51 and setting a new record, as we did. What was it for again? Was it between 41 and 51, and we've got a joint record for boundaries from the first ball of the innings. Sampson, brilliant as always. Hazlewood delivers in a straight drive from Brook. Doesn't get to 51 because Cummins slides across.
Already get to 54 then as well. Four of the first ball of the innings 4 times in this series so far, which equals the record with power to add.
Wickets have fallen in the first over as well. Yesterday, a few other times as well. Ben Stokes was dismissed by Mitchell Starc. It's getting cloudier here. Dark clouds approaching, which will also inform England's decision on when they declare.
Yeah, good conditions for Anderson and Broad especially, and Wokes. Hazlewood bowls here, defended into the onside. Just 133 kilometres an hour, so a yard back from the pace that Hazlewood can bowl at, but so it will be when you've been out there for nearly 90 overs.
Yeah, just to finish on the whole un-Australian debate. I ask you, Adam, like what could the Steve Waugh era of Australian cricket done against what happened yesterday?
I think there's a way of being critical of yesterday without calling the player's character into question. You can be critical of the way they went about the process, if you like. You know, it was messy at times. Hazlewood delivers using his feet. Inside edge, Brook onto his pad, spills out to gully, no run. But again, we're seeing now that Brook's passed the milestone. He wants to really shift gears here. He's only hit 4-4 so far, for what it's worth. You can be a critic of that. I think we all were yesterday, and not being able to quite tell at times who was calling the shots, spooling through plans so quickly, seemingly 3 or 4 times in an over. Every time there was a boundary hit, there being some sort of reach into the field. So you can see all of that and observe all of that. Comment on it. Hazlewood bowls and pulling straight to mid-wicket is Brook along the turf, no run. But I think with Cummins especially, owing to the way in which he inherited the job and became the captain, not his job rather, so much as the change in coach not long after he became captain, that still jars with a lot of people.
It does.
The fact that in the same week that happened, he launched a climate change foundation, which feeds into another narrative, and I don't want to get into it, but that was a strong through line on social media at the time. I remember when we did a show at SEN in Adelaide during the World Cup. Short ball, takes it on Hazlewood, down towards the rope, and it's going to go for 4. So Brook got inside the line of it. Hazlewood's bouncer saw it coming, actually. Must have known with 2 balls in the over it was probable. Lead up to 145 for 457. Brook 54.
Yeah, it's shot. He plays a lot in white ball cricket as well. He gets inside the line, just helps it along. And Josh Hazlewood's short balls have not worked at all in this test. Every time he's gone to the short ball, I think he's conceded a boundary or he's allowed the English batters to just get on top of him.
Last ball here. Hazlewood to Brook on 54. Inside edge, not far away from the leg stump. Into the over. Leads 140 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Brook 54, Bairstow 5. England 5 for 457.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League, and subscribe today.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Mitchell Starc. Another crack here from the pavilion end. Bowled a couple of overs earlier this morning. Yeah, so I think with Cummins, just to finish that thought, there's this. There was a sense, I reckon, last year as we made it to the T20 World Cup, and Australia didn't do as well as they would have wanted in that tournament, not making the semi-finals, that He went to Perth after that for the first Test match, which of course is the hometown of the former coach.
Yeah.
That he was, Cummins is not a popular captain.
Yeah.
Then they enjoyed success, and that filters away. And then after the Delhi loss, when Australia were 2-0 down, there was an op-ed in the paper attributing that to their wokeness. Didn't see that commented on quite so much when they won it indoor the following week. Stark around the wicket, bowls here on leg stump, turned by Bairstow into a gap, a deep backward square for at least 2. Won't get the boundary. Usman Khawaja cuts it off a couple of metres inside the rope. Bairstow 7, 5 for 459. So I think there are multiple issues swirling around about Cummins and his leadership, and days like yesterday provide fuel to those who are already predisposed against him.
Exactly on the point there. Exactly what's happening, because yes, obviously he's captain, so people are going to point fingers at him first, but it was, why is he captaining Australia in an un-Australian way? That's the narrative that's been doing the rounds in large parts of Australia last overnight.
Stark round the wicket to Bairstow, delivers here. Bairstow inside edge, quite a distance from his leg stump though. It's out towards fine leg. Khawaja does the fielding. Bairstow 8, 5 for 460.
And I think it will continue, especially if Australia do go down in this test. Even though the Ashes will be alive, and they will get a chance, just like England will, to win it back at the Oval. And our first sighting of Mitchell Marsh.
Yes, down the stairs he comes. So recovered from what's now been upgraded from resting to stiffness.
Yeah.
I'm sure the umpires wouldn't have allowed that. You can't, if you're an umpire and you let a player sit off the ground for over an hour for stiffness, you're not doing your job. So he's clearly got more of an injury than that, and the information, as usual, will come out after the fact. Stark bowls round the wicket, full and straight. Brook digs it out, no run. So a reminder that we were told he was resting this morning, not fielding. Then it was some scrutiny on that was provided from our written colleagues, and that was upgraded to he's got some stiffness from yesterday, which again, you're the umpire on our panel. Surely no umpire worth their salt is allowing a player to be off the field with stiffness.
Just stiffness or soreness?
No.
Not for that long. Well over an hour. The start of the day as well.
So there must be something further to that.
He didn't look right yesterday, even before he came on to bowl and while he was bowling.
Stark's in again, halfway through the 19th over for him. On leg stump, just turned behind square. Well, I say behind square, it ends up with Alex Carey, maybe off the thigh pad. Looking to a signal from umpire Menon. That was an inside edge. Which moves the board over to 5 for 461, Brook 55.
Well, England often have said that they don't like to bat till the second new ball is available. Australia have decided for now to not take the second new ball. I don't think it's going to be as bad as what I witnessed in Durban in 2013 when MS Dhoni kept his bowlers on with a ball which was 155 hours old.
So Stark's got 2 left here, Baz. Bowls to Bairstow off his hip for 1. It's just easy pickings with the field so widely spread. He's 9, 5 for 462.
There's no plan right now to get wickets, is there? It's a spread out field, mid on and mid off in. Constant chat with Pat Cummins for some of the senior players. David Warner's turn now. I saw them having a chat at the end of the last over. Steve Smith not been as involved as he was yesterday. He was all over the place yesterday, Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Very fidgety, involved in changing the field. And he's taken a step back today, looks like.
Deep point still out. 2 back on the leg side. Last ball of the over. Stark to Brook round the wicket. Pushes into the mid-wicket region. There won't be one there. Leads 145 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. England 5 for 462. Brook 55. Bairstow 9.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. So, I find it interesting. how you interpret this sort of criticism, having you've lived in Australia for 5 or 6 years now, so you're not perhaps as well versed in the way that the public conversation can work, and that term un-Australian, which was quite it was weaponised in the early 2000s in various ways. 1, 2, 3, 4 back, all behind square. 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Hazelwood bowls and Bairstow defends out towards mid-wicket. I guess the comparison is when the Indian team don't do well, the criticism is fierce.
Yeah.
But my sense, and you tell me if I've got this wrong, that the character of the players in question isn't really being drawn into focus. It's more a frustration that they're not being able to execute their skills, to use the modern jargon, well enough.
Yeah, the only criticism that comes close to being criticism of their character is, you'll hear the old argument, they only have time to pose for brands and appear in ads.
Hazelwood in, Bairstow flicking to mid-on, no run.
Which they do a lot. But,
of course, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know whether it's a societal thing as well, Adam. I've been thinking about it for the last few weeks. Is a case of, for a certain generation of Australian men in particular, Australia is changing as a country. I mean, what they consider un-Australian in many ways is the reality. I mean, they look around them, just in society, people in power, more women, it's more multicultural.
I've got a feeling it might be raining out here. Hazelwood bowls, and off the back foot punching the deep point is Bairstow. Moves to double figures with the single. 5 for 463, lead 146. I can see a few umbrellas up on the western side of the ground. Nothing on the eastern side. Maybe it's a couple of drops. Keep an eye on that. So yeah, your point there about, there was some research done last year about the popularity of, the relative popularity of Cummins, some qualitative research, and it did skew in favour of younger people having a greater affinity with him. Daniel Brettig was writing about that at the time for The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald. Hazelwood in on leg stump, turned by Brook just in front of square for 1. He's 56, 5 for 464.
Yeah, and I can understand that particular generation of Australians having a problem with someone like Pat Cummins, because he talks about issues which should be spoken of, and he does it in a very, not in as lateral a fashion as it used to be done back in the day. There's more nuance to how he speaks about everything. Even here, when he was asked about the ICC report, he didn't just say, that's not my job to talk about it.
Hazelwood to Bairstow bowls here, shorter, pulled into a gap to the extent there can be one on that side of the ground. With so many men back, they get around for 2. Stark the man doing the tidying up. Bairstow 12, 5 for 466.
The ICC report came out the day before the Lord's Test, so he was obviously asked about it in the press conference.
Just to be clear, that's a report about equality or otherwise in English cricket.
That's right. And he gave a beautiful answer. He spoke about, how his views are changing as well. The look of the Australian dressing room is changing, and it has to be more inclusive, and he's working towards it.
Might come back to this in the next over. Final ball here. Hazelwood delivers, and Bairstow cuts hard down to deep point. Middled that shot. As you can hear on the effects mic, he's 13, keeping the strike. A lead up to 150 with England. 5 for 467 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook, next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Got Jeremy Coney jumping in as well. He's here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello, Adam. Yeah, you're talking about Cummins. I was just thinking there, how's he gone? I'm talking about on the field and not some of the things that you've been discussing, obviously. I'm just thinking, since Headingley, did he go? He went well in was it the first innings?
Yep.
He got 6 for 90.
6 for 91. Yep.
Yeah, but since then, 2 for 182 from 35 overs. Was that right? So that's 5 plus per over. It's almost, I was about to say, as if England have targeted him in a way. He's now played, this is his 5th Test match in a row since the World Test Champ. He hadn't played much before that.
The lesser spotted Travis Head round the wicket, only his 7th over of the innings, none for 48. His figures yesterday, defended out to mid-off by Bairstow, no run.
How are they going to get him through the next test, which is a back-to-back test match? Is he just getting to a stage where he's physically and perhaps even mentally as captain with days like yesterday?
Head bowls round the wicket and cutting his Bairstow at deep point. He's 14 with the single, 5 for 468.
Just a bit drained.
Yeah, I think that what you're saying there makes a lot of sense, that they've seen that Cummins might be vulnerable, that fresh players in the series have typically played better. We saw Stark at Lords and Woakes last week with Mark Wood, and it only stands to reason they would have thought, right, Cummins for once in his career might actually be vulnerable, and the numbers bear that out. Head bowls got protection on the leg side, playing with the spin here is booked for 1. He's 57. The deep mid wicket where Smarter Slavashane doing the fielding, 5 for 469. Bit of extra news on Mitch Marsh, guys, by the way. Sky are saying, or Sky are reporting, lower leg soreness for Marsh. And round the wicket head bowls and carving in front of point is Bairstow. They should have time to get 2. They won't, though. They play it safe with Cummins, the captain, sweeping out there. Hazelwood, my apologies. So 15 for Bairstow, 5 for 470, and CA haven't confirmed that. No concerns generally is the word about Marsh, but yeah, Sky are saying a lower leg issue. I'm probably going to go with that. Head bowls, using his feet and going down towards long on is Brook, moving to 58. 155 the lead, 5 for 471. We're in a groove now, aren't we? Single after single.
Yeah, it's sort of 5 runs and over, isn't it? It's one moment we're really looking at right now. I just wonder that new ball situation, if they can somehow claim a wicket. I'm thinking then you get into the tail a little bit.
Head delivers and opening the plate is Bairstow. Down a short third, won't be a single. He's 15. Brooks 58. The lead 154 at 5 for 471. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Here comes life. And with Bupa, you can be prepared for it, both on and off the field. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Bupa, because life happens.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
That looks like the second new ball to me. The 4th umpire walking out to the middle. That's a former England quick running out, is it not?
Martin Saggers.
Who umpires a lot on the domestic circuit. There's some women's internationals as well. Did some one-day internationals here, I reckon, during lockdown in 2020. So at last, after 90 overs, they've said, we'll take the new Dukes. 5 for 471 the score. The Australian team for Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provided by CanStar, and Mitchell Stark's going to take it.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow is really upset with someone in the dressing room. He's been asking for something. I'm not sure what it is, but he hasn't got it. More fresh gloves, Jeremy Coney says, but maybe nobody was paying attention.
Andrew Sampson's got something for us.
First time England have faced a second new ball since Wellington in February against New Zealand.
Very good.
Great start.
I might write that one down.
They got past 80 overs twice in this season, but both times the second new ball wasn't taken and the innings finished shortly afterwards.
Stark away from us. He's changed ends. Stay them in. Got 2 wickets yesterday. Bowls here. Down the leg side. Brook tries to whip it down the fine leg, but can't quite.
Stark still feeling that shoulder.
Yeah, well, that's a concern for Australia, isn't it, that he is doing that? He's only got 3 days after this match. You've got Lyon, who's injured. I mean, they're starting to look like who bowls in the last test.
I mean, of course they have Michael Neser to come in, and you'd expect he would for a variety of reasons. Fresh again and so on. But you're right. Yesterday, Jeremy, at times felt like just this seismic shift in the energy that we were in front of us. Brook facing Stark. in swinging delivery, taken down to fine leg. What he tried to do in the previous ball is 59, 5 for 472. And that's what Bazball can do, right? I mean, when it goes well, when everything clicks, kind of how we had at Edgbaston day one, a day we're like, wow, that really is something. Yesterday, the timing of it was perfect. They needed a big Bazball-y day. They've had it, and now the series feels very different.
It certainly does. It certainly does. The sort of impetus has changed, hasn't it? And really, when you look at the results in the first 3 test matches, they were pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
All of them, weren't they? But it did look in that post-lunch session yesterday that, by crikey, it looked like sort of 3-0 a little bit.
Bit dark now as well. Can start get the new Duke swooping around. Delivers here. Bairstow into his pads, probably a bit close to the middle stumps where he's starting off.
See, I like this better from Australia, having 4 men in front of the bat. You stop singles. You stop singles, and what that does, I think, is it forces then the batsmen to start to play other strokes. They play big shots. They try to play bigger shots because they haven't got away in the over to pick up those singles and feel comfortable about the run rate.
So I wonder how England are gaming this out in their dressing room. And it's a bit gloomy again. Great conditions to bowl. Stark up, delivers here. Bairstow chops down hard, an inside edge that balloons up and ends up with Alex Carey. No concerns though.
Well, I would have thought they would go to lunch.
Yeah.
And then they'll just have a chat about things. And I think your point about the overheads is going to be quite important. If these clouds roll in here and cover the whole area of blue at the moment, we can still see quite substantial parts of that, then I think the bowling will become a definite option.
One thing we haven't had in this action-packed series is one side defending grimly to get through.
Yes.
And that, in all probability, is where Australia are going to get to. They're so far behind the game here, 155 behind. Bairstow facing Stark, leaves alone. Better delivery though, leaves it on length over the top of the off stump, moving back towards the right-hander after it passed the woodwork. So we've had the dramatic chase at Edgbaston. We've had the even more dramatic chase in many ways at Lords. We had the clinical effort from England in the end at Leeds with Woods and Wokes at the end and all the rest of it after their own momentum shift from 7 for 140 or whatever it was. But yes, seeing Australia have to bat for hour after hour, that will be another thrilling part of the series if it goes that way. We should be so lucky for it to go all the way to the end like that. Stark to finish first over with the second new ball, pushed into the onside by Bairstow. End of the over. Bharat and I are jumping out. Louis Cameron will be in with Daniel Norcross after the break, with England at 5 for 472, lead of 155, Brook on 59 and Bairstow 15.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The scoreboard is miserable reading for Australia, 5 for 472 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply. Hazelwood from the James Anderson end into the upright Brook. The second new ball and comes down the wicket, dances down the wicket, can only defend into the offside. Louis Cameron is alongside me, I am delighted to say. And it's not been, well, it's been a continuation of yesterday, really. Jeremy Coney's also here and Andrew Sampson. Finally, the new ball has been taken. What do you make of it coming in the 91st over?
Yeah, I mean, not taking it with Ben Stokes in, I think, was sensible. It's been damage limitation to the Australians, hasn't it?
It has. Hazelwood is in, is defended back to the bowler. There's no run. A lot of people ask, what would Jesus do? I'm asking, what would Steve Waugh and Ricky Ponting and Mark Taylor do? What would they have done in this situation? Because this Australian side, since they've got down from yesterday, looked down, have at no point started to look up. And I tended to find that Australian teams under those other captains, when things are getting tricky, they were at their most pugnacious, not their least. And this feels all a bit passive at the moment. Hazelwood into Brook, who comes dancing down the wicket and then misses a wide ball that goes way outside off stump. It's a bit of one-day cricket there from Hazelwood. Once he sees Brook moving away to leg, he's not now firing the ball into middle and leg and trying to bowl him with a Yorker. He's bowling it wide to get a dot ball.
I was watching Pat Cummins this morning in the warm-up, and it was interesting. They had their pre kind of game huddle, pre-day huddle, and the person doing all the talking was Andrew McDonald, and he kind of had this address, and at the very end of it, he kind of looked like he said to Pat, "All right, anything from you?" He said, "No, nothing more to say."
Hazelwood's in. Forward comes Brook, defends solidly to short extra cover, no run.
And I thought that was interesting because Pat Cummins and McDonald have made it very clear that they're not Steve Waugh and they're not, John Buchanan. They're not people from that era. This Australian team is very different in good times and in bad. Yesterday was the bad, one of the rare bad days they've kind of had since those two kind of took the helm. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Ponting, Waugh, Taylor, those guys would have had a lot to say after a day like that.
Hazelwood rocks his shoulders, comes in. This is clattered into the offside. There could be a couple here. His head has to move to his right from backward point. Didn't time it, didn't Brook, but got enough on it. Got it in front of square on the offside. Picks up two more, goes into the 60s. It says 61, the lead 157. 5 for 474. As we have a little look on our replay screen. With tyre power, save on Vulcan tyres. There's a lot of cold people on balconies. I notice you, Louis, are wearing... You've got some knitwear on. Jeremy's next to me wearing a Tassie tuxedo, I believe it's called. I learned that expression last winter. And only Bharat here is wearing his shorts. As Hazelwood is in, and this has been pulled high in the air. Fielder running round to it. Is it going to land safely? No, he's caught a long leg by Stark. The wicket finally falls. It was short, and Brook couldn't resist. He went after it. It's a bit top edgy, and it went finer than deep square leg. Stark at long leg takes the catch about an inch inside the boundary sponge. The new ball's done its trick. It's come a little bit harder. It's got the splice of the bat, really. And Stark...
Just watch his back leg here as well, Daniel.
Taking a look at that left leg. I think he's absolutely fine. Look at the crowd are making a ridiculous noise. His heel doesn't touch.
Is that the shadow? Is that the shadow of that triangular piece?
Yes, it's not touched. That's right. Fair catch.
Harry Brooks just lingering. He saw it up on the big screen and he said, hang on. But I think it's okay. I think it was a bit of an illusion.
Yeah, I think the crowd have misapprehended what happened there. Brook is definitely going to be given out here, and England would have lost their 6th wicket with a score of 4-7-4.
They are having a look at it though, Daniel. I think you're right. I think that this will be the 6th wicket. I think Mitchell Stark's fine. His back foot, it was his right foot, was quite close to the boundary rope, but we're just having a look at it here. There is a gap between the triangle.
Yeah, that's a shadow. It is a shadow. It was very clearly out. I was watching it as he took the catch. It's a fair catch.
Gee, it was close though.
Was close. Another what? 6 inches, and that goes for 6. But it isn't. And Brook is out for 61 at the end of the over. England are 6 for 4-7-4.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas, and England have just lost their 6th wicket. The lead 157. Brook has gone for 61. Yet another number 3 to 6 that can't make it to 100. But they're all getting over 50.
Quite a nice piece of bowling. I think that's cramped Brook up, didn't it? And so he couldn't supply the power. He'd given himself some room outside leg stump. You mentioned that Hazelwood had actually gone wide of off before that, but this one he followed him and he also went short at him, and it just crunched him up a little bit, and he couldn't supply the power he'd like to have, and he got it quite close anyway. And a decent catch So it's a good wicket for Australia. And now the new ball kind of made sense. I always thought that if they could get one of the tail in, then perhaps, and I mean, I'm not suggesting that Wokes is not a bad bat either. He's a very useful number 9, but nevertheless, I think this makes sense now.
Stark is into Bairstow, starting a new over. Bairstow drives thick inside edge, and it runs down to the boundary for 4. The new ball is doing its trick. A bit of swing back into Bairstow, a loose drive, but I say loose, England are on the charge. It goes to 161, but we've had a wicket. Our wickets celebrating another wicket, of course, for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Our second wicket of the day. Stokes and now Brook, the 2 overnight batters. As we look on the replay screen with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, that was not far away from leg stump, that inside edge.
No, there's been quite a few of those in this innings, hasn't there, really, with movement and threatening the stumps off the inside edge.
England have certainly ridden their luck.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the same time, they've been given a lot of opportunities for that. The way the field has been set, the bowling is. Stark is in, worked into the onside by Bairstow. He's scampering the first. He's definitely going to want a second, and he'll get there. And I think Bairstow's now going to cut loose a bit here for as long as he can. Not because he doesn't trust Wokes at the other end, but, you know, the new ball's there. The end is in sight. I think Stokes would love to be able to declare at lunch. Not lose overs is the key part there, rather than go back out and do it all again. He'd love to get that lead up to 200 by lunch.
Yeah.
To do that, they'll have about 5 overs to do it in, maybe 4, so they'll need to get a wriggle on.
He's going to find it difficult, though, if Mitchell Stark can keep swinging that ball back into him, because that's where Bairstow gets in a lot of trouble playing outside his body.
Stark comes in left arm over, and that's tucked into the onside, but can't beat mid-wicket.
And I'd like to see another slip in too, because Stark can nip the ball away from the right-hander as well. I just feel like they're a touch defensive at the moment with this new ball.
Where do you take him from? Do you take him from... I don't mind them in front, as I was just saying. I think saving those singles forces them to play aggressively later in the over if they haven't got the runs. Do you want the gully? I think you need the gully there as well with the angle.
I think you take him from cover and bring him mid-off up. With the ball curving back in, do you really need 3 fielders in front of point on the offside?
Stark into Bairstow, who reaches for ball wide of the off stump, gets it through backward point and run the first quickly. He's coming back for a second. He's going to have to scamper, but he does. 2 more to Bairstow. 8 runs off this over so far. He goes to 23. The lead 165. Just explain to me, what do we read into the fact that the greatest gully fielder in the world is at mid-wicket, and Mitch Marsh is at gully? He's got is it a back issue or something?
Mitch Marsh can't move so much, I'm assuming, so he's gone into a definite.
But why is he out there then? He's not going to be needed as a bowler. England aren't going to bat
maybe as a batsman.
But then he's batted, 6 or 7 anyway. Does it really make a difference? You just flip Green and Marsh round, don't you? Stark to Bairstow, who drives and misses a ball that swings back between bat and pad through to the keeper, Carey. I mean, it's skewed logic. You've got Green there, so Green could bat 6 and Marsh could bat 7. Even if he's off the field, 7 is where you can bat, even if you're off the field.
Whichever way you look at it, I just hate that you're sacrificing something to make up for someone's injury. So Cameron Green is maybe one of the all-time best fielders in the gully, and you're sacrificing that because the guy's injured. Yeah, I don't like it. I think if he's out there,
Marsh could bat at 6 instead of 7. I mean, that's so incremental, surely. And Green's been batting at 6, so what's the issue? Stark to complete the over. Bairstow tucks him into the onside. Oh, he's done more than that. He's flicked it beautifully through a pretty straight mid-wicket for 4. A very productive over for England. 12 from it. The end of it, England 6 for 486.
Join almost 4 million Australians and prepare for life with Bupa, CanStar's outstanding value health insurance for 2022. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Bupa, because life happens.
Don't miss SEN's #1 athletics show, House of Aths, thanks to Chemist Warehouse. Join former Olympian track star John Stephenson as he chats with emerging athletes, wellness experts and more as we approach Paris 2024. House of Aths, only on SEN this Thursday from 9 p.m.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It's going to be Hazelwood to continue. He's not gone for 100 yet. Cummins has. Stark has. Hazelwood 2 for 88 his figures at the moment. England still going at 5, more than 5 and over comfortably. This session they only tick under 5, 4.86.
Australia may see that as a wee bit of a win, though, in the context of yesterday.
Yeah. Hazelwood rocks in to the new balance. Wokes, who plays and misses at a ball in the channel. No, he's not played and missed. He's got a thin edge. He's out to his first delivery, which means Hazelwood is on a hat-trick. Wokes goes for a first ball duck, and England a 7 for 486. Just in the channel, he went after it. It wasn't a huge celebration, but there was a tiny little feather, and up went the umpire's finger.
And he hasn't had too many balls in his half since he's come back into the team, Chris Wokes. They've peppered him with the short ball, but they've gone full at him straight away, and he just dangled the bat out there, didn't he? It was an easy catch for Alex Carey.
It was, but you know, Adam Collins is in the house, and a test match hat-trick is on here because the man who's going to come out to bat is Mark Wood. And Mark Wood, who we may recall, became only the second player in Test history to hit 16 from his first 3 balls. If you show similar attacking intent, Hazelwood could be in for a most unusual hat-trick there. Spread over 2 overs.
Well, it was the short ball that he was hitting, wasn't it, really? Yeah. And he said, I think, at the conclusion of the game at Leeds that he had been practicing for a couple of weeks just on short pitch bowling.
Banging it in.
Yes. So I think it would be unlikely that he would get one like that, and they'll probably pitch up again, I would think.
Well,
which makes sense, surely.
Well, on a hat-trick ball, it'd be a weird thing to bowl a bouncer, but at the same time, it might be his best chance of getting him out first ball.
I wonder if they even know it's a hat-trick ball. I must admit, when you said it, he's on a hat-trick, I was like, oh yeah, he did. He took a wicket off the last ball of that over. Just looking at the field, there's no extra slips. We've got a slip. Mitch Marsh is quite a fine gully. You'd probably call that a third slip.
Adam Collins is out in the gantry because regular Colo watchers will know he's been hunting for a test hat-trick his entire life, and he's hoping this is it. Here we go. Hazelwood, hat-trick ball into Wood, and he plays and misses at one in the channel outside the off stump, and got perilously close to the feather, but he's survived. And again, Colo's hat-trickless streak continues.
And he would have been ropeable if that ball had been edged and gone through that slip score. Only 2 guys in the slip score. I mean, forget it's a hat-trick ball. It's a number 9 facing up to one of the best bowlers in the world with a brand new ball.
I couldn't agree with you more, Louis. It's now then that they've suddenly done this. They brought Warner into the slips now, of all times. Extraordinary. Took a little look there on the replay screen with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Wood was so close to edging that. Here comes Hazelwood in again. And this is edged in the air through gully. It's running down to third. They'll get a run. Wood is off the mark. 7 for 487. The lead 170. Brings Bairstow on to strike. Hazelwood, his figures are tidying up a little here. 3 for 89.
Genuine edge, wasn't it, from Wood, playing towards the ball. It's got much more bat than Wokes did.
Catchable height.
Yes.
Catchable height for some players in this team, maybe not for others. Mitch Marsh in the gully's got a couple of centimetres.
But he's also got a mobility issue, hasn't he? Whereas Green doesn't.
Yeah.
So
I think even Green probably could.
He would have struck with that, but yeah. But 2 gullies, you know. Hazelwood to Bairstow, who gets a shorter ball, which he just plays from the crease up towards mid-on. There's no run. England today, 5 of their top 6 have gone past 50. Only Ben Duckett has missed out, which is a pretty rare achievement. It suggests to me that it's a fairly good wicket to bat on still, as we take another little look on our replay screen with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. It's an indeterminate prod from Wokes that got him out, playing away from his body. Foot came through late, tiny little feather. That's the 7th wicket to go. On wickets with Tobin Brothers Funerals, as this next ball is just pushed into the offside. Fielded at short extra. And there's no run.
I wonder if our statsman would know off the top of his head what's England's largest total under Bazball.
Oh, well, a roll Pindi, I would think.
500 in a day.
657. Yeah, 657 in Rawalpindi.
657. Okay,
Yeah,
they're probably not going to get that
in double quick time.
101 overs.
101 overs. I know.
Been quite sedate by those standards, hasn't it?
But it has. Hazelwood into Bairstow. Bairstow just taps this into the onside square of the wicket to get the single that keeps him the strike at the end of the over. 94 gone. England 7 for 488.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. And I've got to ask you, Louis, you are here for cricket.com.au. You're following us Australian team with Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity. Is this an Australian team that you recognise?
Yeah, I do. I think the criticism yesterday was completely warranted, but I think they've stuck to their guns. They haven't pretended to be anything they're not.
Short ball field for Stark, who bowls a full ball and is clipped away out square leg, deep square leg for a single. Bairstow to 29, the lead 172.
I do understand what you're saying, though, Dan, earlier about not taking the new ball. There comes a point where you want to send a message to the opposition and say, hey, we're in this game. We still think we're in this game, and we're not going to lie tamely down. And not taking it has a little sense of that, I think.
It does, doesn't it?
But, you know, you have to counter that with, I think, who was batting at the time. And to take it, I think, when the tail was exposed a little, made much more sense, as long as it was working with the old ball.
Wood on strike. Stark bowls wide of the off stump. Wood plays a lovely back foot push for a single along the ground. That's deep cover. Stayed in his crease and came onto the middle of his bat. He's up to 2, the lead 173. We've got 9 minutes to go until lunch, so might squeeze in this over, another, and possibly a third, but it's not really in Cummins or Australia's interest to do that. They've only bowled 22.2 overs so far this morning, and they'll be happy with that moribund over rate, because it just slows down England's scoring rate.
I'll tell you the bit that I didn't recognise yesterday was some of the fielding.
Stark to Bairstow. Bairstow clatters one out through a backward point. It'll only be a single as he's found the fielder. Deep backward point, one more to the total. Bairstow to 30.
And just as I bring that up, this is the bit that kind of gets my goat a little bit. So Mitchell Stark bowled a ball. It got hit out to deep point. There are 3 men on the leg side boundary. Not one of them bothered to run in to back that thrower. Mitchell Stark himself had to run around to near where the square leg umpire was to back up the throw. He's bowling his 22nd, 23rd over. He's got a bit of a leg complaint. He's got a shoulder complaint. He shouldn't be the one having to back up that throw. And he's telling his fielders, he threw his arms up wide and said, hey, give me a chop out, guys.
And he's absolutely right.
He's furious.
You are really looking out for Mitchell Stark, because yesterday you were furious when he had to go from fine leg to fine leg for the right and left hander.
They changed that today too, I noticed. Travis Head was doing a bit of that.
Stark into Wood. Wood is beaten on the outside edge. A snorter, a ripper at 86 miles an hour, and Stark can only throw his head back and laugh at the injustice of it all. But you know, they've only got themselves to blame. They could have been bowling these balls earlier. We have seen wickets going to good balls, and there was a passage of play today which was just so needlessly passive. It was giving England 5-6 singles and over, and now we see that well-directed fast bowling with a new ball can be really quite difficult to face. A bit of a challenge. Stark at the top of his mark, taking his time as ever. Runs in a slip and a gully. 4 men saving one on either side. This is again outside the off stump, and Wood just dangles the bat a little and pulls it back inside the line. I think, judging by the way England are batting here, they're not intending to declare at lunch, which surprises me actually.
Well, We're seeing Wood facing at the moment, to be fair.
Well,
and,
but we also saw Wood go hard.
Yes, well, they're not, but they're not short balls, are they? They're ones that he's got to play as if you are a proper batsman.
And he's not even trying to just
he's not,
fling,
he's
get
not,
the edge.
No,
you know.
he's not.
We've got a long leg, a deep back to square, and a deep mid-wicket now, which sort of suggests the short ball. This could be a bluff, of course. Stark is in, left arm over. Wood, open stance, lets it go. Full, outside the off stump. Bairstow will have strike at the start of the next over with 6 minutes to go till lunch. It's 7 for 491.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas with England 7 for 491. Lead 174. 5 minutes to go till lunch. Bairstow's doing some gardening. Does he want 2 overs before lunch or not? Don't know. All a bit baffling. Hazelwood in the attack, making adjustment to his field, sending mid-wicket back. And now extra covers going back. They might have thought about that 30 seconds ago. Here's Hazelwood. Into Bairstow. Bairstow carves at a ball outside the off stump, down to the boundary for 4. There is a deep third and a deep backward point, but he hit it with such ferocity and timing. It wasn't a great ball either, a bit short outside the off stump. Bairstow goes to 34. The lead advances to 178.
Yeah, really poor ball from Josh Hazelwood, and Pat Cummins will be really disappointed with that. It's just been all series, I reckon. They've just kind of let England's aggression get to them a little bit, and yep, sure, they play some outrageous shots sometimes, but when you're giving a player like Bairstow that much width, that's just a freebie.
Sure is. There's one lone slip and 3 men deep on the offside and fairly deep mid-off and mid-on. Bairstow drives down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. Full on drive. Lovely shot from Bairstow. But 2 not great balls from Josh Hazelwood. 1 short outside the off stump, then over-correcting. Half volley on middle and leg. Dispatched by Bairstow. Goes to 38. Lead up to 182.
Lovely shot from Bairstow, but again, you're right. It's not a good ball for him. I mean, this is a crucial period of play for Australia. They've taken the second new ball. There is a little bit in this pitch when you pitch it up and nip it around, but he's bowled a cut shot and then a half volley.
That's it. What's he going to do with the next delivery? Outside the off stump, pushed with soft hands into the offside. Bairstow wants to come back for a second. He does. He gets there, and in so doing, he brings up Josh Hazelwood's 100 and England's 500. That is a measure of England's dominance in this game. Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, all gone for 100, and now the 500 is up. 7 for 501. And obviously this home crowd is loving every minute of this, because it's not often they get the chance to torture Australia, and that's what they're doing. This is torture. Australia are a rabble at the moment as Hazelwood is in. Bairstow cuts again. He'll just get the single for it this time as it goes down to Marsh at deep backward point.
Quickest England have ever made 500 against Australia. Just the 95.5 overs.
How many test matches have they played against Australia?
359, this is 360, I think.
I mean, if you told us at the start of this, well, if you told us at the end of the last Ashes that England would register their fastest 500 against Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood, Green, Marsh, you wouldn't really believe it. It's a measure of how far England's come. It's also a little bit of a measure of how Australia has played this game. Now, they're at least expanding the slip cordon. 2 slips in a gully for Wood as Hazelwood is into him. Wood flicks fine, and he's going to pick up another boundary. Down the leg side, it's a 3rd boundary in the over. 15 have come so far. The lead is rocketing up to 189. Is Cummins going to slow down play now? There's 2 minutes to go till lunch. He'd love to not bowl another over, is my guess.
And if they do, I think Pat Cummins is going to have to bowl it from Josh Hazelwood's end. I would have thought. I mean, this is the kind of over that gets you dragged out of the attack. I don't want to harp on it. It's been enterprising batting from these guys, but he's not had to take a risk.
Hazelwood turns and runs in. Last ball of the over. And Wood is bowled off stump out of the ground. Now they're going to take lunch at this point. Why are they taking lunch now? It's 1 minute to go. I mean, I don't understand that. It's the last ball, I think, of the session. I don't know, actually. The umpires are just waiting. Let's just have a little look here. Bairstow's walking off. I don't know why he's walking off. Well, they're all now walking off. So Wood, bowled by Hazelwood. It completes an extraordinary over. 15 runs came off it, and a top-of-off delivery is done for Wood. So England go into lunch on 8 for 506. With 24 overs bowled, Wood goes for 6. And with 1 minute to go, they could have turned around and had another over, but the umpires have decided against it. So you could argue it's Australia's session in a way. They've taken 4 wickets. But it doesn't really feel like that. The lead has advanced from 67 to 189, 122 runs in the session from 24 overs, which is just over 5 and over. Bairstow going very healthily. And the lead, 189. Are England come out and bat again after lunch? What do you think?
I think they probably should get a few more runs, slog a couple. If they get all out, then so be it. I think that would...
They lose overs in the changeover.
They do, but it would also mean Australia's opening batters have less time to kind of pad up. Yeah, I think you go out and do it. You probably need every run at this point. I think England would probably want to ideally only bat once in this game, especially with the weather forecast. We don't know what it's going to be. Everyone's playing a bit of a guessing game on that front. But yeah, I think I'd come back out and bat.
Well, what a weird old over that was to finish off with. Josh Hazelwood, it looks like the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 105, but it went for 15 in that last over, 3 boundaries. Whereas all rather ill-directed. Stark has 2 for 118. Cummins finally got a wicket when he bowled Stokes, who's trying to flick across a straight one. That was the first one to go today. That was a score on 5 for 437. Stokes made 51, like 2 other batters have in this match. All of England's middle order from 3 to 6 making half centuries. Moeen 54, Root 84 yesterday. Harry Brook nicely bowled 61 today. He wasn't at his most fluent, but he got on with the scoring. It's a strange old session with lots of short balls banged in. Johnny Bairstow 41 not out of 39. The other 2 wickets to fall, but I could be 3. Harry Brook was caught at long leg by Stark just inside the boundary of Hazelwood, and that was 6 for 474. Wokes was out to his first ball. 12 runs were scored in the intervening over by Bairstow, and then Wokes was out to his first ball, fishing at a ball outside off stump from Hazelwood, easily taken by Carey for first ball duck. And Mark Wood out to the last ball of the session, clean bowled off stump out the ground. He made 6 from 8, and that was 8 for 506. So Cummins 1 for 105, Hazelwood 4 for 105, Stark 2 for 118, Green 1 for 58, Head, Marsh and Labuschagne all unused today. We're very shortly going to take our lunch break. Before we do, though, I've got the Oracle and I've got Samo, and we've got a little bit of housekeeping to do. Our Macca's I'm Loving It moment. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. What was your I'm Loving It moment of the day?
Tough old couple of days for Australia and a tough session. I'm going to go with that final wicket to close it out. Off stump, out of the ground. Just gives a bit of joy to any Australians who are still up at the moment and just thinking about going to bed. Like, that'll just keep me going for a little bit longer.
Come back after. That's your I'm Loving It moment. But what's your Macca's? Order via Mac delivery on the My Macca's app. Your Macca's delivery of the day.
Slightly different one. Pat Cummins had a lot of messages run out from the coaching staff during that session. Scott Boland, Marcus Harris were making some deliveries of information to Pat Cummins a lot, and that caught my eye because there was a lot of talk about tactics.
That's the Australian team My Delivery app. Yep.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's what I was. They were the words I was searching for. There was a lot of talk about tactics and stuff yesterday. It looks like there was a lot of input coming in from the changing room via the 12th and 13th man. So they're my deliveries of the session.
I like that. That's lovely. Those are our deliveries of the session. So we will be back. I mean, I think that it might even start at 39 minutes past 1 UK time, which would be, call it 1:40. So in Melbourne, 10:40, you can come back for England's last 2 wickets, can't you? Join us
Thank you,
SEN after the lunch break, but you are in the very capable hands throughout the lunch break of Paul Sebastiani.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. That noise you can hear is the hover cover here at Old Trafford, which is actually leaving the pitch. It's been on there for about 20 minutes. There's been a few umbrellas up, but any drizzle that there was through the 40 minutes of the break, or we've been off for about 35 minutes, seems to have stopped because they're going to put the stumps back in, and England are going to resume at 8 for 506. There has not been a declaration, Jeremy Coney. Johnny Bairstow's there on 41 from 39 deliveries. The lead's up to 189. They added 122 in that first session for the loss of 4 wickets in just 24 overs, so another slow over 8 from Australia. They will Stokes for 51, Brook for 61, Wokes for a golden duck, and Wood for 6 gives Josh Hazlewood 4 for 105, the best of the Australian bowlers so far. And yes, I thought they would declare on the basis that they get the 2 overs back, but maybe they're going to head out there for a little while and annoy Khawaja and Warner.
Well, I guess that the fact that, Bairstow's there on 40 odd.
Yep.
He's looked busy. He's looking as if he's intent on, pushing this lead out quite nicely. And then, of course, Broad can also swing a bat, can't he? So I think I'm not sure whether they'll go out and continue with Anderson, but while those two are still at the crease, potentially they could push this lead out a bit more.
Thank you, Jeremy Coney. We'll take a quick break here at Old Trafford. On the other side of it, the middle session of the third day. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Lunch on day 3, England, 8 for 506.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor, and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. IMAR are the tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13IMAR. They're the tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of expert advice from independent owners who really know tyres. It's always advice about what's best for you and your budget. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding. But not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We're about to have the middle session on this third day begin. England, very strong position. 8 for 506, their highest score in Ashes cricket in this country for a very long time. Bairstow still there on 41. Jarrod Kimber jumping in with me. I'm Adam Collins. Jeremy Coney's here too. Our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. I genuinely thought they would declare to get the 2 overs back, but I suppose, as Jeremy pointed out before, Jarrod, they can just punch the Australian Brews here.
Yeah, I mean, this is all the talk about baseball and everything else. This is proper cricket. They're just batting as long as possible to get themselves ahead. It's weird, really. It's not the way that they've gone about things, so I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, make the Australian bowlers bowl until they really hurt. I mean, Mitchell Starc, just before lunch, was clutching his shoulder again, and now he's got the ball in his hand.
So Stark's going to start the session with, 7 fielders on the rope. Make that 8 for Bairstow. They're everywhere. Bairstow drives the first ball of the session out to deep cover. He'll take the single, give the strike over straight away.
We'll get him
Stuart
in singles.
Broad is yet to face a delivery. 42 for Bairstow. A bit different to the feeling of that right now. The intensity of that particular test match. 8 for 507, England.
They should be able to score roughly a run of ball here, Jeremy.
Well, while Broad's there, yes, if they can get off strike, and they'll presumably alter the fields, and we can see that happening in front of our eyes now. We've got sort of 2 games going on, one when Broad's facing and one when Bairstow is. And that's kind of fair enough. It will take a long time to keep changing, of course. So the slow over rate is going to continue. Wind's picking up, guys.
It is quite funny that they just don't care about the over rate, even with the point concerns for them. They'll just get the rules changed again, I guess. That's their strategy. Stark bowls here, Broad on leg stump, into the onside, gets one. Off the mark from his first ball. 8 for 508, lead 191. Sorry, it's a leg by. Came off the front pad, not the inside edge. Yeah, I'd imagine, Jarrod, they've gamed it and thought, well, we've already got the rules changed once. Because they'll lose points. They'll lose World Test Championship points for this innings, without a doubt, unless...
Is that rain coming in, Colo?
Well, it was certainly raining about 10 minutes ago.
It's raining
drizzling.
right now. The umpires are just having a look.
Yes, so Brollies are up in the eastern stand. But, yeah, between balls, it's got a little bit heavier.
The umpires couldn't be moving any slower here.
So,
okay,
we're going to continue. Which I've got to say, this might mean England lose a couple more overs than was necessary had they just pulled the pin then. But anyway, that moment's passed. Bairstow 42. He'll surely be swinging here. Stark delivers. Inside edge and nearly runs into leg stump. Bairstow's watching it all the way back and pretending that Alex Carey or someone like that is going to do something to run him out or something like that. End of...
They're coming off?
No, they're coming off. Yeah, that's it. That's the last ball for the time being. A 3-ball session. We'll just ride through and get a sense of how heavy it is. It's difficult from our angle.
I mean, it's properly right. I was a bit shocked they went on with those couple of balls, because after that first ball, it was pretty obvious. It's driving in sideways, which I always thought when you're batting, that's the worst kind of rain. Where it's kind of coming in under your hat or under your helmet lid. So you want a good, straight down rain.
Well, the straight down rain. I'm sure I've told you this before, Jarrod, but that's why we don't have the England style covers in Australia that you roll onto the pitch, because we get sideways rain in Australia far more.
I didn't realise that.
It's a Jim Maxwell thing that he told me years ago. I believe it because it's Jim. Now, this is the first rain delay we've had in the Test match, Jeremy. We expected it to be a factor at different stages. The forecast for tomorrow is horrendous, but the fact that they're not on today, that might have to change Stokes' decision-making process around how long they go on for.
The game now is all about 10 wickets for England. And whether they think that there's a substantial difference between 187 or whatever it is now, or just over 190.
191.
Yeah. Or 215. I don't think that actually matters too much, to be honest. So the sooner they get out there, the better, and start their bowling now.
Just going to take a quick break here, Jeremy. On the other side of it, we'll continue our conversation. Rain tumbling down, wouldn't say tumbling, spitting down. There are umbrellas, but it's not it's not a downpour or anything quite like that. England added 2 runs in the 3 balls after lunch before the rain started. 8 for 508 is the score. Bairstow 42, Broad yet to score. And our coverage is for Henley Homes. Land from $350,000. Build your dream. Henley Home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. And for Macca's, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with you. Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber with me. Our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jarrod, you've got your hand on my arm. You've seen something.
Is there something wrong with the hover cover? Because I've heard it, they started it straight away, and it's still not out there. They've got a normal cover out.
That's a very good question.
You can hear it. You probably just hear it in the effects mic.
I've had to turn the effects mic down because of it.
Yeah.
So you can see umpire Saggers, the 4th umpire, is just beneath us. We're a little bit obscured due to the camera gantry right in front of our...
Is it doing a donut down there?
Otherwise brilliant box, but... You're right. Maybe there is something amiss.
Chucking a doughy downstairs.
Yes.
Someone just having some fun with it. But yeah, it's
that's
not hovering.
Or they're saying that it's so light, the rain, that they feel it's not going to last very long. If we look up just for a second from where the clouds, whence they're coming.
But it took them longer to get that out there than it usually does for the hover cover. Because I'm with you. I do understand what you mean from that. But there's no... That wasn't plan A. The cover they have out there wasn't plan A, because it took a long time. A lot of rain actually got on the surface, more than you would normally have. So something went wrong. Plus, it's really... Listen to you can just hear the clutch. I don't think it's hovering.
Well, usually, even the way that the way the sheet is covering the square, it's in kind of a skew whiff kind of fashion, isn't it? It's
It looks like a club. It looks like a club.
Yeah,
sheet at the moment, doesn't it?
and I'll go one step further. They haven't pegged them in. They're standing on the covers. So I reckon the ground staff have expected the hover cover to come out straight away, and this is plan B. This is the contingency we're seeing. So the delay will continue. A reminder that in the first session today, England resumed at 4 for 384, a lead of 67. And they lost Stokes for 51, bowled by Pat Cummins, and one part of the sheet's gone up. This is very club cricket energy at the moment here at Old Trafford. Stokes was bowled by Cummins, his opposing number for 51 from 74 balls. He put on 86 with Harry Brook. Brook was caught by Stark at long leg from the bowling of Hazelwood just inside the rope for 61. He faced 100 balls for that. That was when the score was 6 for 474. Then Chris Wokes was out from Hazelwood's next delivery, albeit an over later, so there was 12 runs added between times, but Wokes caught behind for a golden duck, which put Hazelwood on a hat-trick, which he didn't claim, but he did knock over Mark Wood on the stroke of lunch for 6 from 8 balls. At that point, England were 8 for 506, which is a score they dined on. Bairstow 41 not out, the lead 189, and they've added 2 runs since then, 1 leg by and 1 run for Johnny Bairstow, which means England are 191 runs in the black. The other point here is that if this rain delay ends up being the catalyst for England pulling out, they've effectively lost 3 overs because there's the 1 over they're playing in, plus the 2 for the changeover not being a meal break. I don't know whether they would have talked about this, but
I'm not sure that's going to matter that much unless Saturday is apocalyptic, as we think, and then Sunday follows suit.
Sure, it shouldn't. But if they end up in a situation where Australia put a shift in, in their second innings and bat for 4 or 5 sessions, then every minute will count if they're chasing something in challenging conditions on a pitch that's already shown some tendency to be up and down.
Definitely. I think the rain is just stopping, or at least easing off. I mean, no one's put their umbrellas down yet.
I can see a lot of people over at the imaginatively named The Bar through the gap between the hotel and the pavilion, and no one's got an umbrella up over there.
I've not had a chance to talk about this, but I know that Jeremy will absolutely care a lot about this. The Jimmy Anderson N sign is incredibly tiny.
Yes.
And yet on the hotel is the biggest exit sign I've ever seen anywhere.
Oh, yes.
Look at the size of the exit sign on the hotel over there. Surely that's how big Jimmy Anderson's name should be.
that sign is 10 to 15 times bigger than the James Anderson end.
Yeah.
Tiny little plaque over there on the old pavilion, which has been there since the 19th century. It's
a beautiful old stand.
Bombed by the Germans in World War II. They did a rebuilding effort in the early 40s.
I remember being in there one day. I think it might have been for finals day or something, and Bumble was here, and he was in the long room, the main pavilion, and they wouldn't let him in, the security guard, and I was like, if you don't let Bumble in here, and like I had to try and intervene and say, I think you can let this up. He's not just a fan.
No, he's an awful lot more.
Umpires are back.
Here they come,
and they've turned off the hover cover.
Umpire Menon and Umpire Wilson crossing the rope and going out for a little look-see. But yes, a ground that these days is a multi-purpose venue with all the big gigs they have here. We've heard from Bumble during the week, but Bowie, Oasis, Springsteen, Radiohead, Muse, Rihanna, they've all played here since the renovation a decade ago where they spun the square around. And that's why a lot of people have asked on the text line 0433 98 11 16, what's the go with a temporary stand holding 9,000 people? Why not build a grandstand? Well, that's because they ripped that down to put the staging for the massive gigs, and that's backstage and so on, and the rest of the seating bowl is used to pack it out, and they must make more money from that than they do cricket, Jeremy.
Single cover coming off, not covers. Pitch should be a little bit damp, the run-up should be a little bit damp, so we won't go straight back on because we didn't actually put anything there. Rihanna, of course, she's related to Craig Brathwaite. Is she like
she went to school with Carlos Brathwaite.
She went to school with all the Barbados boys, so she knows a lot of those guys. But I think she's related to Craig Brathwaite.
Oh, right.
And of course, the West Indian assistant coach, Roddy Eswick, was her teacher. She met up with him at the World Cup in 2019.
Whereas she came to a World Cup game where the Windies were playing Sri Lanka up at Durham, and she was in the stands giving it absolutely everything.
She went to 2 games that tournament. The first one she went to was to meet Roddy, and then the second time she went to party with everyone. I remember a couple of days later, Roddy did a press conference and no one asked him about Rihanna, and he was absolutely shocked.
Well, she's very well prepared to play here then, isn't she?
Well, it's not as wet as it has been here in different test matches. In 1938, not a single ball was bowled between Australia and England. 1912, the summer of the ill-fated triangular series, where Australia did get on here against South Africa, and Samo will colour in the blanks here, but Jimmy Matthews took, was it 2 hat-tricks in one day?
2 hat-tricks, well, 2 hat-tricks in the match, yeah.
Well, I think it was on the same day, wasn't it?
Could have been, actually. I haven't checked that, but...
How do I know that and you don't?
Tommy Ward was victim in both of those hat-tricks. I remember that part.
It was very ordinary Australian side because the players were on strike for that tour.
Yes, that's right, because they wanted Frank Laver, who dominated here in 1909 and took a bag of 8. They wanted him to be the tour manager. And for whatever reason, they didn't let it happen. And Clem Hill said, not going. Victor Trumper said, not going either.
Yeah, quite a few of them. Those are the 2 best batters of that era, other than Hobbs, and neither of them came out. It was and also, it gave us the ICC. So it was a really disastrous thing in many different ways, Jeremy.
So the Australians are making their way back down the steps. Other classics here as well. 1896, where Ranjasinghe on debut made 154.
Is that the one where he was supposed to be picked for another test and the selectors didn't pick him because he wasn't considered English enough?
Right.
And then up here they went, we can make a lot of money if he plays.
Yeah. He
was considered what was the name they had for him? It was a weird racial term. It was like a bird of fancy or something.
I would encourage you not to guess.
No, it wasn't. It was very coded, is what I mean. Because there was a lot of English players, of course, not born in England at that time, but Ranji caused more of an issue.
I think the best of the lot, pick of the litter, is 1902. The Tate match, where, again, I think it's probably more one for Samo than us, but Victor Trumper making a century before lunch on day 1. Australia eventually winning by 3 runs. Neville Carter's there as a 13-year-old boy, allegedly, but yes, Tate on debut.
Fred Tate, yes, Sussex seam bowler, having a great season. He wasn't a great player. His only test match. Australia had a small lead after the first innings and were 16 for 3. In the second innings, was not very far ahead, and Joe Darling, the Australian captain, hit one up in the air. Fred Tate dropped it, and he went on to make a vital 30-odd. Australia set in England 120-odd, and Fred Tate came in at number 11 with 8 runs needed, hit 4, and Johnny Saunders yorked him. They won by 3 runs.
I think one of 2 test matches Saunders played, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
I think there was another mistake that Tate made as well. So the drop catch is one, but there's another one where he was supposed to be fielding at square leg or something, and he got caught in the wrong position, and the ball was hit straight past him again and went for another bounce. Like, he had an incredibly poor test match. And was it Rhodes or Hurst he kept out of the side? There was one of those.
It was Rhodes,
wasn't it?
And he was so devastated after the test that he went out on the middle of the pitch and cried himself to all parts. And that was that. He never played a game.
Well, the other part of that story is that he allegedly said, well, I've got a young lad who'll make up for all that. And that was his son, Morris Tate, who was a great English seamer between the wars.
I think that one is made up, that part of the story. But it's really nice, so let's keep it.
All right, so the Sun's back out at Manchester after all of that. Thanks, lads. Nice rainfall. Here's Mitchell Starc over the wicket to continue his first over after lunch. Bowls here down the leg side, 4 byes. Radar off. That all helps. Carey had no chance whatsoever. Starc bowling with a ball that's only 6.5 overs old, and that really did hoop. It was misdirected to start with. 8 for 512 England. Jeremy Coney.
And will the ball now be wet as it's run over the ground right down to the boundary?
He bowled that like it was already wet.
Did go, didn't it?
Yeah, actually.
Gosh, that's an ugly replay for Australia for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Looks like Jimmy's padded up. Will he bat one last time on his home ground here at Old Trafford?
No one for him to reverse sweep, so there's no point for him to come out.
So for Bairstow, we've got now every fielder back with the exception of the slip. Starc delivers here. Bairstow plays out to deep cover for 1. Takes a single from the 5th ball of the over. 8 for 513. Bairstow 43 back to Broad.
Again, good swing for Starc. Starting it out quite wide of the right-hander's off stump, and then it certainly careered back in. So 5 overs, and it's substantial swing.
So we get one look here at Broad. Can he?
Surely another slip. Surely.
Yeah, it's so spread for Broad. And what are they doing here? Are they trying to say we want Broad to take a single? So we've got fielders back, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, backward square leg, fine leg, deep backward point, and deep cover. Broad's faced one ball. Got a slip. Bowls here, Broad defends it and takes the single. So if that's what they wanted, that's what they've got. End of the over, 8 for 514. We're going to change in commentary. Jarrod Kimber's jumping out. Peter Lawler's jumping in for the first time today. That's the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Jarrod gets, after all that, 1 over on commentary, but interrupted over the rain. Yes, instrumental in how we're seeing the game. The lead of 197. We'll hear from him later on. Broad off the mark with that single as well. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And for Henley Homes, land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnie Brook. Pete Lawler, g'day.
Did you hear about the ABC weatherman in Sydney?
Tell me.
Did the weekend weather report? Can you imagine what the first item on the weather report was?
Manchester.
Yep. The radar up. There's a big storm off the west coast of Ireland, just over the Arran Island sort of area there. Lovely part of the world.
Is he?
Lovely part of the world.
Right, yes.
But that's going to be moving east.
I reckon you've got to be a certain kind of fan to be willing the rain to wash this out.
An Australian one.
Well, let's go through this. Hazelwood round the wicket. He's got 4 wickets. Broad edging to first slip on the bounce off the Q end of the bat, I reckon. So no concerns. It was well wide of the off stump. But yeah, I reckon there's 2 ways of seeing this. There's they want Australia to bat out a gutsy draw and win the Ashes that way, or just to have a torrential downpour for 2 days. I don't think every fan would want the latter.
No, it strikes me as a little perverse, but I think that there'll be a lot of Australians be really happy when they turn on the radio tomorrow and hear the hovercraft.
Yes.
If the hovercraft is working again. It's been sabotaged.
Yeah.
Broad facing Hazelwood, striving for a 5-wicket bag, pushed out to cover, won't get it here. Broad gets a single. It's wide of the man at mid-off. He's 2, the lead's up to 198, 8 for 515.
There's some suggestion it was a member of the Australian coaching staff seen with a cup of sugar near the petrol tank of the hovercraft.
Cutting the fuel lines, that kind of thing.
That kind of thing. Yeah, sugar in the fuel tank, something, I don't know. I'm told that works.
Okay. You're the sort of person who would know the answer to that. Hey, I've got a question to ask you, Pete. I want you to tell me the full story of what on earth is going on with Mitchell Marsh from the top, please. We've got dribs and drabs on the broadcast today, but none of it makes sense to me. All of it feels a little bit wrong. And you're the man who's got to know what the real story is, or at least as much as we can know from how far are we away from the Aussie team. Hazelwood in, bowls to Bairstow on 43, defends, takes the single that's on offer to deep point. There are singles everywhere. He's 44. They're not playing the milk the strike game, England. England are like, we'll take every run out there, but Australia are still giving Bairstow the single, and they're not trying to get him out. The lead 199, 8 for 516. Pete?
Honesty tends to die around injuries, doesn't it? There is no truth. There is no transparency when it comes to player injuries. The team's quite happy with this. I think this sort of instruction tends to come down from the top. And Andrew McDonald, if it's not coming from you, I apologise, but I reckon it probably is.
Hazelwood to Broad, swings, chips it up, in between mid-on and mid-off. It just lands in front of Muswin Khawaja. Didn't quite have the room to dive. It wouldn't have made a difference, so they get an ugly run. Broad to 3, leads up to an even 200. 8 for 517. What a performance it's been.
An ugly run, but a nice little milestone for Stuart Broad. He's got 1,000 test runs against Australia.
Yeah.
It's only his 6th player to do the double of 1,000 runs and 100 wickets against a particular country. Ian Botham and Wilfred Rhodes have both done it against Australia. I'll give you the 3 who've done it against England after this.
And both of them completed it in most famous circumstances at Melbourne, didn't he? Hazelwood bowls here off the back foot, punching hard is Bairstow. Doesn't quite get it out to the rope. It looked a chance of beating the sweeper. That's Cameron Green. They get 2. Bairstow up to 46, 8 for 519, because Botham's 100th wicket against Australia was the 82-83 win at Melbourne.
The 3-run win, that's right.
3-run win, yeah.
George Giffen. Yeah, back in the day, the great Australian all-rounder from the 19th century, did it against England. So did Monty Noble, and so did Gary Sobers.
Thank you, Samo.
Welcome.
Nice club for Stuart Broad to join. And I'm sure he'll know.
And I'm sure the other members will be happy to have him there.
Yeah.
Lively presence.
Why not?
Nice young chap.
Good fun. Hazelwood to finish the over. Short ball, Bairstow swings and misses. End of the over. 8 for 519. The lead's up to 202. Broad 3, Bairstow 46. And for the first time today, we welcome audiences in Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, Tasmania, Northern Territory and New Zealand after tonight's AFL and NRL broadcasts. Adam Collins with you. Peter Lalor with me. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain as well. To recap on the day's events between overs here, Australia were in strife overnight. England were 4 for 384 and they added a further 122 runs between the start of play and lunch. Stokes 51, Brook 61, Wokes made a golden duck and Wood was bowled for 6 on the stroke of lunch. Hazelwood picking up 3 of the 4 wickets to fall in that first session. The lead then at lunch was 189. It's now up to 202 after about a 7-minute rain delay just after the long break. England looking to press home the advantage and bat all the way through. Jimmy Anderson's padded up and ready to come out as number 11 when the time comes that the 9th wicket falls. Mitch Stark aiming for that here. Stark away from us, bowling his 24th over. Broad chipping again, this time over cover. Won't go for 4, but they do get back for 2. Broad 5. England 8 for 521.
So 17 minutes into the day's play, with all the journalists sitting there going, Mitch Marsh isn't there. That's not a good sign because, you know, unless he's missed the bus, you generally expect players to be on the field first thing in the morning, don't you? And the only reason they should be off the field is if they're injured. So we asked the team, and we were told there were no issues. He'll be back on the field at some point. I said, well, you know, it doesn't really work like that, does it? You can't be off the field with no issues. When this was pointed out, there was an admission that there was some stiffness.
Slip of the gully, Stark bowls, Broad swings, short delivery. Out to Whitish mid-on for 1. Kawaja does the fielding, Broad 6. 8 for 523.
Nursing some stiffness from yesterday, will be back. So, yeah, it's that reluctance to admit that there's any issue, any injury. I mean, you've seen a similar discussion around Sam Kerr in the World Cup, haven't you? Where the Matildas were reluctant to release that information early enough. But what tactical advantage you get by not being upfront about what's wrong with Mitch Marsh in this situation, I don't care. I mean, it's a fly speck on the pulpit, but a little bit of transparency wouldn't hurt.
Between time, Sky reported that's a lower leg issue with Marsh, for what it's worth. Stark in, bowls here, Bairstow, leading edge nearly, back to Stark, lands about 2 metres in front of him, no run.
Well, the miracle recovery really is Stark, who must be quite stiff actually. I saw him stretching unusually at the top of his mark there, and I guess the first delivery after the break indicated some stiffness, but I didn't expect to see him back on the field the way he left it yesterday, the way he clutched that shoulder and the amount of pain he seemed to be in. You thought it was quite a serious injury, but I'm really surprised to see him out there bowling. I mean, we've seen him bowl through injury before, but he doesn't seem affected by it, does he?
He got strapped up this morning. So 2 for 124 Stark to Bairstow on his leg stump. Out to deep square for 1. Lead 207, Bairstow nearing a milestone. He's 47. Jeremy, there are still 8 men out when Bairstow's facing, but he is taking the single. He's not protecting Broad. It makes no sense.
They're just taking runs, aren't they? Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. But there have been quite a few things we can't follow.
I mean, just work this out for me. So if they, in this situation, were trying to get Bairstow out, they'd at least have a couple of catching there.
You'd think so. And you'd certainly have them there for Broad as well.
Well, hang on. There's 2 balls left in the over, right? And we've still got the field spread. I kind of understand they may want Broad on strike, but there's a few in. There's 4 in. Stark bowls, Broad shows his stumps. It's yorked him, but he gets it down to mid-on, which is too deep. So therefore they get a single anyway. I suppose they wanted that outcome with 1 ball left in the over. 8 for 524, lead 207, Broad 7. Just like there's one team's playing the milk to strike game, that's Australia. England aren't interested.
They aren't, however, letting England score boundaries with abandon, which would be the worst thing in this situation. If England make 50 slowly, that suits Australia better, doesn't it?
So it's going to be Stark to finish. His 24th over. To Bairstow, who drives out to deep point to the temporary permanent stand. Moves to 48 retains the strike. 99 overs gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's save. England 8 for 525.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai pantherised that. Picks up a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Hazelwood's got 4 for 110, bowled pretty well before lunch. 3 wickets, 2 in a hurry. So Bairstow on strike, a slip in, and everyone else on the rope more or less. Hazelwood bowls to Bairstow out to deep mid-wicket where there's a little bit of a gap in the spread of sweepers, but they can only get one. He's 49, leads 209. So I don't think we're waiting for a declaration here. I think they're doing as Jeremy was keen on earlier today, batting through and
pushing it higher and higher,
ignoring the rain,
yeah.
Even if it means they don't have as much time to take 10 wickets today.
Yep.
May well be they've already got enough runs to bat once. If they get on a roll the second time and scoreboard pressure gets the better of Australia.
Hazelwood looking for his 5th wicket here. He's bowled well today. They've looked a hell of a lot better today, Australia. I know you guys are sort of...
well, a bit more controlled, haven't they?
Yeah.
They actually seemed confused yesterday. Today they've had at least plans and they've stuck to them.
They'd lost control, like the woman in the Joy Division song.
Hazelwood bowls, broad swings after showing his stumps, and it just goes past the leg stump, not far away from Hazelwood's 5th.
We always knew when you appointed a bowler, a fast bowler, as captain, that there would be days like that. And I suppose it's not surprising that it comes in such a crowded, when the schedule is so crowded and the style of... Hang on, what? Are they booing me? What's going on?
Loud boos. No idea what's that's all about.
It's a beer leak.
Oh, right, that's why. Hazelwood bowls, broad swings, high in the air, should be taken by Hazelwood in his follow-through, and it is. For the 10th time in Test cricket, Josh Hazelwood has a 5-wicket bag. He's bowled really well today, put in a shift when times have been tough for Australia. 5 for 111 for Hazelwood, 9 for 526 England. And Stuart Broad walking off after a brief innings and a brief partnership with Johnny Bairstow. He made 7. England lose their 9th wicket with the score on 5:26.
What's the lead now?
209.
You know what I like about the way this morning's been conducted? There's a calmness to it. And the Australians won't have to start their innings sort of emerging from the chaos like they would have perhaps if they'd had to bat yesterday. They've taken a deep breath. The field is, they've settled in the field, and they haven't been inundated by the English attack. And when I say attack, I mean their batters. I was worried early because I saw Stokes crunching fours early, and at one point David Warner cowered at cover because he couldn't see a ball and was worried about getting hurt.
Taking this ovation, just about everybody here at Old Trafford to their feet for their local hero, James Anderson. Jimmy Anderson turns 41 at the end of the month. Singing that familiar song, The Barmy Army, drummed up for him nearly 20 years ago. To think, what were you doing when James Anderson started playing Test cricket in the May of 2003? Not a bad topic, actually. What was happening in May 2003? Give us historical reference points. 0433 98 11 16. Out here at Old Trafford, quite possibly for the final time in Test cricket. His 182nd Test match. And we know he loves to reverse sweep his first ball. That'll be tough with Hazelwood. Good luck with that.
and also a leg slip-in position.
Yes. He might give it a go anyway, you know. The switch hit or something like that. He did take time to smile there. We're seeing on our screen for Tyre Power.
Jeez.
Sail on Falcon tyres when he was walking out. Just a brief smile and acknowledging what's going on around him.
Is that the third smile from him in 21 years of cricket?
Hazelwood from the Jimmy Anderson end to Jimmy Anderson. He's got 5 up. Can he finish it here? First ball up. It's the stickers of his bat down into the pitch. No concerns with that back foot defence. 9 for 526.
I don't know. I think he almost trod on his stumps there. Looks a bit shaky to me.
Yeah, it wasn't a comfortable backward defence stroke, was it? There was an element of shielding my body in it.
That nervous grin after he played the shot. Smile number 4.
So we're in the arm guard. I'd imagine trying to hit his fingers might be a priority here as well. Hazelwood delivers. Anderson down the leg side, doesn't glove it. End of a successful over for Australia. There'll be a change in commentary. Oh no, my apologies. 1 ball to come. I thought we were there. Watching back the broad dismissal. Australia celebrating their wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. It hung in the air for a long time for Hazelwood. Took her fingers down, but massive mitts.
Looked extremely confident under that delivery, didn't he? He just thought, he's not dropping this. He's a good fielder.
So we've got the short leg slip in a gully. Hazelwood last ball here to Anderson. Anderson just gets under a bouncer. Thought about playing at it. Best that he doesn't. Now 100 overs gone. Changing commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross will be coming in for me with the score. 9 for 526. Anderson yet to score. Bairstow 49 and the lead on 209.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Pete Lalor, Jeremy Coney, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, are burbling away in the background.
Steve Smith has his hands in his pocket. Sorry to interrupt there. I'm sure you'll find your train of thought again. Must be quite cold out there. Both you gentlemen have got jackets on.
It's cold. It's cold and it's baffling. I don't know why England are batting. It's a waste of everyone's time as Stark runs away from us to Bairstow. England 9 down, the lead 209. The field is spread far and wide, hither and yon. Stark in, pulled by Bairstow. Out to the boundary for 6. Through deep backward square leg. That was nothing more than a little shorthand jab, as Richie Bedeau would say, and Bairstow raises his bat in acclamation to the crowd. His 37th score of 50 plus in Test cricket. 12 times he's made 100. And it's been a good little knock for Bairstow. He's been much maligned in this series, but he's taken a great catch in the first innings, and now he's playing a nice little cameo to get England into an insuperable position, but you'd argue they're already there now. And the time might have arrived to bowl. The Stark is in. Oh, block hole delivery. Dug out by Bairstow, who then says no. He raises his bat in his left hand and performatively remains in his crease. And Anderson has got his bat behind the line. It's all pantomime stuff. Andrew Sampson.
51 balls, 5 fours and a 6 for his 50. He's the 6th of the top 7 in the innings to get a 50.
Has that ever happened before?
Twice for England. Back in 1893 at the Oval against Australia and 1930 at Kingston.
Well, I never.
So there you go.
You see, there's almost no one alive who's witnessed this, Jeremy, and you seem yet so blasé about it. The privilege you have to watch this unfold.
I appreciate the 50 I've watched.
The Stark is in. It's a Bairstow wide of the off stump, hideously wide, and not given as a wide. It was so wide, it might have been. There are no fielders anywhere near Stark, so the keeper, Carey, has to throw the ball back to Stark. At one point earlier today, you know, when that run out that didn't happen took place, the throw came into Carey and he dislodged the bails with his gloves. Carey actually just tossed the ball to the square leg umpire, not to examine it, just went, you have the ball, and then the square leg umpire picked it up and threw it to mid wicket. It was all a bit village at that point. This is looking a trifle village now. Everybody's on the bounce. It's like a Mike Brearley one-day international field as Stark is in, and Bairstow drives the ball down the ground and doesn't take the single. This is baffling.
Bairstow's calls of no, he puts his hands up. It's almost histrionics about it, like Jimmy Anderson's got a gun and is going to shoot him. Please don't shoot! Don't run! I think
of the children.
Anderson's going to try and pilfer the strike.
Or they start to
terrifying thought.
Start to come in now.
Now they're having a chat.
Like a drawstring around a sort of a plastic bag. In they all come.
Have they not decided in advance that they need to have this chat? Yes, like a drawstring around a plastic bag. Yeah.
Like the top of your jammies?
Like a decompressing lung.
I'm not going to reveal that.
Do you wear pyjamas?
No.
Do you wear pyjamas, Pete? It's a very personal question, I know. And Stark is in, 5th ball of the over to Bairstow with the field in, and that's down the leg side. It goes through, dribbles through really to Carey, who's hurt himself in the process, much to the mirth of this crowd who are lacking in sympathy. They run.
I'm somewhat prudish. I'm not a never nude.
No.
You know about never nudes, don't you?
Well, I presume the clue's in the phrase, yeah? They are never nude. Would that be right?
No, they always have a second pair of trousers under their trousers.
Oh, no. I mean, no. Clothes are impeding in bed. It's not a place for clothes. No. Stark, last ball of the over, into Bairstow, full, clipped away through the onside. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Anderson will be on strike at the start of the next over. England's lead burgeons out to 220. And at the end of the over on the Beaumont-Tile scoreboard, by Beaumont's and save, England are 9 for 536.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Anderson's on strike, risking his brittle fingers against the burly paceman that is Josh Hazlewood, running in from his only named end. And Anderson, fends at a short ball, and it pops up in the air to where a sort of short backward point would be. And we've got a change in the expert box. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. David Bumble-Lloyd is back.
I just wonder, he's going to get peppered with bounces, Jimmy Anderson. Just get under one and run through to the keeper. I'm sure they would have talked about it. They talk a lot, these two.
Have you seen Alex Carey's return, mate?
I have seen it.
He's very good. It keeps him in the crease. He played a long game when he stumped Johnny Bairstow. Don't you worry about that.
Hazlewood's taken 5 in this innings, 5 for 111. Doesn't quite tell the story. But he's in now, round the wicket to Anderson. Close fielders all around him. Short bounces through to Carey, and they have run through.
There they go.
And they've got the ball.
Hey.
You're playing with fire, son.
Nostrabumble strikes again.
I knew they were chatting about it. That's the only thing they could have been chatting about. Big, high bouncer looping over the batsman's head, and he scampered through. And I'll tell you, the best gag I've heard for a long, long time. Johnny Bairstow has taken up ironing. Why has he taken up ironing? Because he doesn't like creases.
Every night he's here, folks.
Well, I just looked at that on the replay with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, and the difference this time was that Carey had to throw it overarm. He's an underarm kind of guy. He's like the lobster. What was his name again, Andrew Sampson?
Trevor Chappell.
Oh, well, Trevor Chappell as well, yeah. Oh, no. Don't open up those wounds.
Good
Jeremy
fella.
Coney's in the back of the box.
Good fella.
He's got a face like thunder.
Good fella, Trevor Chappell.
Yep. Right, the field's going to take ages to set, even though it's very simple. Run away, flee, all of you. They all have.
Spread out.
Hazlewood comes into Bairstow, who carves down to deep third for 4. Oh, no, not for 4. It's only a single. Or is it a single? Or is it 4? I'm waiting to see the umpire signal. It's 4. The ball, I'm afraid, is hidden from view by the camera gantry. Bairstow ran. Anderson didn't. They were stuck in mid-pitch. There was concern for a while. There was a thick edge that flew down quite fine. We'll take a look on the replay speed with tyre power. Save on Fulton tyres. It bounces once. Fielder runs round. It's Stark. Eddie stops the ball, but body and hand and whatnot were all in.
If anyone knows what is going on, could they email Dan Norcross at SEN?
It's 4.
Oh, it's a 4.
It's 4, yeah. Finally, we got the signal. Bairstow to 63. The lead 224. Hazelwood into Bairstow, who tucks it into the onside and doesn't take the 2 that's on offer. There's nobody anywhere near that ball. It just went to short mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket. They might have run 2 because the field is so far spread on this giant green sward that is Old Trafford. And I'm getting a bit frustrated now.
Well, I'm enjoying it, and I'm just thinking back to that super catch that Bairstow took, and then Stokes an interview at night. With a catch like that, it usually brings runs, and Bairstow, again, the value to the team, 63 from 58.
Yep. It's been a nice little knock so far as Hazelwood is into him. Short goes through to Carey, and there is no run. You're half wondering, though, here, if Australia are perfectly happy for Bairstow to be batting and England to be batting, and you half wonder if they're going to bother appealing if they think he's going to be out, because all this is time taken up that they don't have to bat.
Well, I mean, that's the thought, that the rain's going to come, so England will need all the time that they've got.
Field comes in.
The drawstring.
The drawstring, the decompressing lung. It's all happening. In comes that field. Yes, and that as well. Pete Lalor is being impish next to me, and it's not broadcastable. Just imagine what the field was like. It was all out on the boundary, and now it's all in on the 1.
Sleaford Imps, first level of the balcony over there.
Last ball of the over. Bairstow clips into the onside. It's running away towards the boundary, eagerly pursued. Don't know why. Let it go, and it has gone for 4. Bairstow to 67, the lead 228. Anderson yet to score. He'll be facing the first ball of the next over. And on the Beaumont Tar scoreboard, by Beaumont's and save, England 9 for 545.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's as a tabarded man comes to take some jumpers away that have been tossed with blithe inattention and abandon on the ground. Cummins is going to bowl. 1 for 105 are his rather wretched figures.
Kind-hearted man who got 100 in county cricket last week, wasn't it? Michael
Nisa. Yeah.
Big 100 too, wasn't it?
Yeah. Speaking of which, now I was looking at the county scores. Josh Tongue was airlifted into Worcestershire's match, more of which in a moment. As Cummins is in to Anderson, he charges down the wicket and pulls him for 4. Well, there's life for the old dog yet. Well, he's just taken down Australia's captain.
Well, what a shot. He's dancing in the air and going away to the leg side, swings the bat, somehow goes for 4. Change of field again after that shot. Party stand erupts.
Just in front of the umpire at square leg and along the ground. Perfect technique, rolled the wrists, and it thundered to the boundary.
Okay.
Jimmy Anderson. So, obviously, there's now a change of field. We have to have a deep square leg out now because they've realised what Anderson's shot is.
Ben Stokes banging the glass in the change rooms in delight.
Cummins is into Anderson, who evades a short ball by standing on one leg and leaning backwards. Yes, Josh Tongue, he didn't play in the first innings of that match, was sent to Worcestershire against Leicestershire, had bagged 4 for when I last saw. He didn't bat in the first innings, so I think it was Chris Wright played the first innings of the match for Worcestershire. And then he's whipped out, and Tongue's allowed to bat and bowl in the second innings. I don't really like that very much. But
Australia did that in Shield cricket.
Did they, yeah?
Yeah.
It feels like it damages the integrity of the game to me. Cummins into Anderson, who's not playing a pull this time. Now there's protection out the boundary. He's not going to go for that again.
And they've got the ways that if England are looking to run through to the keeper for the bouncer, the short-in fielder on the offside moves straight to the stumps.
Yeah,
so the keeper can throw it to him and do the business, do the rest of it.
So me once.
Yeah.
Now, Bairstow's gone down to have a word with him. I don't know what he's saying. So we're watching here. Bairstow's not a Mankad candidate because he's watching very carefully. And now he's standing behind the crease. He's watching, and away he goes as Anderson then just fends at a short ball into the offside. Rather uncertainly, and there's no run. 9 for 549.
When he played at Burnley as a boy, he was an opening batsman.
Really?
He played as an opening batsman in the Lancashire League. And I can tell you, from first experience and talking to him, he don't like this. He said, I can't handle this. Why do they keep doing this to me? But it's bravery, isn't it? He's playing for Anderson, he's playing for the team. Should they be bowling? Probably.
He gets him behind it, though, doesn't he? I mean, what I will say, see, Broad runs away from it and swishes the bat, and sometimes gets runs with it. Anderson does kind of, stay with the line of the ball. Leg gully in place, silly point, forward short leg. Cummins into him, and he fends again, and he into the ground. Leg gully does the fielding. 1 ball left in the over. So there's a 4 off the first ball, and after that, this is just time being wasted. The lead 232. I mean, it's imperious enough. Have we seen any of the signs that we saw yesterday of the up and down bounce today?
No.
That was weird, wasn't it? It was just for about an hour and a half or so. Wonder why that might be. Last ball of the over. What's Anderson going to do? I imagine evade. Cummins in. He does evade down the leg side. Curiously, gets inside the line of it. End of the over. On the Beaumont Tars scoreboard by Beaumont's save. England 9 for 549.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. We've had a change in our expert panel. Coming in to replace Pete Lalor is Bharat Sundaresan. Now, what is all these boos about? As Hazelwood is in to Bairstow to start a new over. Bairstow carves in the air down towards deep third and doesn't take the run. There's a fielder that's obscured from view, but I think I've now got my eye on him.
Richard Stark. The boos are from the party stand, Steve Smith, and he's taking them on. Steve Smith is taking a lot of them on. Yeah. Steve, there's 9,000 of them.
There are 9 Australian fielders on the boundary. This is a massive, cavernous expanse. There's 2 every ball if Bairstow wants it. Hazelwood in, and that's pushed into the offside. He thinks about the 2, but it's not there. I think the crowd is singing "You're going to cry in a minute."
No.
Cry on the telly.
Cry on the telly. Cry on the telly.
You cried on the telly, and
is that such a bad thing? I mean, Aussies are forever doing it. Kim Hughes.
I tell you, that is so cruel. I don't like that.
Very cruel,
I don't like that at all.
And he's been like dancing with this awkward dance that Steve Smith has designed for this song. You can see him doing it now. But again, I don't know what's wrong with someone crying on the television.
Well, indeed, I do it all the time. As Hazelwood is in, and that's pulled high in the air into the stand. The temporary stand, and they're loving it. For 6 more. I mean, it's entertaining, but is it unnecessary?
Well, we saw clips of Ben Stokes during the break between overs.
Went to the back of the box, maybe to put some boots on. The declaration can't be too far away.
Last over, do you think?
Yeah. This 6 reminds me of the birth of baseball. I always call Johnny Bairstow the godfather of baseball. It all started with him. And he played that shot a lot against New Zealand, didn't he, Daniel?
He did. They're going hooking up as opposed to down.
They've lost the ball and there are some covers over there. I can tell you there are 2 Australian fielders under the covers. Steve Smith's just emerged now. He's come out. The crowd are giving him heaps.
Exactly.
Here's another one. Look at that. He's found the ball. What a great effort.
And Norcross CC is in the house.
Oh, yes.
Norcross Cricket Club, for which I am honorary president. There's a flag there.
Where are they based?
Near Fleetwood.
Oh, you really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's where my family name comes from.
The Codheads.
Yeah. Codheads. Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
It's an MOD centre, Ministry of Defence Centre, Norcross, strangely. Hazelwood in. Short. He's gone again. He's not got anything like as much of it. It bounces safely. They don't take the single. Yeah, they're being cruel to Steve Smith. He's taking it in very good.
You mentioned earlier that's village. I mean, you can't get more village than that. With 2 fielders in an international elite sport game, both under the covers.
And it had to be the most village international cricketer in the world, Manas Labuschagne, who found the ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was enjoying it.
You'd send him into a privet edge looking for a ball, wouldn't you? And he'd find it. Hazelwood in full. Now then he's taken the single, Bairstow. It just rolls up to long on. How many balls left in this over? 1 to come.
He was crawling under like finals day, like the mascots race when they have to go under the net. Steve Smith straight away jumped over the boundary and started crawling under the covers.
Yeah.
Had to be those 2.
I mean, it's only in cricket where this kind of nonsense happens. It's like, you know, you've been left out of the team. Let's say, I always find the 12th man thing hilarious. You're left out of the team. You're deeply disappointed. You're a batter, let's say, and the person who's come in for you scored his 100, needs new gloves, and off you go and provide him with the gloves.
Yeah.
The gloves that he's wearing, playing in the spot that you think you should be batting in. They don't make you do that in football, do they?
It's like the umpires being asked to hang on to the jumpers in the cap of the bowler.
Yeah, true.
Why should they do that? Give it to a teammate.
You're right. Right, this is the last ball of the over. We've seen movement in the England dressing room, which suggests they might be bowling before long, but Hazelwood comes in around the wicket. The left-handed Anderson, who defends into the offside, doesn't take the single. That will be the end of the over. Bairstow's on strike on 74. England lead by 239 on the Beaumont tile scoreboard. By Beaumont's and save, England still batting a 9 for 556.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. On we go. Bairstow on strike. The field is spread again. 9 men on the boundary. This last wicket partnership has added 30. And how many balls, please, Andrew?
33. Sorry.
33.
5
so
and a half overs.
Yeah. 3 of Australia's bowlers have gone for over 100. We've only had 3 maidens in this innings. 3. Cummins to Bairstow. He swings out towards deep mid wicket. There's no run. I mean, that in itself feels weird in an innings of how many overs? 104 overs. The first innings of 104 overs to have 3 maidens.
And the first 2 of those, I think, came within the first 8 overs.
Did they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, just 1 in the first 8 overs.
1 in the first 8 overs.
It's 4th over Hazelwood bowled.
Bairstow's hitting to the longer boundary, but he's got the wind behind him.
Cummins looking to end this innings, perhaps. A short outside the off stump, slightly slower. It goes through to Carey. They might have run 2 here because it's gone through Carey's gloves. And England aren't really alert to it and decide no. We're not going to run. Change of field suddenly for reasons I don't No.
We're back to yesterday.
No,
Nobody knows.
The head goes back again, yes. Nobody's really sure what's happening. I mean, he's a friendless man at the moment, is Bairstow, because there's no one within 20 yards of him. They've all fled. This Cummins, this extraordinary field, runs away in pretty bright sunshine now, and Bairstow pulls again, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Out over deep forward square leg. Another 6 for Bairstow. He goes to 80 from 68. Hold your horses. Jessop's off 73 balls. He's got 4 balls to get 20 runs if he wants it.
It's a powerful shot, isn't it? He's played it 2 or 3 times. As he sort of rocks forward, gets a wide base, and it's a short-arm jab.
You should just call it the Johnny Bairstow. It's a trademark shot.
It's terrific fielding without getting the ball. Wide outside the off stump, he's gone for clubbing it again, and it goes in the air, bounces in front of Travis Head at a straight deep mid wicket. They don't run.
He might get a bouncer, and the shot that he's been rehearsing time and time again is a little scoop over the keeper. He's missed it twice. You know, this is real frustration for Australia. It's mind games, really. England probably should be bowling, but they want to get wear and tear on this surface, but play on the mind of Australia. This is so frustrating.
Cummins in. Bairstow waits, back raised, and then whacks this. Miles! That's gone miles over deep mid-wicket, off the front foot this time. A deliriously happy crowd. Has it gone between the gap between the new hotel building and the stand? Out! It's out of here.
Platform 2 it's on. On the Metro, that's platform 2.
Well, it's been rolled back. It's another 6 for Bairstow. He goes to 86. The field comes in now. Is Stokes going to be at all sentimental about his declaration and want Bairstow to have time to get his 100? But Stokes' face is a picture. It's a bit broad-like at Trent Bridge. Where's he hit that?
He'll be enjoying this, Stokes. He ain't declaring.
The lead's over 250 now, 251. Cummins into Bairstow, down the leg side. It's going to be 4 more. I don't think it's hit anything. It's probably buys. It is buys. So 16 off the over, 12 off the bat, 4 buys. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, by Beaumont's at save, England lead by 255. They're 9 for 572.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. You can get in touch with us. We'd love to receive your texts, angry, sad, critical or not, to 0433 98 11 16 if you're listening from Australia, and if you're in New Zealand, 8833. Cameron Green into the attack, and the short ball is fended off by Anderson. They're going to have to run quickly, and they do get there. Bairstow alive to the possibility. He's on strike. And the field will have to disperse again, and Bairstow will have at least this over to make an assault on another Test century. Can he do it? Up they go, out the boundary riders go. It was short, it was fended off. It was the no-look fend around about the right armpit, left-handed batter, don't forget, and he got it just to the right of the diving point. Didn't go more than about 7 or 8 yards, but Bairstow was always running if the ball hit the bat.
Australia falling apart. Marnus Labuschagne fumbled the ball. Maybe there was a chance for a run out.
Right, Green is into Bairstow. The field's obviously spread again. And Bairstow goes after one, but he doesn't get hold of it. Thick inside edge into pad, rolls back to the bowler, and now he practices the most homicidal thwack you've ever seen in your life.
72 deliveries now, Bairstow, so that's a dot ball. He's on 86.
Yes, I mean, the quickest 100 against Australia for England is Botham's 86-ball knock at this ground in 1980.
Did it twice?
Jessup 76 balls in 1902.
76, of course. Yeah. Wallop goes Bairstow, but out to deep extra cover. It was wide and full, but didn't quite nail it, couldn't quite place it.
So what we're seeing from Green, he bowled a bouncer at Anderson, now he's bowled really full at Bairstow because they're very worried that Bairstow is going to find that temporary stand again.
And he's rolling his fingers over the ball as well, Bumble, just taking the pace off it.
These partnerships continue to hurt Australia. 47 for the 10th wicket. And as Green lollops in, and Bairstow goes again, doesn't time it. He's annoyed with himself. It runs up towards deep extra cover. There's no run. 4 balls gone in the over. Is the field going to come in yet? No.
I don't think players are aware of the great hundreds that are scored in so many balls. Who's the best one? Crouchy Jessup.
Jessup, 76.
And 76. So Bairstow's now on...
Can't do it now. 74.
74.
He's just wasted the
opportunity. They won't be aware, but it's nice when you're told.
I bet. Green in. Bairstow sets himself for... Oh, what should have been given as a wide. Very wide outside the off stump. Umpire Menon is being given the booze.
And the look from Johnny Bairstow.
And now the field will slowly amble in to save the one. I mean, that was very wide. Obviously wider than a one-day wide. You have different leeway in a test match, but that was certainly pushing the boundaries. Sorry to bring it up, in the famous Zimbabwe game when you were coach.
Yes.
There were a lot of wide balls bowled in
Don't get me going. Don't get me going.
When the scores were level, well, not a tie, it was a draw, of course. As Green is in, and Bairstow goes for it, pulls it, one bounce, 4, fine. Down the leg side, he moves into the 90s. That is the end of the over. It might be the drinks break, it might not actually, because we had that little break earlier. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, after a change of commentary, it'll be Adam Collins and Louis Cameron. The score is 9 for 577.
It's Tyre Power's winter safety sale. So you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. For a safer drive this winter, visit tyrepower.com.au.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 51 runs this pair have put on in how many balls, Andrew Sampson?
39.
39 balls. 50 runs stand for the 10th wicket. It feels like 24 hours ago, Bumble. Middle session where all hell broke loose. It's happening again.
But the wheels are off again, and it's going to be Cummins who's getting some fearful stick. Anderson is on strike, so they've got to scramble a single somehow.
Such hard graft. We spoke at the top of the program today about Cummins needing to find a way just to settle, and after lunch here it's gone the other way.
The last over, the way Johnny Bairstow took him down, you could see Cummins' body language.
Can Anderson give the strike back to Bairstow? Cummins to him here, and he plays and misses outside the line of the off stump. So leg gully, conventional gully, short leg in close, also a catching square cover.
For Jimmy Anderson to walk at Pat Cummins and to pull him off the front foot for 4. I think that just sums up the kind of innings Pat Cummins has had with the ball, and just the way Bairstow treated him in the previous over. Rarely do you see Pat Cummins' shoulders kind of slump, but it was as he was walking back at the top of his mark, wasn't he, Bumble?
So Cummins needs to finish this. 9 for 5. 77. Bowls to Anderson. Short ball. Gets it down the fine leg. Might be 4, might be 1. Will be 4. It's buys for the second time in 3 deliveries from Cummins down to that rope, the Jimmy Anderson end. Well, the wheels, as you say, Bumble, they've been off for a long time. 9 for 581, lead 264.
Absolute carnage. Big wide down the leg side. Carey helpless.
Just a wry smile on Cummins' face there. He just shook his head. He can't believe what's happening. How has this game slipped away so far from Australia?
Cummins is being held up here. Pails off. in a way, I suppose they would have been happy that being 1 by, not 4, that being England. So it would have given Bairstow another crack at Cummins, but not to be. So 2 catching men on the leg side. Cummins to Anderson, back of a length. Caught behind. They take the bye, they get through. That is brilliant. For the second time they've done it. Carey saw them coming. He grabbed it and threw as he did at Lord's, and Anderson's laughing. He's entitled to laugh. Bairstow sprinting like it was the Olympic Games. He's back on strike.
Well, they had a plan that the short fielder would go to the stumps, but Carey shies at the stumps.
Yeah. So watching the replay for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Bairstow, yep, to the danger end. The throw came in. Travis Head couldn't reach the stumps in time anyway. And they are loving life at the moment. Bairstow on 90. 3 left in this over.
Bairstow had a little bit of a word with Alex Carey as well as they were face to face with each other.
Nothing wrong with that. Cummins to Bairstow. Field spreads again. He's on 90. Outside the off stump with Ledge down for 4. Off the bottom of the bat. This is party time. Johnny Bairstow's hit 9 4s and 4 6s, and that takes him to within a 6 of another Test century.
Pat Cummins, give me a spade, let me dig a hole, I want to get in it.
He can't believe this. It's never been treated this way in international cricket, forget Test cricket.
So Pat Cummins to Bairstow on 94. Over the wicket, Bairstow plays with a straight blade down to long off, and he won't take the single now. He was giving it to Jimmy before, but given how close he is to that milestone, with 1 ball to go, the field will come up. This is tantamount to a free hit.
Well, he should have took a single there, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
No, but in the previous over as well, with Cam Green bowling, Bairstow didn't mind hitting the last ball for 4. So I think that's what he's going to try and do here. Maybe the 6. Go to that 100, maybe then will come the declaration. I think this is set up perfectly for him to get there with a 6.
Deep backward square, the only man back. Everyone else in on the 1. Cummins to Bairstow on 94. Bairstow swings through the offside, 4 more. It was aerial as well for a time. The Eastern stand held their breath. They thought it was going to go the whole way. Doesn't quite. He's up to 98. The lead's up to 273, 9 for 590. And that's all on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
That's a classic replay, watching both Bairstow then Stokes on the split screen. That was an aerial cut shot that landed about 5 metres inside the rope. They both believed he was going to get to 100 with a cut 6. It would have been in keeping with this extraordinary innings. Back to Anderson on 5, and Green's going to try and spoil the party.
Pressure on Anderson.
There is some pressure on Anderson. Catches around the back, Green round the wicket, delivers here, ducks the bouncer. They take the bye, they take on Carey, they're through. For the 3rd time they've taken on Alex Carey. Johnny Bairstow was completely committed. From the moment the ball was released by Green, he was getting down the business end.
This is carnival cricket.
I know.
It's like tip and run in the schoolyard.
You can see Labuschagne was the designated behind the stumps guy on that occasion, like a T20 international final ball.
But again, that's the thing. The plan's not working for Australia. They're not executing it. The whole point of Labuschagne and Head rushing to the stumps is for Carey to throw the ball to them. But he keeps shying for the stumps.
Piece of paper blown across the ground as a message. Not in a bottle, just a piece of paper. Who sang that? Sting, police, message in a bottle.
So rarely would you see with a guy on 98. 9 fielders on the rope, but such is the weirdness of this series. Green to Bairstow, 2 away, swings and cuts out towards deep cover, doesn't move to 99, declines the single. That's the beauty of the field being out. They're all aerial shots. He doesn't mind. They're not going the full journey.
Just going back to the previous over, Adam, Pat Cummins looks pale. The colour's gone off his face, Mumble. Just watching him, he's almost in shock.
23 overs, no maidens, 1 for 129.
Wow. And that last ball that Bairstow cut away was hit-me stuff as well, wasn't it?
It's terrible.
Bairstow's 98. Green to him here, and he drives to mid-off. He wants to. Anderson wants it as well. It'll be touch and go. Anderson has to go back. The throw's to the wrong end. But Bairstow had the presence of mind to leave his back grounded and put his hand up and said, no, do not come.
It was always going to be risky. He wanted to, but it's a rocket throw back to the bowler. Anderson scampering down there, had to turn back, sent back by Bairstow. Anderson back on strike, Bairstow on 99.
Gee, Anderson was about 8 paces down before he saw the signal as well, but the throw in from Cummins came to the wrong end, so we go back to Jimmy Anderson.
Oh, who do you want to be? Jimmy Anderson now on strike, all that responsibility. He's got his mate at the other end on 99.
Will they take the buy on offer again? Green in, bowls to Anderson. Bairstow takes off on leg stump. Shout for leg before he's given.
Give him out.
Given out, leg before wicket, all the way across his stump. Sell challenge it. But that looked a good shout. It was straight and full. And Bairstow was coming for the buy as well. Had there been a bouncer bowl, they were going to hair back. It looks like Johnny Bairstow is going to be not out 99. We're going to go through the formal process. First replay, Bumble, talk us through it.
Let's have a look where this is. Oh, it's hitting leg stump. He's dead. Leg stump, leg and middle. No bat on it, I'm absolutely certain. Johnny Bairstow stranded on 99. Great touch from 1 or 2 Australians, a pat on the back. That's been a wonderful innings. Here we see ultra edge. Is there any edge? No, there isn't. Flat line, straight through.
Yeah, that's hitting leg stump, I reckon. We'll get that confirmed momentarily. On the angle, Green, the only thing that might save Anderson is that angle. 2 reds, 3 reds.
Out.
Hitting leg stump. England are all out at long last for 592. Anderson, the last man to go for 5, but it's all about Johnny Bairstow. Has one final chance to raise his bat around the ground. The captain, Stokes, meets him at the bottom of the stairs with a huge beaming smile, gives him a high five, and Bairstow runs up the steps to put the keeping pads on.
Well, it's been memorable. We said he'd get stranded, all that responsibility for Jimmy Anderson, and he tried to get a single, sneaking across his stumps, but it's fallen, it's straight. And that's the end for Australia. They needed that. They need to get into the rooms to gather their thoughts. There's 2 opening batters have got to get free minds because England will come at them again. Stokes bounding down the steps there to greet Bairstow with a high five, and now he's down to business. 10 wickets.
275 England's lead at the halfway mark of this test match. What a stunning performance from Bairstow after lunch, accelerating the way that he was able to, especially after passing 50. What was the final wicket partnership, Samo?
Final wicket was 66.
66 from 49 balls.
49 balls, yeah.
Anderson playing his role there, some enterprising batting too with the byes that were taken and the runs that were scored and the sixes that were clobbered. Fabulous stuff. If there was any doubt about the momentum shifting in this series, well, it's gone now. England are on top. Do they have time to complete the mission here with rain about? It's going to be a compelling afternoon here at Old Trafford. We'll take a break. We'll gather our own thoughts here. Thank you, David Lloyd, for your contributions over the last half an hour. England all out for 592. Bairstow left on 99, not out. Anderson, the last man to fall. Leg before wicket to Green for 5. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned by local families who understand the cost of living pressures. We're here to help you save on your tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
If
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of expert advice from independent owners who really know tyres. It's always advice about what's best for you and your budget. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
If you're looking for a range of family-friendly options for your home, there is no better time than right now with the Choices Flooring Easy Living Sale. Whether you're a busy family looking for healthier solutions, love natural fibres and textures, or just want the look of timber, you're sure to find the floor you've been searching for. So go online at choicesflooring.com.au and check out the great savings across a range of carpet, timber, window furnishings, vinyl and rugs, or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains.
Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number one, Beaumont Tiles.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Beaumont Tiles hits another six for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The noise you can hear is actually above. It's coming from a a plane that was carrying a sign, "We're going to win 3-2." I think it's from one of the sports betting agencies, but I think the sentiment there is one that's shared by everyone here at Old Trafford today, all 27,000 people who will believe that England are going to win 3-2 on the basis that they have seized the initiative over the course of the last couple of days, Louis Cameron.
Absolutely they have, and that final little period of play was telling, wasn't it? I mean, Pat Cummins and Australia just looked like they lost the plot a little bit. There was moments there where Pat Cummins didn't look in complete control of the field. He didn't look like he was engaged with where he wanted his guys to be, especially when he was bowling. And there was some poor bowling in there. Like, you know, it was some incredible batting from Johnny Bairstow in terms of what he was able to do. A bit Ben Stokes-like what he did at Lloyd's earlier in the series. But they were getting to the last ball of the over when they were trying to keep him on strike, and they were bowling cut shots and balls on his legs, and that's not good enough for a team that for a bowling attack that is, you know, one of the best in the world. It's supposed to be the best bowling attack in the world.
Cheers. We've got Louis Cameron and Jarrod Kimber joining us for Red Energy. Andrew Sampson as well.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow, 99 not out of 81 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. 7th player to be 99 not out of Test cricket. 3rd for England. Geoffrey Boycott and Alex Tudor being the other two Englishmen. And he was also out for 99 here at Old Trafford against South Africa in 2017. First player to get 2 scores of 99 at the same ground in his Test career.
Beautiful. Thank you, Samo. Where would have that sat had he made 100 from, say, his next delivery? 82 balls.
It would have been 4th quickest for England, I think.
4th quickest for England.
Yeah.
Wow, what a performance. Jarrod Kimber, your assessment of the carnage?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, Brett Jeeves, didn't he make 299 not outs? It's not a score that you hear a lot of. Look, I just thought it looked like a team who was tired getting punished when they're in a bad position. I know it gets a bit funny, but we've kind of seen that a lot. We're probably just not used to seeing a team as good as Australia get to that point. But I do wonder, Colo, and you and I have been talking about this in our previous thing, if England have just cost themselves time that we may never be able to get back in this game. They went on a long period there. I'd rather get out there and bowl probably an hour after. I would have probably, if I was basballing, I would have declared an hour before lunch, got out and bowled, see if I could get anything moving in this game, and even risk it a little bit to make sure there's more chance of getting the 10 wickets that I needed. And they went completely the other way.
Well, what I will say is that they've still got 52 overs remaining today. So, because the over rate again from Australia, they only bowled 24 overs in the first session. So, they'll get. I'm sure they'll get a points deduction for that innings, which they won't obviously have to honour because they'll just complain to the ICC. So it'll be a moot point in the fullness of time. But the way in which Australia having slowed the game down, it does mean that England have a lot of overs to bowl today in what is now sunny conditions.
Yeah, I think England have played it beautifully. I can see the other side of that, yeah, you might declare, but I think there's plenty of time left in the game, even if we do lose all of day 4 to rain. And they're at the point where 275 might be enough runs anyway.
But if we lose all of day 4 and all of day 5...
Well, then.
No, sure.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered what they did today.
I don't think that's true.
Anderson from his end. First ball of the second innings. Khawaja hit on the pad, albeit on the thigh pad, spills just beneath him. But I think what we get here, Jarrod, your point is that they should have got busy getting 10 wickets sooner. Louis is that they may never need to bat a 4th time. Well, second time in the... No, but both things are true. Yeah.
But regardless of that, I suppose what I'm saying is if there is a chance they're going to lose the final 2 days, those extra runs aren't going to make any difference. And if Australia is as broken as we are saying they're broken, why not just get them in, bowl at them straight away and see if you can get a couple of balls to misbehave and make them all nervous.
It's very windy for Anderson over his right shoulder. Bowls to Khawaja on his hip. Gets it down to fine leg for an easy single. Back to conventional fields. We've got packed cordon, only 3 on the onside. Australia 1 without loss. They're 274 in arrears.
And the best thing about this debate is we've been talking about tactics this whole series, and that's, apart from the sideshow with the haircut. So the main talking point in this series has been tactics, and there's no I'm not right, you're not right.
There's no right answer.
There's no right answer. There's lots of different ways to play Test cricket.
I think, if I would have just batted through to lunch, conservatively, but Bazball's a bit different.
Anderson to Warner, 3 slips behind him, delivers here. Warner at the middle of the bat to cover, no runs the call.
The only other thing I would say is that if you are 2-1 down and there's weather coming, you might just have to take slightly bigger risks. Be prepared to lose to win, I believe a former Australian player might have mentioned once or twice on commentary.
Well, they've got time today at least to make serious inroads, and the Australian boys who are walking out there, many of whom are veterans, like Kawaja and Warner. They'll be tired. They can't not be. They've been chasing leather. Big old day in the dirt, day and a half in the dirt. Anderson bowls, Kawaja defends. Let's make that Warner, sorry. Batting in long sleeves, unusual for Warner.
There's a couple of weird things about this pitch, of course. We saw it misbehave yesterday, and we've seen about 1, maybe 2 balls misbehave today. So it's almost like it's settling down after it got angry yesterday afternoon. And you saw Broad, Anderson and Wood all look fairly comfortable at times on this surface. There's no reason why Australia shouldn't cruise to stumps 3 wickets down here. I say that, they can be bowled out by T, but...
Anderson over the wicket from his end, bowls to Warner, playing out to cover point no run. I want to return to my previous observation. I don't think I've ever seen David Warner bat in long sleeves, Louis.
Yeah.
Fair.
Once you pointed it out, I can't unsee it. He's got the short sleeve vest on and the long sleeve shirt on.
The way I am doing the ball by ball, often you're kind of looking up at the last minute. And one of my cues with Kawaja and Warner is who's got the long sleeves. Samo's nodding. He does the same thing when scoring. This will be trickier for us today, Samo. That's okay.
I don't know why they do these things to us.
So Anderson would just love to get busy here on his home ground after playing a role this afternoon already. Bowls to Warner defensively to cover. Ends the first over. Australia number 1, 274 in arrears. Kawaja has the 1 run so far, and that's on our scoreboard for Beaumont Tiles.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number 1, Beaumont Tiles.
Stuart Broad, 600 test wickets, 149 of them against Australia. He'll take up the attack from the Brian Statham end. First time around, Broad 2 for 68 from 14, picking up Kawaja and head. It'll be Kawaja we get to look at straight away here. 4 slips, backward point, wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So away from us. Bowls here. First ball to Kawaja on leg stump. Pushed out towards mid-wicket. Wide of mid-on. Gets 1. Kawaja 2. None for 2. The psychological side of this as well. Oh, yes, the cheer is because it means they're going to get to watch Broad bowl to Warner.
But how good is that? Because that goes back to what Louis was saying before about, outside the haircut, Bairstow moment. This has been about cricket. You're actually having a crowd cheer because of a matchup. Hey? The nerds have won.
The knowledgeable crowd here in Manchester. As I said at the start of the test a few days ago, the Ashes hits different up north. It's a whole different thing at Headingley in Manchester.
Yeah, less corporates.
Well, yes, true. First things first, there are more punters here. But so engaged with what's going on. Every ball, all eyes on the man with the headband on. Into Warner for the first time here. Warner leaves alone. Good carry through to Bairstow's mitts.
I noticed the mayors of Manchester and Leeds, I think it was, issued a joint letter complaining about not getting any tests in 2027?
Quite right.
Yeah. For the next Ashes, which I thought was interesting. Yorkshire and Lancashire normally aren't great friends from my limited understanding of the north of England.
Well, Manchester
combined for that.
Manchester Mayor is like a fairly important position because it's you've basically got the PM, the Mayor of London, and then the Manchester Mayor. It's not like a funny thing. It's a real position.
Well, the Mayor of Manchester left the Parliament. He was a decent pop at becoming leader of the opposition here and wanted to become Manchester Mayor instead. Andy Burnham. 3 slips, Broad in, bowls to Warner on middle stump. Helps himself to 1, wide of mid-on. Wood does the fielding. None for 3 Australia. Warner off the mark.
Because there's no governors or anything over here, right? Premiers or anything like that. So, those positions, if you think of the size of Manchester, it's a very big position and there's, a little bit of money that they have there. So I thought it was an interesting, but as Colo said, obviously there should be a test. I don't mind missing Leeds, but I don't want to miss Manchester.
So Samo will tell us where they are next time. Obviously, Lords in the Oval and Edgbaston will get one each. It shouldn't be automatically Edgbaston, by the way. I feel that this idea that Edgbaston is on a par with the two London grounds and must get an Ashes test to be a bit much. I mean, I know Edgbaston's a lot of fun with the Holly stand, but it's not this. Broad bowls and Khawaja plays with soft hands out to point, no run. And by that I mean up north again in these two cities of Leeds and Manchester, they're steeped in Ashes history. And I know they have to share it around. I know it's a complicated business. Trent Bridge hasn't got a test this time, for example. Did have the women's Ashes test. But Samo, where are we in 4 years' time?
Yeah, so obviously Lord's Oval, Edgbaston, Trent Bridge and Southampton.
Southampton, give me strength. Give me strength. That is.
Yeah.
I'll try and.
It should not have an Ashes test.
It should never have an Ashes test.
I'm not sure it should have a test.
Goodness me. Broad bowls here and on the front foot. Nice square drive from Khawaja. May not get 4 for it. It's James Anderson chasing after it, putting in the dive. Didn't really need to, but just to show he means it. Khawaja, first boundary of Australia's second innings. He's 6 none for 7. The score, 1 left in Broad's first over. I mean, Southampton have been lobbying for an Ashes test for years. That ground's only been there since, 2004, I think.
Yeah. What's it called now? It's got a silly new name.
It's getting a new name next year. Yeah. The Aegea sponsorship ends.
If you don't have a proper name, you don't get an Ashes test.
No.
That's the new law. Mind you, I've done 2 Ashes tests in Cardiff,
which I thought was an interesting way to do it. I went to both of those as well. I thought they were a really good host, actually, Cardiff.
They were a fine host. To be honest, when you went to a non-Ashes test in Cardiff, you really realised how much the locals didn't care about cricket.
Yeah.
At least when the Ashes were on, they were like, oh, well, there's something big going on in town.
That was I
remember Sri Lanka played there once, and I don't think anyone realised.
No. Alistair Cook got his 10,000th run that week. Broad bowls and leaving alone outside the off stump is Khawaja. Completes the over, none for 7. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Khawaja 6 and Warner 1. Durham's the other place that's hosted Ashes cricket recently in 2013, where Broad bowled the Ashes winning spell.
Yeah, I mean, Durham used to get a bit. Until the whole problems with the cricket up there happened, or, the organisation and running out of money, they hosted quite a bit. It was horrendous if you're a cricket journalist from the south trying to get up there for a one-day or a T20, especially because it usually rained. And then you had the whole Shane Watson being afraid of ghosts sing. There's a lot of things to say that Durham didn't work. Good food up there, though, so I'm okay with it.
We will be up there on SEN Cricket for the first T20 international between England and New Zealand, myself and Jeremy Coney in September. So returning up to the northeast.
What a road trip that will be.
We're getting the train. Samo? Oh, no, I thought you were keen to jump in.
Yeah, I think we've nailed all of them, haven't we? I don't think there's any other ground making a big play for a major test coming up. But
not Bramall Lane again, like 1902. He's Anderson starting his second over into Warner, finds the shoulder of the bat down towards fine leg for 1, Warner 2, none for 9. That'd be the most obscure Ashes venue, wouldn't it? Up at Sheffield.
It would be just the one game there. The Sheffield United Football Club's car park these days, as far as I know.
They used to play first-class cricket up there, though, a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, they played a lot of first-class cricket.
Up until the 50s, I want to say.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
I'll check.
It was certainly a proper venue.
Didn't we find out last week that Rhodes played more games there than he did at Headingley?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff when you look at test venues. Isn't there 9 venues in Colombo?
Yeah.
Slight exaggeration, but there are.
Anderson 4 slips, bowls here. Khawaja defends, and Anderson does the keepy up. He 1, 2, 3, 4 catches it. Like Curtly Ambrose in his pomp. Anderson showing his Burnley football skills there.
1973 was the last game in Bramall Lane.
They've only been playing tests since 1983, though, in Sri Lanka. And I think is it 7 venues?
To count Moratoa.
Yes,
it's 5 or 6.
Because there's one that's now a school.
Yeah.
And I played a game against the Barmy Army there. Good pitch. Took 5. Rolling along the ground. I don't know how they ever played a test there.
Anderson delivers and leaving alone outside the off stump is Usman Khawaja. He started well.
Pisar is a cow paddock. It's one of my favourite venues in Test cricket because it should absolutely never have had a Test match, and it's had one recently. It was where KP played that incredible innings in Colombo.
Oh, right.
And to get there, you have to go down all these lanes, and there literally are just livestock everywhere. And you just, how is this a Test venue?
Yes, the Rarities and Oddities collection. The Brisbane Exhibition Ground, where Bradman made his debut.
That's a good one.
2 tests there before the Gabba was ready to roll. Khawaja facing and leaving. Anderson just a little bit too short for Jimmy there, Louis. He's not been making them play on the right lines and lengths as yet.
And it's looked like so far Broad's been the one to move the ball a little bit more than Jimmy Anderson. You can see, I think, is that Ben Stokes or Jarrod at first slip, just really polishing that ball. Sometimes the thing with the Duke's ball is until you get that lacquer off, it doesn't start to swing. But I thought in the first innings, Anderson actually got it going quite early. So we'll just need a couple of overs before it starts to shift.
James Anderson on the way, 689 test wickets, leaving alone Khawaja, better ball. That came back towards him and his shouldered arms went over the top of the off stump, Samo.
And Colombo itself is just the 4.
Now?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
No, ever.
Ever?
Plus Moratua, which is a suburb of it. But, of course, the Colombo Cricket Club is the other ground, plus the SSC, across the road from the SSC,
yes,
basically.
I spot that, Colombo Cricket Club.
Where's the Primadasa?
Primadasa, yes, sorry, I didn't mention, but that was it's Primadasa, SSC, Isara, and Colombo Cricket Club.
I'm glad we know that now. Last ball from Anderson in the over. It's full and driven beautifully by Khawaja. Just check the stroke, but the timing was spot on. To the rope it will crawl. And Broad does well too, you know. He's wearing the cap rather than the sun hat at the moment on top of his headband. Ends the over with 3, Khawaja, who's now 9. Warner's 2. Australia up to none for 11 after 3 overs in their second innings. They trail by 264 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, the Australian team. David Warner and Usman Khawaja for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStart. And our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the session, order the new Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, was Johnny Bairstow going nuts. 99 not out. Broad bowls here, leaving alone outside the off-stump. Khawaja, back of the length, doesn't need to play at that, won't play at that. To this point we were coming to a couple of overs ago, Lou, that just the energy of the series. Now, that's the beauty of a 5 test match series, isn't it? That it has enough time to develop a rhythm, then break from that rhythm. Twists and turns that we saw famously here in 2005, and now Australia are in a situation where they really can't win the test match. They've got to try and find a way to safe harbour. We haven't had that particular scenario across the first 3 tests, where one side's out of it inside 2.5 days. Broad bowls to Khawaja, who defends into the onside. The best realistically Australia can hope for is the draw. And we'll see another type of cricket play out in all probability over the next 2 days.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the rain, you might say, oh, you know, there's an outside possibility, but with the time that's going to be sucked up by, we kind of think tomorrow might be a complete write-off. You know, Sunday's in some doubt. So it has been that kind of series, hasn't it? And you add in for Australia the World Test Championship final, you know, this is 4 tests into a tour for them. It kind of does feel like there is an element of fatigue setting in. England did have that extra test, but it was against Ireland. It was over in 3 days, so not quite the same intensity.
Broad bowls to Khawaja, who defends. To go back to where England were at lunch on day 2 at Leeds, they were 7 for 142, and they were in absolute all sorts. Not just in terms of the way the cricket was looking, but they were totally out of sorts. They were copping pelters from all and sundry and the media and other pundits and all the rest of it, former players. Bazball was, as Damien Fleming said that day, he goes, I think Bazball might be dead. Well, you know, in the space of half an hour after lunch, that was the original intervention from Mark Wood, then Ben Stokes. And now, a couple of weeks later, it's broad bowls to Khawaja, who skews off the outside part of the bat, but in front of point, so no dramas for him. Into double figures with the single, none for 12. We're now completely the other way, where if England do go on to win this, and they should, we'll go to the Oval next week, 2-2 with England. To say the win at their back would be a grand understatement.
It's hard to understate how much of an impact Wood had on that test and potentially the series. Remember, he was the one who turned things around in Australia's first innings, engineering collapse of 6 for 21, I think it was. And then he came in when they were 7 for not many, 7 for 140, still about 100 runs behind. Bashed 24 off 8 balls, and then Stokes kind of did his thing. And then he hit the winning runs.
Yeah, they were 121 runs behind, 7 down at lunch on day 2 at Leeds. Broad bowls, and Warner gets in behind it defensively. So committed to it. It's like he's meeting the ball with his nose touching the surface in front of him, leaving no stone unturned. Warner so far in defence.
And his nose nearly touching Stuart Broad. He's so far down the crease there. So he's starting outside his crease and then he's walking at him just a little bit. He's just trying to negate any swing or any movement that Broad might get out of this pitch.
It's incredible how quickly this trend has moved around cricket. Like the wobble ball took like 7 years, but the counter for wobble ball's taken about a year.
Last ball for Broad. Bowls. And turned into the onside by Warner. Quickish single, but he's through. He's always been quick. End of the over. None for 13 for Australia. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard at Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman. And we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security products. T's and C's apply. Further thoughts from Louis Cameron and Jarrod Kimber. And after that, Daniel Norcross will be replacing me with Australia. None for 13.
Yeah, I think it's interesting just watching Warner, because this is not the Warner that we started watching years ago, right? Like, his batting has changed so much. I know a lot of it is to do with his back and his hamstring and his shoulder and his body actually changing. But watching him right now, he chips the ball a little bit and he steals a lot of singles. It's very different from standing in your crease and flat batting Dale Steinbeck over his head, isn't it?
And probably a product of him becoming a better player as well.
Anderson starts a new over from his own end. He's defended first ball by Warner into the onside.
We heard Zach Crawley come into the press conference yesterday and talk about how Brendan McCullum basically told him, you're not Joe Root, you're not Ben Stokes, bat like a guy who you might have a ball written, with a ball with your name written on it. I got that out eventually. And he kind of realised, well, I have to attack because I'm facing really good bowlers in Test cricket. And I think there was an element of that with David early in his career, right? Like he was an attacking guy. He knew that he wouldn't be able to last the journey. He's become a better player. His defence has improved significantly.
Anderson in. Warner works the ball up to mid-on, along the ground, off the front foot. There's no run. Broad does the fielding in a cap. What is going off out there?
It's crazy. A cap with the headband underneath.
The headband underneath, I know.
So does that mean he has to have an extra big cap for the headband days?
I wonder.
Are they far off just wearing the bucket hats out there, do you reckon?
It won't be long.
But players used to wear bucket hats. Jack Russell kept it a bucket hat.
Yeah.
They weren't really called bucket hats back then. Yeah. Players in the 70s wore them.
Yeah, absolutely. Anderson in. Warner turns it up to mid-on again. Playing around that front pad along the ground. Once more, there's no run.
So it is weird. So you got Broad in a cap and you got David Warner in long sleeve shirt. I'm kind of wondering if everyone's just worn different clothes to work today.
Pay a pound on the way in. All the proceeds go to charity.
Yeah, it's Mufti Day.
Yeah, like Friday at the end of the summer term at school. Anderson starts in again. Last ball of the over is worked into the onside, and they'll get an easy single as Wokes tidies up. It's not the last ball of the over. Why did I think it was the last ball of the over? I'm reading the screen all wrong. That's why.
You just got here.
I know.
ChatGPT wouldn't have made that mistake, would it?
No.
It can count to 6.
ChatGPT is coming for my job. There's no doubt about it.
I've been given a theory as to why there might be some different clothes out there.
Cool.
It's very windy.
Oh, it's windy weather clothes.
Yeah.
A bit like how they have the sort of the bales that are made out of that special material that name I've momentarily forgotten. Anderson is in. That's defended by Quadrant to the offside. You ever tell you about the time when the late Princess of Wales, Princess Diana, died? And we had a club game.
You never told me about that time, no. Are you going to now?
Yeah, I'm going to, yeah.
I have heard about it, but you've never told me about it.
We had a club game, and our opponents were quite sentimental, and they demanded that we have a 2-minute silence before the game, which didn't really sit comfortably with me.
Such a long silence as well.
It's absurdly long. None of my teammates would stand next to me because they knew I was just chuntering in furious rage.
You've never been quiet for 2 minutes in your life, Daniel.
As Anderson is in, and that beats the bat. Past the outside edge, goes through to the keeper. And there is no run. And so we're all stood there. mourning the loss of the princess of our hearts. When it finished, the captain came up to me and said, so have you got the black bales? What? Well, it's in the Surrey Championship handbook. The death of a senior royal, we play with black bales.
Sorry, that's in the handbook.
Yes.
Who wrote that in? What is wrong with this country?
No, I do not know.
Oh my gosh.
I said, no, I do not have black bales. Thank you very much. So in the end, we compromised on the windy weather bales that are
they're darker,
too much darker. They're made out of like magnetite or something strange. Yeah,
it's what you would have wanted.
It's what you would have wanted. Brought in down the leg side. Can't catch up with it, Warner. Goes through the Bairstow, no run.
I don't know if you heard the podcast I did recently about the cricket game in Melbourne. It was a women's match where it was very windy, and instead of getting the heavy bales or just taking the bales off, the umpires decided to use chewing gum.
No.
To keep the bales on.
No, that's wrong on so many levels.
And then twice, one player got bowled and the bales never came off, and she went on to win the game.
Well, that's so predictable.
Also, once the ball, if you put chewing gum on, once the ball hits the stumps, she should have just been out. They weren't even playing to their own made-up silly rules.
That is daft. Broad, round the wicket to Warner. Again down the leg side. Is this a deliberate ploy, or has he just lost his direction? It goes through to Bairstow, who tumbles to his right to take two-handed.
Maybe looking for the magic ball?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he hasn't been able to swing it prodigiously away from Warner, but Warner's getting, in addition to getting a long way down the crease, he is also getting right across his stumps. I get the sense that the further away from your stumps you get, the more disorientated batters get, and they start to get a sense of they get too far offside.
Yeah, we don't like it. We don't like it because the crease is there. That's our home plate. You know, we're supposed to be there. That's the point. Brought in, and this is defended crabbily by Warner. And this seems as good a time as any to remember that our coverage into South Africa is for Morn Team. Everybody's talking about Morn Team used cars. mornteam.com.au. Well bowled, Morn Team.
South Africa or South Australia?
Did I say South Africa?
Because I thought it was awesome that we're going to South Africa, a whole new audience.
I'm so sorry. Our coverage into South Australia is for Morn Team. Easy to make them this. S.A., you know. And there's Andrew Sampson over there on my right. I guess that was what it was. Brought in down the leg side again, a wretched over. And taken by Bairstow.
Australia are playing in South Africa next month. You'd be interested to know. They're playing a 3 T20 and then 5 one-day tour. It starts in late August.
Really looking forward to that, aren't they?
I don't think many players on this tour are looking forward to it. I get a sense that they might put the feet up for that one and just focus on the World Cup that follows.
What about the cricket.com.au reporters?
TBC, Jarrod. TBC.
It's a lovely place to tour.
Whereabouts in South Africa, though?
They're going to Durban. They're going to...
Brought in, and that pops a little on Warner as he comes forward and it guides it to point. There's no run.
Centurion, and they're going to Bloemfontein.
Yeah, you can skip that tour, mate. You don't need to do that tour.
Is that because they're warmer at this time of year? Because it's presumably August is still wintry.
Yeah, it's wintry in Cape Town, which is rainy season.
Right.
They're also not going to Port Elizabeth. Would that factor in?
Sorry.
Berge.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Berge. I practiced it so often.
The artist formerly known as Port Elizabeth.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be drier up on the high veld.
What about Durban, though? That seems perpetually
Durban's August is kind of the nice time of the year because it's not too hot and it doesn't rain that much, so it's good.
Brought in down the leg side again. Well, what a wayward over that was. End of the over. Australia, after all of that, are none for 14.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and a South Australian sits down next to me and is about to upbraid me for getting South Australia and South Africa mixed up.
How dare you?
I know, I'm so sorry. They all look the same to me. As Anderson is in, and that gets the hip of Khawaja rather painfully, I think. Well, just the hip. Because he made a little noise, rolled up to the onside, didn't yield a run. It's a little like gasp of ooh.
Yeah, seems to be in some sort of pain.
It does. Look, it is the hip. Let's take a look at this. Oh, yes, it is, as we see on our replay screen with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres. That's right on the point of the hip. Rather nasty.
Just feeling it now. You can see he had some issues with his back yesterday. I mean, it felt like every Australian cricketer on the field had some issue with their body.
Well, do you know, that's a wonderful thing about an Ashes series, especially when they're so close together, that both teams really start to fall apart. Yeah. It's entropy in action. Anderson into Khawaja, who covers up in defence, languidly pushes the ball to short extra cover. We've got an addition to our experts box. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jeremy Coney has joined us, so there is no better time than to say good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SEN. Said they're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text on 88 33. There you have it. 88 33. Get in touch. You know you want to. If you're in New Zealand and you're not of an English or Australian persuasion, let us know how you're receiving the current state of affairs. Now, Anderson's going to come round the wicket, which we're reliably informed by our experts with Red Energy is not the way to go, but Broad did get him that way in the first innings.
Yeah. Well, that's the danger ball for him from Broad, isn't it? To beat the inside edge. In other words, not to swing it away to the slip cordon, but to bring it back from the seam.
Anderson round the wicket to Khawaja, who defends up to mid-on. There's no run.
And Khawaja doesn't really get forward that much. He's more from the crease. He more plays sideways in the ground, rather. We've seen him a couple of drives, actually, which is a bit more unusual for him. Maybe their bowlers just straining to get the ball up there and get some swing early on if they can. There hasn't been lavish swing so far. But a huge part of the game, this, isn't it? I mean, the new ball, the sun has been out, the little bit of cloud just starting to arrive now. But,
Not seen any of those nasties that we had yesterday, though, have we? I mean, the ball to get rid of Root was unplayable as Anderson is in and out, beats the outside edge of a groping Khawaja's bat as he pushed forward tentatively to one in the channel. I don't think it moved a great deal. It may have just come on with the arm. I'd like to see that again on the replay screen with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Well, look at it. Actually, it did hold its line a little.
Not much, though, was it?
Not much.
It's
straight through.
It's just that slight angle that Broad gets, of course, back into the left-hander from around the wicket, and then just holding it, as you say, holding its line, hitting the seam and straightening.
Anderson into Khawaja, gets a block hole delivery, which he digs out well to short extra cover. But that's all you need, isn't it? The ball that got rid of Duckett just moved the width of half a bat, and it was shown that it was going to hit the middle of the bat, and instead it hit the outside edge, and Bharat remained sceptical because it was Duckett. We all have our peccadillos in life. Yours is Ben Duckett. I'm going to get you a signed Ben Duckett shirt before the end of this series.
Maybe Ben Duckett bucket hat.
Yep. But he's got a strange resemblance to Jess Jonathan, I find.
He does, actually.
As Anderson is in. That's pulled by Khawaja, but straight to Wokes at mid-wicket. There's no run. 7 overs gone. Anderson not looking particularly threatening, albeit he beat the bat once there. He's bowled 4 overs, so I don't think it'll be long before we see Mark Wood. But before we see Mark Wood, I like this. With 2 left-handers and more than a hint of turn in the first innings. Moeen Ali is coming into attack. He's going to be the first change for England.
Interesting.
Well, what's interesting here is it's the battle of the selection, isn't it? Australia eschewing the spinner for the first time in 12 years. England not just picking a spinner, but making the poor fella bat at number 3.
Harder ball. More bounce. Moeen Ali does give the ball a good rip. And this is a harder pitch, a little bit crusty, I think, on top.
Footmarks?
Footmarks. A little bit. Although he'll be wanting to land on the better part of the surface, in front of the stumps, and turn it across the blade of the bat and bring Root, who's at slip there, into play a bit more.
Might one that comes on with the arm. I'm looking at the sort of first foot mark like that, just maybe give it a little low, perhaps, if it comes on, and
it can, so it doesn't hit the seam so much. It actually hits the smooth part of the ball and continues straight on.
And Warner's been out to off-spinners bowling around the wicket to him, to that particular delivery where he gets trapped on the back foot. He doesn't come ahead. Ashwin's got him out, even some other off-spinners.
A slip and a forward short leg, backward square leg, backward point, short extra cover mid-off. The deep cover's just being moved into the perfect position. As Marine is in, his first ball is played off the back foot by Warner. Off the pitch, watched it well, gets a single.
Wee bit of turn though, wasn't there? That's good to see for Moeen Ali. Just a bit short, allowed the batsman to get back and punch that square.
Pushed through the offside. That's just to encourage Moeen a little bit. If you play off the back foot, Travis Head got one that ripped past him when he played off the back foot, and then after that was just on the front foot, wasn't he, against Moeen thereafter. Khawaja faces up. He gets one another leg side, which tickled away fine, being pursued by an eager Root, one of whose hats falls off, and the ball goes into the boundary sponge for 4. Off the bat, says Nitin Menon. Khawaja moves to 14, none for 19. Slightly ill-directed that. But, yeah, Root's wearing 2 caps and sunglasses.
And Nitin Menon's wearing a cap, so is Joel Wilson. They got their hats replaced with caps. Daniel, we were
windy weather gear.
Windy weather. Windy weather.
Yeah. Moeen in. He's pushed into the offside through a gap between extra cover and backward point for a single. There's something that I'd like to raise with you about Indian pronunciation. That the V's and the W's. Shane Vaughan and Michael Vaughan.
Well, yeah. We do struggle because...
Well, do you struggle? You just choose. You just choose. Because you can say Vaughan, but you choose to say Vaughan. Or Vaughan instead of Vaughan. This next ball's punched off the back foot into the onside for a single. So is it because of the way the language is transliterated generally?
I think the W sound in particular doesn't exist the way it's used in English, which is why the V's and the W's get all muddled up. So it's always Vaughan and Michael Vaughan. Yeah. It's how it's written as well in Hindi.
Tossed up, but played off the back foot by Khawaja. That seemed to have a little bit of flight, but he decided to play it going back into his crease, and he punches a single through the offside this time. It's a slightly perilous way of playing. If there's a little bit more bounce or a little bit less bounce, a little bit more turn, then it can be tricky. None for 22. Chipping away they are at the moment on that deficit as a full delivery is just pushed back to Moeen by Warner. End of the over. None for 22. England yet to take a wicket, and we take our wickets by celebrating the Tobin brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. England yet to have that opportunity as we take a little look here on the replay screen. What do we gather?
Well, we gather a little bit of movement, swing, spin, swerve in the air, so that he's turning the ball fast enough that it will go towards the leg stump of the left-handers, and then turn across the bat a wee bit more. And you could see there, Warner just held his position, didn't he? Held the bat open nicely so he could give the full face of the bat. But there was just a little moment there where it was a bit awkward.
Now Harry Brook is moving to a leg gully position for Khawaja, which doesn't seem a very productive one from Anderson particularly. You wouldn't have thought. 3 slips in place. Khawaja covers up in defence, pushes a straight ball up to Stokes at short mid-off.
Unless he falls over. Unless he falls and gets the head over to the offside and wants to play the ball into the leg side there, sometimes you can get it finer and get it to that leg gully position. So whether he's going to just keep bowling outside that off stump for a while and then bring one perhaps back at him a wee bit. It's what Broad was doing to Warner, wasn't it? Warner getting outside his off stump to cover the nick. Leg stump.
Here comes Anderson. Khawaja drives. A brilliant piece of fielding from Anderson, diving to his right of his own bowling. Very athletic. Gets his right hand on it and throws it back. towards the slips. Root tidies up and now vigorously polishes the ball.
What a rare pleasure to see a field. As we look down and we can see most of the fieldsmen.
Pretty much everyone.
We can take a little photo and they're all in the photo.
Maybe we should keep the photo with us as well. It won't last for too long.
It's quite extraordinary.
You're right, there's nobody on the bench. There's no fine leg. There's no deep third. There's no deep square. Three. Oh, well, there must be one. I'm missing one. There must be a fine leg.
Yeah, there'll be a fine leg.
Kawaja drives to short extra cover and there's no run.
It's making such a clunky sound.
Yes, I know. Yeah, but I wonder, a lot of that's been happening. I do wonder if it might be the parabolic effect we're getting. Because I'm not sure I've heard much in the way of crisp contact.
Only when Bairstow was batting, it sounded brilliant.
Yeah. Now, is that a wobble, Seema, that we're just seeing on our replay screen? It did just sort of slightly wobble as it went down. Wasn't a proud, straight seam from Anderson.
I think that's what Anderson's doing because there's not that swing that he'd like to see. So he's reverted to the wobble.
He's in around a wicket. Kawaja gets a thick inside edge. Squirts out square of the wicket on the onside. Wokes is in pursuit. Will get there. Fielding in a rather conventional manner, actually. Running up alongside the ball. Placing the right hand down, turning and throwing. 2 more to the total, none for 24. Kawaja to 18.
And just the way that ball wobbled earlier Norcross reminded me of our conversation from last night about the Indian head wobble.
The Indian head wobble, yes. Yes, you gave me a lesson in that.
I did.
And it became clear that there's a certain type of Indian that doesn't wobble the head at all. They can loosely be described as plutocrats. Anderson into Kawaja, who covers up in defence. It's having a great series. We've seen that defence many times. He pushes it back to Anderson, no run.
Isn't he a key wicket? Because he just uses up deliveries and time and takes the gas out of the legs of the bowlers over after over, as he did in that first test match.
Yeah.
Man, he played a nice innings there, but the pitch suited him. It was slowish. This is a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Wood will be in the attack shortly. There was no Wood there. Here comes Anderson. Wristbands on, edged. And it lands just in front, I think, of third slip. Duckett. And he's rubbing his knee because he's been hit right flush, I think, on the knee, poor fella. He's clutching his left knee. I'd like to see this on the replay screen. I'll replace with tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Here we go. That's a nice delivery from Anderson. He's played a bit like a curtain rail there, and it has bounced. And it's bounced just in front of Duckett, missed his hands altogether and clattered into his left knee. Ouch. 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 Wow, the point of the left knee.
And
just a wee bit late with the hands, wasn't
he? Yeah, just hands didn't come down at all. And nobody's helped him.
No.
No,
I saw that too.
Yeah.
People just were walking around him.
Looked around.
Sort yourself out, lad. Yeah.
He picked himself up. He's still holding his knee.
Moeen into Warner, starts a new over. Ball gently turns, a little bit short of a length, and it's played off the back foot.
He's still limping, and nobody's paying any attention.
No, well, we're harder men in England. Just sort yourself out.
Warner wanting to play off the back foot.
Moeen in again. Forward though this time. He comes, he's drawn forward by a fuller delivery, which doesn't really turn or spit. Defends into the offside with a limping Duckett.
That gives Moeen, if he wants to go back, it gives him just that extra, 6 inches that he can get the ball closer to the batsman, and it's happening quicker because it's closer to him.
He's in once more. Down the wicket comes Warner, and he punches it, smashes it really back over the bowler's head for a 2 bounce 4. Nice shot, good use of the feet. Warner into double figures with that. None for 28.
It's like a proper golf swing. The ball swung in the air, didn't it, as it went over the umpire's head.
Yes.
Warner's indicated to himself a couple of times about the drift that Moeen Ali is getting, but this one didn't have that amount of drift, but he left his crease at the perfect time, didn't he, Jeremy?
Just a little shimmy down, wasn't it, to get closer.
Moeen into full toss, driven into the offside, but Duckett, who is revived like Lazarus, leaps to his right and prevents what would have been a couple of runs.
He's still walking around like...
Well, you would if you'd been smashed on the point of the left knee.
I'm concerned for him. Nobody else seems to be.
Oh, honey, don't you worry. It's going to be okay.
Look at him, he's looking at his captain Ben Stokes, who's looking away.
He can walk, it's nearly tea. Moe in against. Oh, he's beaten. It hits the pad, it's too high, the crowd love it, but none of the players do. There's a brief exclamation from Bairstow, but no more than that.
Good
that
ball,
did
though.
turn.
Good ball, landing about leg stump for Warner. Not sure about that.
Yeah.
It has turned and it's beaten the back and it's hit the sort of the upper thigh of the back leg.
Yeah, Bairstow indicating a bit too high, but it wasn't that high. Now, this is a full toss and it's been whacked away. And it's going to go out to deep mid-wicket for 4. Poor ball, he just bowled a beauty. And his next ball's an absolute pie. End of the over, 10 gone. Australia none for 32.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
None for 32 from 10 here on SEN Ashes Cricket with a barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Yeah, and a roar goes around Old Trafford because that man, Mark Wood, has been given the ball. There is that extra level of excitement when, the crowd realizes that they're going to see that extra pace, that extra fire from Mark Wood, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yes, and Bairstow getting his depth there and checking where Root is, and the slip's getting a bit closer.
Here we go. Mark Wood in, right arm round the wicket, short up on his toes goes Khawaja, plays it well out into the offside. There's no run. 3 slips in place for him, 3 in the ring on the offside, a mid-on and a square leg. And then I'm presuming a long leg hidden by the camera gantry just below. So we've got a great view here, but we do have one little blind spot, which is at long leg to the left-hander from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Good time for Mark Wood to bowl as well. He can bowl 2 overs, just run in as fast as he can, and then have another burst on the other side of the tea break.
Here comes Wood hurtling in. Khawaja is beaten. Is he or is he edging? They're convinced they've got him, and up goes the finger. Now Khawaja, what's he going to do here? I think he's going to have a chat, which is never a good sign. It was short, it was pacey, he played at it. The England's fielders were convinced they'd got him, and he's going to refer it. So we have got a DRS review. Reviews with Imar.
Well, he's played it.
It was a late call by Khawaja. I think he just isn't sure here. The finger of Joel Wilson went up, and that is never necessarily a perfect indicator of outness or otherwise. He's playing away from his body. The bat is... is that close to the bat? It feels close to the bat. Yeah. Bairstow went up, but he didn't toss the ball up. We're seeing now. Edged. Gone. Khawaja goes. Wood has made the breakthrough. And the injection of pace has done it for England. The durable Khawaja has got to go just before tea. Joel Wilson's finger is raised for the second time. And well, that's the breakthrough that England really wanted. Australia 1 for 32. And the thorn in their side, so much of this series has got to depart. And Australia lose a review.
Value of pace, isn't it, Daniel? Just forcing Khawaja, who normally knows where his stumps are and outside his off stump, very well indeed, and he lets it go normally, but he's somehow played towards that ball, and he's got the faintest of edges, and the registration as it's gone through, that's perhaps why he reviewed. He didn't feel it too much because it was so faint, but it's definitely there, and so England celebrate, but it is that extra bit of pace. He doesn't really want to hang his bat out there, but I'm afraid that's what it does.
And it's got rid of
big man, big wicket.
One of 3 Aussie batters who can occupy the crease for a long time. The second one is walking out to bat under extreme pressure. Manas Labuschagne. There's 5 minutes left for the tea break. Mark Wood. You heard the crowd go up in unison when they saw him coming into the attack.
Yep, he just gives that extra sense of thrill, doesn't he? Do you know, England still haven't used Chris Wokes, who took 5 wickets in the first innings. And but they're going with pace at one end, spin at the other, and I keep coming back to it. I think it's a match in 2006, I want to say, Andrew Sampson, in which Harmison and Panesar did the damage for England. Spin at one end and pace, extreme pace at the other here at Old Trafford. And that's often been the way matches here. Now leg slip has come in immediately. Stokes, 2 slips, being asked by Stokes just to be a little further apart than they might otherwise be. And there's a really deep gully, like a backward point, but on a gully line, which is Wokes. Because of the extra pace again, Labuschagne will take forever to be ready.
Exactly.
It's his first ball, and he does like to faff about. Forward short leg in place, 2 pitch widths away. Here's Wood, crowd roaring. Labuschagne gets a horrible short ball that flies past his armpits, really, as he gets his hands out of the way. That was a rapid old delivery. I'd like to see that in a speed gun.
You have to get everything out of the way.
I'm just seeing on the replay screen with tyre power, the wicket that fell, it was the tiniest feather. It really was a little old edge, but that's all it needs to be. It's a bit binary, I'm afraid. The out or not out. Here comes Wood, performing a circle as he runs in now, and Labuschagne gets another short ball which he ducks out of the way. The crowd absolutely loving this. They've seen Australia frankly humiliated with the ball, and now there's something kind of horribly like the Colosseum going on here.
92 miles an hour, that one. Certainly Labuschagne looking to play, wasn't he? For a start, he wanted to play that, and then it was the late let go and go underneath it.
Kept his gloves and his bat far away, under his body.
Wood turns and runs in again. And Labuschagne defends. Fuller ball this time. Back to the bowlers, no run. Tea is at 53 minutes past. Unless you're in Adelaide, in which case it's 23, isn't it? Just you guys are crazy, but so wherever you are in Australia, tea is at 53 minutes past. There's 1 ball to be bowled in this over, and then presumably 1 more over left. I wonder if Wokes bowls it or if Moeen bowls it. I suppose it depends if Warner's on strike or not. Wood turns in bright sunshine, runs in towards Labuschagne. And Labuschagne gets a thick edge that squirts away for 4. Past second slip. I don't think it was a catchable height, but it was a false shot and a wicket taking over for Wood and for England. Australia 1 for 36. Labuschagne at 4, Warner 14, and the crowd are really sensing a moment here with a big wicket of Khawaja. And a big session to come.
It kept a bit lower, didn't it, that one?
That's the danger from that end.
Absolutely. That's the end that they're getting the disparity between the one that comes off the surface and rises and one that just sort of squats. That one just squatted a little. It would have hit the stumps.
Andrew Sampson is waiting with bated breath.
The 2006 game you mentioned against Pakistan, which England won by an innings. 11 wickets to Harmison and 8 to Panesar.
Yep. I hadn't imagined it after all. Moeen starts a new over with a full toss, which is flicked to mid-on, and there's no run. Who took the other wicket? Was it a run-out?
The other wicket was a run-out, I think. Let me have a quick look.
I thought it was, because I think all the wickets taken by bowlers were Harmison and Panesar from memory. I don't know why I thought that. Moeen in, this is driven to short extra cover. Now then, hang on, I think we've got a boy child on the field. Has Duckett gone off for his knee?
Yeah, that's finally gone off.
Yes, I think we have a substitute fielder who's a very callow looking youth with an oversized baggy sweater.
Just 19, I heard.
Did you? You hear everything. You've got your ear very close to the ground. How many wickets has Wood now taken? Is that his 99th?
That's his 99th, yep.
If he takes 1 more, then it'll be the first time that there is a side that's on the field. As Moeen bowls. Full, defended back up the wicket, no run. With 6 bowlers who've taken 100 wickets.
Unbelievable. The variety that Ben Stokes has, even though he doesn't need to bowl himself.
No. As Moeen is in again, this is driven and stopped at short extra cover, crowd catch by Harry Brook. Now the replay screen was just showing the semi-inquiry for the leg before from the last over. I wonder if they're going to show us the ball tracking on that in a minute, because I wonder if they found something. Moeen is in, and another full toss is bunted away out through mid-wicket, and it's going to speed away to that boundary before being intercepted really rather well by Lurch, by Crawley out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, and they come through for 3, Warner to 17, 1 for 39. What last ball before tea coming up?
It's been the Lurch test so far.
It's been the Lurch test.
Yeah, his profile has gone through the roof in the last 24 hours or so, and deservedly so.
But Moeen here, he's back to bad Moeen. He's back to full toss Moeen, and I just wonder, I haven't seen that finger.
Yeah,
but
especially with the new ball pronounced seam.
Yeah, maybe it's just slipping out of that hand a little bit. I don't know.
Big ball coming up.
Yes, he's drying his hand on the ground, so I think a little bit of dirt in there. Last ball, Labuschagne, of course, he got him in the first innings. LBW turning the face of the bat.
He's got him the last 2 innings.
He has. Moeen in. Last ball before tea. Oh, nearly gets through the defences of Labuschagne, who just jabs a bat down on it in time and ends another session that's belonged to England. It's very much been that way in this test series, this test match I should say. And Khawaja, the big wicket to fall in the over before that, but Warner's still there on 17. Labuschagne has 4. The deficit 236. Australia go to tea on 1 for 39 earlier on in the session. It was all about Johnny Bairstow, who ended up curiously 99 not out. Andrew Sampson, remind us of the curious statistic you found about Bairstow and his 99 not out.
The most curious being he's the first player to have 2 scores of 99 on the same ground in Test cricket, because he was out for 99 against South Africa in 2017, but also just the 7th player to score 99 not out, or 7th, 8th, sorry, and the 3rd Englishman.
Thank you. Yes, Alex Tudor and Geoffrey Boyd got correct. Yes. So they go to tea, and England well on top. They've got an extended session this evening to try to make further inroads, and they'll want to because there's rain in the air. Before we go to tea, Jeremy and Bharat, and indeed Andrew, we've got a little bit of housekeeping to do. It's our Macca's delivery of the day. Order via Mac Delivery on the My Macca's app. What's been our delivery of the day? And we can be the whole day. I quite like Cummins bowled to Stokes, was quite impressive. I suppose Wood to Khawaja there, just for a bit of pace suddenly injected.
That has to be. And a big wicket too, that's going to be a very important one, I think.
Yes? Are we going with that?
Yes, we're going with that.
We're going with that. So that is our Macca's delivery of the day. Order via Mac Delivery on the My Macca's app. We're going to take an unearned tea break for about 15 minutes. And poor old Paul Sebastiani is going to have to take up the reins, but I'm sure you're in very capable hands. We'll be back with the first ball.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia in their second innings at tea, a 1 for 39 after 12 overs. They still trail by 236 after England were bowled out for a quite astonishing 592 they did in that middle session. Bairstow 99 not out from 81 balls, a partnership of 66 with Jimmy Anderson, who was the last man out. In their second innings, Khawaja was caught behind just before tea from the bowling of Wood for 18. Warner still there on 17, batting with Labuschagne on 4. Adam Collins with you, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Peter Lalor from the Australian newspaper, and David Bumble Lloyd, the great man who knows this ground better than anybody. And we're going to have Stuart Broad starting off from the Jimmy Anderson end, the pavilion end, with Warner on strike with 3 slips behind him. Bumble. Australia bruised and battered through that middle stretch, and now they have to find a way to hang tough and bat the rest of the day without, well, much further loss.
Yeah, think clearly, put it all behind you. Batting out of his crease, David, won it well out of his crease. Stuart Broad.
So Broad away, round the wicket, delivers to Warner on the hip. Could have considered a quick single to mid-wicket, thought better of it. Pete Lalor, how do you think the response will be back in Australia to that?
Well, I think
coming into that just after lunch in that second session, I thought Australia had looked better. That there was a calmness to their approach, and in the next hour it went out the window. Yeah, we were almost back where we had been the day prior. They're going to be marked very hard for their performance in this Test match.
Brought up in the sun at the moment down the leg side. Warner has a little fended it, but doesn't get anything on it. Bairstow tumbling away to his right.
And we're starting, journos down there, we're starting to look up. And we're when things go wrong, we look for other things that might possibly be going wrong. And that's the first time Australia have been kept out in the field in this series for 100 to bowl 100 overs. It's come at the almost the worst possible time, with a quick turnaround to the next test, and having already, this is the 5th test for one Pat Cummins, who looked the tiredest of them all.
He did.
He looks human. For so long, Pat Cummins has been the man for all seasons for Australia, but at the moment he's being attacked. Broad bowls, and Warner plays late from the crease to backward point, no run.
See, for all the negative stuff, and they've played poorly in the game, and it can happen. Yeah. So I'm just looking from a coach's perspective. McDonald would have to say to this team, OK, you've got that out of your system. Never forget, we are 2-1 up in this series. 2-1 up. So let's gather together. Let's put a performance in for these next 2 or 3 days and see where we go. The performance has to improve, of course, but they can still get something from this game.
They can't lose the Ashes this week. It's important to remember. Broad bowls, and Warner, after shuffling forward, defends out to cover. And all I mean by that is that, as it can be in a long series, the weight of the world can be on your shoulders away from home. Bumble, you would have experienced that as both the player and the coach. And I reckon, Pete, a little bit when we're inside the bubble on tour, we see the world one way because we're sort of ensconced within what's going on minute to minute. Back home, absent a bit of that context, it'll be intense. I picked it up this morning doing a cross back to Australia. There's already a sense that this is off the rails entirely when his broad bowls and Warner turns into the onside, wants one to square leg, doesn't take on Wokes, right? Not to. It'll be that. The ability for them to shut out the external noise, Bumble. It's not always easy for a cricket team away from home.
That's exactly it. You cut out everything that's going on in the periphery around you. You've got to do a job. They've got to improve. It's as simple as that. But you just mentioned Cummins is human, the team are human. They've had a bad time, tough time here. Never forget, you're 2-1 up in the series. Yeah. It's England who have to do all the chasing. And they've done it well. They've done it well, England.
My concern is that they can't lose the Ashes here, but they can lose confidence and sort of lose faith in their ability a little bit. They've lost the momentum in this series, if there is such a thing as momentum in a series.
I wonder if we go back to this after the broad delivery, Warner defends out to cover point, no run. Warner 17, Labuschagne 4. And the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and save 1 for 39, trail by 236. I wonder when they're making the documentary of this series and the books that'll be written in the usual way, whether we look back at Lords and the carey stumping of Bairstow as, what's the expression, to win the battle but lose the war. Like that was the moment when Stokes found form, lit a fire under himself. They go to leads with so much energy after feeling hard done by at Lords, wrongly or rightly or otherwise. They win there, and everything did seem to change that afternoon at Lords.
We always knew, or suspected or worried that there would be days like these, like Thursday, second session, third session, and like the second session here today. We just knew that playing against a side that plays baseball, there's going to be moments when they're up and about. And I think you can tell yourself over and over that you'll be ready for it. You won't let it shake you. You set the fields for it. But when it happens, it's all very well talking about it in preparation. It's not until you experience it that the real impact's felt of playing against a side like England.
Wokes for the first time in the second innings, Andrew Sampson.
That over from Broad was the third maiden of the innings already. The same as the ball in the whole of the England innings.
Very good. Wokes at our stay the men. Sun's out. Bowling to Labuschagne. His first ball after tees defended out to cover.
So look back at the reaction. So 2-0 down England. The reaction in England. So we talked about the reaction over in Australia. The reaction in England. Oh, great. Bazball. Entertained. Brilliant. Absolutely marvellous. Losing 2-0. So it's been a complete turnaround, but they've had to do it. On the front foot, they win at Headingley and they win in style. And then they're here. They batter the game here.
But somehow, Australia, they've got to hold on. I love this challenge. You've got to get something from this game.
Woke's up. Labuschagne batting in the short sleeve jumper. Defends not far away from trending back towards his stump, so he kicks it away. Quite right.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but in a way, the England public will accept that, given what had come before baseball.
Yeah,
there was abject, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Australia are looking at a World Test Championship team that's won all before us, and probably Australian fans aren't as forgiving.
But it's absent friends. I mean, there's one. Nathan Lyon. You know, it's sad. It's really sad that he's not here, because he's disrupted all their plans big time.
The fact that Moeen Ali bowled the 8th over in this innings told a bit of that story too. There is something there for him. Wokes delivers. Labuschagne defends off the back foot. I'm not saying that Nathan Lyon would have changed the direction of travel to the extent that we'd be having a different test match, but they would have had a dependable bowler who they could have turned to with all of that experience. I mean, I know we talked a lot about Lyon at Lord's when he went down, but because they won, I don't think we properly appreciated the extent of the damage until this week.
No. And I think with Lyon...
Wokes up, 19 on his back, bowls here. Labuschagne defends the mid-wicket, no runs since tea.
Apart from his obvious skill with the ball and his ability to take wickets, what he does do is he cuts Pat Cummins' workload in half. Yeah. And I don't mean his overs, I mean the fact that he could just go, Nathan Lyon, you bowl from that end, and we'll go up here and we'll worry about our stuff up at that end. Control. And that's half your job done.
Yeah, control the game, and he's good enough to do that and take wickets along the way.
And he also showed he's resilient. When they went after him on day one at Edgbaston, still took 4 for.
He would be saying, come on, keep coming.
Took 8 in that test match, in that win a month ago. Bowling here is Wokes, defending again is Labuschagne. Not quite full enough from Wokes as yet.
Well, that's why it's important now for Warner, Labuschagne, Smith, the batters. No Australian batter has really will have had a series that they'd be happy with. I don't think any of them would be averaging above about 45, would they? No, I don't know.
Sam will dig out that series chart. Last ball from Wokes here. Still got 3 slips. Labuschagne goes back to defend. So a maiden, but didn't ask the right questions there. Wokes back of a length throughout. Back-to-back maidens after tea. Australia 1 for 39 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By Beaumont's and save. Labuschagne 4, Warner 17.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Brought on the approach, got a leg slip to his nemesis Warner. Warner turns into mid-wicket, gets 1. First run of the session. And he'll get overthrows as well. Might be 4 of them. Ball gathering pace towards the eastern rope. It will be 4 of them. What are they, David Lloyd?
The buzzers they are. And they're all looking at each other. Stuart Broad, customary, throws his hands in the air. Who threw it? Is it Anderson or Wood? I think it's Wood.
What are the umpires doing here? Making the batters change hands?
I mean, I used to hate this as an umpire. Oh, is it Jimmy?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Jimmy Anderson. So the umpires, there's a mayhem of the buzzers. They've run. Now who should be at which end?
Watching the replay back here for Tyre Power. Save on Fulton Tyres. Those two blokes have played so much cricket together. And you can see Anderson shaking his head, apologising, and Broad looking away dismissively.
And they've no idea which batter should be at which end.
No. Well, it has to be Labuschagne, does it not? Unless they said they were halfway through their second run. Was that right, Bumble? Before it would have...
Yeah, cross. If they haven't crossed. Jimmy Anderson threw it, did he?
Of course, we saw it. 4 overthrows, making 6 at World Cup final at Lord's in 19.
Funny though, isn't it? Australia had done that with you tutting and all the wheels have fallen off.
Yeah. It's early days.
Yeah. So Warner the 22 with the 5. 1 for 44. Brought to Labuschagne for the first time in this spell. 2 slips and a leg slip bowls here. Labuschagne defensively, he plays from the crease to point. Andrew Sampson, you got the series stats.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh, 197 runs and 65, just the 3 innings. Khawaja's down 47.12. We're still closing in on 1,000 balls for the series. He hasn't got there yet. Travis Head's averaging 44. Steve Smith just 33 and minus Labuschagne just 28.4 and Warner just 27.
It's that Smith and Labuschagne piece, isn't it?
Yep.
For Australia, Labuschagne facing broad and getting on the front foot defensively to cover. Wanted to drive, but checked the shot.
Labuschagne's looked better this Test match. I think he's looked a little bit more confident. He looked like he's found his hands. He's found his whatever he looks for between tests. Apparently he has like 20 issues to work on 10 days out from a test, and he tries to get them down to about 10, then he tries to get them down to 4, then 2, and then he ticks all these boxes. It's quite the process.
Complex, very complex.
Marnus has 20 issues. Could be a book in that. Brought up to Labuschagne, Aussie's Australian number 3. That's a good shot. Played through the onside, finds a gap at mid-wicket. Bisecting a couple of fielders, gets a couple of runs. Moeen Ali does the fielding. Labuschagne 6. 1 for 46, trail 229.
He's calmer, isn't he? He looks calmer at the crease, and I think that's important. But this is Stuart Broad. He will be calm. Wait till Mark Wood comes on. Mark Wood shakes him up, definitely.
Yeah, gets the heart rate up, doesn't it? And those ticks come in after he
absolutely.
Yeah,
all the movements,
all that stuff.
all the mannerisms.
It's funny with all the Smith bits and bobs that we didn't used to see them that often early in his career, Bumble. He explained to us at a press conference in Brisbane in 2017 after making an Ashes 100 that he went to all the lightsaber stuff and the charging down the pitch, pointing at the bowlers when he wanted to use his words, as Broad arrives and bowls and Labuschagne defence, find an extra level mentally when he was really under the pump. So he wouldn't do it in a normal innings. It was only when he was really under pressure. And then for whatever reason, that became his default. And how taxing that might be for him mentally when he's got all these other bits and bobs going on.
It's got to be, massively. You know, smell the coffee. Just calm down. You look at the figures and the figures stack up, but I worry about his mental health, just the way that he operates every delivery.
Broad to finish here. Labuschagne waiting for him on 6, and he lets it go with a lightsaber lead of his own. That didn't quite get up either. Into the over, 229 the deficit. Australia 1 for 46 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook, next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. David Bumble Lloyd with us, Peter Lalor as well for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And Chris Wokes is preparing to bowl his second over. Now Brian Statham over the wicket to Warner for the first time. He defends a ball again that might not have quite had the bounce that Warner expected. Last ball, the previous over, didn't get up either, Bumble. Might be a factor we get deeper into this innings.
Well, I noticed that they had the heavy roller, which will just calm everything down. It's still a good pitch. You should be able to play on it. I think it's a bit of bad luck if you get one that keeps low. David Warner, too, looks a bit calmer.
Needs to convert this start. He's on 22. Made 32 in the first innings. Wokes to him here, and Warner gets him well behind it, defending to cover. Tend to forget that if Warner had a double failure here, Pete, he was on cricketing death row, wasn't he?
He was, but he was 4 and 1 in the last test. But he was off 66 and 25 in the previous. 9 and 36 in the first. Middling returns. Damn sight better than last time he was here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that traditionally England going into a final test match at the Oval just bring a total stranger in. They bring somebody from nowhere. I don't think they do that these days.
Wokes bowls. Warner beaten outside the off stump. Great delivery. That's what Wokes didn't do in his first over, giving the ball a chance to move around off the seam. Warner had to play on that line.
Did. Goes for a walk, undoes his gloves as he traditionally does between balls.
That was always
puts it out of his mind.
That was always the As we watch Wokes' wobble seam delivery back on our screen for Tyre Power, save on Falcon tyres. Always a reputation of England, wasn't it? When in trouble, pick a bolter.
Yeah, and it was always 6 tests, the last test match at the Oval. You're scratching, who's this that they picked?
Well, Australia might have Michael Nessa.
Yes.
It's better than a bolter, Nisa. Wokes bowls and Warner defends from the leg stump line out to mid-wicket, no run.
No. Fairy tale story, plucked from county cricket.
I can't imagine a world where he doesn't play. Back-to-back test matches.
Who does he play for?
Well, I mean, Stark's got at least something going on with his shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know how they'll re-evaluate the spinner question after this test. The fact that they've been basballed, that might make it even tougher for Cummins to pick a young spinner. I just think that Nisa's a lock. Wokes bowls, and that gets big on him. Warner plays with one hand off the bat, keeps it down pretty well in the end. Into the offside, no single.
Well, it might be that this heavy roller that we talk about is just wearing off. That delivery's jumped at him. He's looking to play defensively, took it right at the top of the bat.
That sort of nasty rattle that you get when the ball jumps on you.
This pitch had a reputation as being the quickest in the country for a time, Bumble.
It did, yeah, it did. Well, I've seen it quick here.
You captained here for a few years, didn't you, Bumble?
I did, 5 years.
5.
Warner facing Wokes, yet to concede a run. Last ball of his second over, and Warner plays defensively. Right under his eyes at the middle of the bat to Stewart Broad at mid-off. 229 the deficit. 3 maidens in 4 overs since tea. With Labuschagne 6 and Warner 22. Australia are 1 for 46.
Was it first division?
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. We're just touching on the career that David Bumble Lloyd enjoyed here at Old Trafford over such a long period of time, from the mid-60s on. Broad bowls and gets through a low one, or not far away from hitting his off stump as well. We saw that from the last ball of Broad's previous over. So Labuschagne did play back, and we're behind him at our end, but it looked to go through to about shin height.
And dribbled along the floor, and Bairstow had a little flap at it and missed it. It pitches and all. It rolls along the floor. It hits Bairstow and bounces down fine leggish.
MCG 1980s.
Did that? We'll see it again. Did that disturb the surface?
We need a better replay. We've only had the side-on one there for Tyre Power, save on Falcon tyres, but you're right, it's ankle height when going through, and Labuschagne was instinctively on the back foot. So they'll get the bye. 1 for 47 becomes the score. Warner back on strike. Broad round the wicket to him as ever. 2 slips, a leg slip. That's Ben Duckett. Broad bowls, and Warner defends from the middle stump line. Gets a single at the deep backwards square. Wood does the fielding. 1 for 48. Warner 23.
Well, it's up and down from either end. Bumble, you captain for 5 years. Were you in the first division then?
Only one division.
We
only had.
When did they change it?
In the late 90s.
99, was it? 99.
Yeah.
Thought you were younger than that.
I wish.
I saw one of your old teammates was here earlier today.
Clive
Lloyd.
Yeah, C.H. Lloyd. I saw him. And Farouk was here yesterday. Farouk engineer.
Is he ever not here, Farouk?
He's got. He's now on one of these mobility scooters.
Is he?
Yeah. Cool. He'll have to be a big scooter because he's a big fella.
The king of the corporate box, Farouk engineer. He's always somewhere.
It's a semi.
3 slips. Labuschagne leaves well outside the off stump. So you became captain in 73, taking over from the great Jack Bond.
That's right. Yeah.
So you won plenty of stuff under him.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we were residents at Lloyd's playing Gillette Cup finals. We played every year. I think 6 out of 7 years we played there. Yeah, they were good times. And the Sunday League was the John Player League, a 40 over at every Sunday. It started at 2 o'clock, I think.
So to give listeners in Australia a sense of the rhythms of professional cricket in England at the time, so you mentioned the Sunday League, broad bowls over the wicket, Labuschagne defends. So 2 3-day games a week, but having to play the Sunday League game, often spliced between.
Yeah, and somewhere else. You go to another county, probably the other end of the country. But also at that time, uncovered pitches.
Yes.
So the 3-day games, you'd go away and stay wherever you were. The Manchester boys would hit London. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. And so at that time also, there were not that many cars.
Yeah.
And there certainly weren't motorways. There were none of them.
Country lanes. And,
yeah. A roads and B roads.
Flat tyres.
Yeah, lots of trophies for Lancs in that era. Broad bowls. Labuschagne gets down to another one. It doesn't quite get up. But watches it onto the bat, gets one. It spits out behind point. He's 7. 1 for 49. So Lancs won the Gillette Cup in 1970, 1971, 1972 and 1975 under your leadership, and the Sunday League in 1979 and 1970.
Yeah.
What an era.
They were a terrific time. Ground full as well. And then advertising on grounds came in. Advertising boards. There were none of those. So you get 5,000 people sat on the ground, sat on the grass. Then when advertising came in, you had to get everybody into the stands.
Right. So last ball of Broad's eventful over. Into Warner. He's 23, and he plays off the back foot just behind point. Nicely controlled. Moeen Ali does the fielding. Warner gets a single, keeps the strike. He's 24. Labuschagne 7. Australia trail by 225, but they've now got 50 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
For Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. David Bumble Lloyd and Peter Lalor from the Australian newspaper, taking a bit of a wander down memory lane. A quiet passage of play, rare in this series. Wokes over the wicket to Warner, who defends into the offside, wants a quick single, but Labuschagne sends him back. Pete, you saw Labuschagne between overs.
I saw him between. Yes, I saw him this morning too. Just stretching and sort of a couple of times. He's as if he's got a little sort of groin complaint or something. But I was going to say, if we look between the old hotel and the one that they're building, there's that University Academy 92, which was apparently built by the Man U 1992 team. That's right. With all the money they won. What did you guys do with your money?
Wokes yet to concede a run. Bowls to Warner, does here. Over the top of square leg where there is a field. They get to boundary. Warner, first of the session. He's 28. Had control over it. That's not a shot that he plays too often these days, Warner, but it's a problem here in 2015. 1 for 54, trailed by 221. But watching it back, this is the pull shot where he kind of has one leg in the air and whips it with the bottom hand.
That's a good point. He got out a lot of leading edges, didn't he? They were popping up.
He did.
So he got it out of his game. 2015, yeah. So the Man U footy team built a university essentially over there. Magnificent buildings with all their winnings.
Wokes into Warner again, leaving alone outside the off stump. Good carry.
You build houses and homes for orphan children. What did you do?
To the 6 Gillette Cups, we were on a win bonus of £5. It cost us that much to get there.
You wouldn't get there today. No. Not over the price of trains.
And you had to travel. The club
£5
to save money. The club. Yeah. We had to travel in our own cars, and 3 people per car, plus kit, overnight and cricket.
Wokes to Warner, who's beaten outside the off stump. Had a nibble at one, back of a length. Did move off the seam, but Warner probably didn't need to be playing at that. Into the gloves of Bairstow.
Meal allowances? Or?
The meal allowance.
Yeah.
And in fact, I tell you what, I remember in 74 over in Australia, we had a meal allowance, which was frugal for both teams. And we were staying at the Melbourne, Big Hotel, George. Big Hotel in Melbourne.
One
anyway.
across road
Grand Hotel.
Dells Hill?
No, not that. And there's a little Silver Spoon cafe round the corner. Everybody had breakfast in there.
Wokes into Warner again. Plays late, chops on! Inside edge, back onto the stumps. He played and missed at the previous delivery, but not so lucky this time. A ball coming back off the seam ever so gently, but Warner Plays it back onto his leg stump. Australia lose their second wicket with the score on 54. David Warner, it's a long walk off when you're out chopping on. Dismissed for 28.
Do I play? Do I not play? He's caught in two minds. The bat is angled. It's away from his body. Inside edge onto the stumps. I can tell you this. I feel sorry for him. He's tried really, really hard there. He's got 28 from 53. And his day's finished.
They needed Warner to convert the start today, Pete. If there's going to be one of many criticisms of Warner of late, but he's been getting to first base. It's going on with it. He hasn't again today.
Yeah, and that's a crime when you're an opener, because when you're an opener, you know you're going to get those balls that will just get you out. But getting a start and getting yourself out, that's a real punch in the head from your own fist.
It's an angled bat, and it's a full-length delivery from Waltz, just outside off stump. And you can see he's been so determined throughout his inning. Stand out of his crease, defend nicely, and he's in two minds. You can tell. Do I leave it? Do I play it? The bat is angled away from his body. And that's a killer. Once it's away from your body, it ricocheted off the inside edge straight into the stumps. Enter Steve Smith.
And so you wouldn't have blamed him if that ball had kept down and got the inside edge and bowled in, but it didn't keep down. The bounce was true on that delivery.
Perfect.
Seeing it back for tyre power, save on Falcon Tyres. England celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives, and Steve Smith with a career average of 59 but a series average of 33. Made 41 in the first dig here. Leg before to Mark Wood. Has to bat for a day or more. They need Steve Smith to turn the clock back and put in a big shift, not only this afternoon but through the weekend as well. If there's any chance of saving this, it's got to be Smith. Wokes in his first ball. Smith played defensively out to mid-wicket.
Well, it's a grim situation for Australia. They trail by 221 runs. They're 2 wickets down. England are going to bat again.
That's the end of the over as well. Successful for Chris Wokes. Australia 2 for 54 on the Beaumont's Hale scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Our coverage for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Watching the replay again between overs, it was like an in-swinger that just hit the seam and just moved back ever so slightly. Right, Bumbly? He got into an okay position with the exception of the angle bat, but the movement is what did him there. Warner back in the sheds. Labuschagne on strike to Broad, who drives beautifully down the ground on drive 4. Just checked the shot, got into position early and dealt with it. Labuschagne to 11 with his second boundary, 2 for 58.
Two big players at the crease now, Australia. Two big players who have to deliver.
Well, Australia want Steve Smith 2019 in this situation. The Steve Smith you just could not get out. The guy you could bank on. Hasn't quite been the same series for him this time.
It was Bradman-esque then, wasn't he? Not so much this time. Broad bowls and Labuschagne 12 forward before defending. That's a cover.
Never seen anything like 2019. Day after day, the front pages of the English newspapers were Steve Smith begrudgingly celebrating his achievements.
I remember that when I was working for Sky, they sent me into the public and just to the crowd and with one question. How do you get Steve Smith out?
That's right. I remember that. Yeah. Anyone got any ideas? Bumble had the paper cup out.
I did. That's it. Exactly it.
2 slips, leg slip. The configuration. Labuschagne defending Broad back down the pitch.
Saw Labuschagne out early this morning when I was walking to the ground. He was out walking with baby Hayley Grace strapped to his chest, as you do these days, and his wife Rebecca was with him.
I came in one of the Uber taxis and passed the England management walking to the ground.
Yeah,
That's a good trek.
I thought I saw you in that Uber taxi that went through the puddle and splashed me and Gideon as we were coming up that back lane.
Not me, though.
Broad bowls and Labuschagne defends to mid-on. Good delivery. Yeah, we often see, it was McCullum and Collingwood walking in together, was it? Were they the two?
It was McCullum, Saker and Patel. The three of them.
Yep, Saker's staying in my hotel too, so it's a fair walk.
It is?
Yeah, it's about 4 Ks, I think.
And so somebody went through a puddle and drenched the pair of you.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to see that, do they?
No.
It's great.
Do you look like... Let me just check the back of your head again. Do you look like you? Sunk down in the sleep a little bit. Pass the driver a $5.
Yeah. Just
well
get
done,
them
mate.
too.
Well done, mate. Yeah.
Just being held up here, Broad.
You're staying at that fancy pub, aren't you?
It's nice. It's inside by Amelia.
Broad hits her left in the over. Off the hip. Labuschagne behind square leg. Gets 1, gets 2. Collected at fine leg by Chris Wakes. She's 13, 2 for 60. Oh, Daniel Norcross nearly takes me out when trying to stumble his way. I don't know what he's doing.
Trying to get back. It's not. There's a ball to go.
Generally speaking, on the way to the commentary box.
Yeah.
Got a text in here from Tex of Melbourne. There's a reason why Nathan Lyon was chosen to lead the Aussie victory song. He's the heartbeat of the team. You can't replace these types of guys in a few games without teething problems. Great point. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, or 8833 in New Zealand. Broad to complete his over. Up here to Labuschagne, inside edge, and he has to play it away from his stumps with his bat. Now the crowd won't like that, but he's entitled to do it. End of the over. 2 for 60 the score. They trail by 2:15. Labuschagne 13, Smith yet to score. More on that delivery after the break.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Watching the last ball of the previous over, Jarrod Kimber in for Red Energy. He played it into the turf, Labuschagne. The ball was heading in the direction of his stumps, and with his bat he knocked it away, and the crowd didn't like it.
He hasn't middled that many balls this summer. He definitely middled the second bit. Not sure he did the first one. Is Warner going to open in the next test?
I think so.
I'm not sure that they can expect much more than a couple of 30 odds at best. Maybe that's fine, but
I think they'll be happier with a couple of 30 odds than changing it up. That's just my instinct, though. Wokes in, bowls here, edged and reaches first slip on the bounce. Reaches first slip on the bounce, Stephen Smith. Joe Root never actually went up with the appeal.
He's just coming now.
So Chris White certainly was appealing. I think what they'll do is they'll go to the third umpire on an umpire's review, and that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
They'll want to make sure the ball didn't carry. They send it upstairs now. Nitin Menon up to Kumar Dharmasena, the third umpire for Imar Insurance. The tradies mate, call 13 Imar.
Yeah, the tradies mate. That's Imar.
Gut feel says that's half volleyed in, but Root doesn't know. How can he?
So Bairstow was right beside him, and he was positive that it was caught.
Here we go. First replay coming now, and it is going to take about 20 replays. It looks like it looks like it's bounced into the hand. What they'll want to confirm is that his fingers weren't under the ball when it volleyed up.
So it's interesting. Bairstow's on one side, Crawley's on the other. Crawley was not sure at all, and Bairstow was convinced it went in. They had the two best views.
Better replay here. So if his fingers are under the ball, it'll be hard to prove that. In saying that,
he probably caught that. I'm not sure it will be given out, but he probably caught that.
In saying that, it looks like the ball here. Now we've got a very low replay here. Unfortunately, there's a boot in the way from the cordon. That's going to be an incredibly difficult decision for Dharmasena on that angle. But it does look on the close-up like it probably bounced in, but it might have bounced in off the fingers.
Yeah.
It could have bounced in off the fingers. All our replays are for tyre power, save on Fulton tyres, remembering that if the impression that the third umpire has that he controlled the ball and it was fingers underneath, he'll give it out.
Yeah, I think he'll give this not out with the thought that most of us might have, which is he might have actually caught it, but I don't think he's going to give that one out.
I'd be surprised if it were given.
England don't seem particularly excited.
But it's worth noting that it's all about whether the fingers are under the ball. I mean, the replay from side on next to the boot, he keeps coming back to, is probably the most generous for route. But the problem is, Ben Duckett's boot's in the way.
Not out.
Not out.
Umpire's getting back in position.
Umpire's in position. So it'll come up on the board in a moment. But the third umpire has made his decision. Kumar Dharmasena says, well, he has said it, but we haven't actually seen it yet. Believe me, he said it.
If he has it, it's a troll.
Not out. Not out. So they go back to where they started, but good delivery from Wykes. Remember, the Smith's not yet off the mark. He's faced 2 balls.
Look, he edged it. It was a good ball.
Thick edge.
Just didn't quite. Look, even if it got there, not enough.
Carry's rarely a problem here at Old Trafford either. So Wykes already in the book, in the game, bowling to Smith, wide of the crease. He defends to mid-off.
Smith's not a particularly good third innings batter.
You've been doing some research on this?
Yeah, I think he averages around 40 in the third innings, which sounds fine, but it's not fine for him, where he averages 86 in the first.
Seeing, again, that replay from Root. When he first took it, he didn't kind of go up with the appeal. He straight away said, I don't know.
Yeah, and as I said, you can see Crawley next to him. He looks unsure, and Bairstow on the other side thought it was a catch. So it was very close either way.
Sure. Wykes to Smith. Bowls here, and Smith clips and gets off the mark. Deep backward square for 1. 2 for 61 the score. We've gone through this in some detail at the Oval during the World Test Championship, but just to back over the technicalities of this, if the ball had hit his hand and then the impression was that the ball had then touched the ground, so long as he's in control of it, no concerns.
Yeah.
That's what we saw with Cameron Green when he caught Shubman Gill in the gully. Perfectly reasonable interpretation. In keeping with the ICC guidelines for elite umpires.
Yeah, the whole blades of grass thing.
Yeah, that's right. The difference here is that if the ball hasn't reached the fingers first, well, then obviously by definition it's not a catch, and those angles were never going to be conclusive enough to give it. Wykes bowls here, and Labuschagne defends, playing late. Out towards backward point, no single.
I also think that because it bobbled up in his hands, right, if you're a cricket person and you watch that, your first instinct is, well, that must have bobbled up because it's bounced on the ground, rather than thinking it's bounced off his fingers. Now, it might have bounced off his fingers, of course. So I think that bobble probably also helped save Smith there, or make it easier for... It's Kumar Dharmasena? He's the third umpire, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of Kumars up here. Former Sri Lankan Kumars in the area.
Bowling here is Wykes, well forward. Defending is Labuschagne. Bat and pad glued together, as they have to be when there's a little bit of variable bounce. We've seen that after tea.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League, and subscribe today.
Harvey Norman's scoreboard. Australia 2 for 61. They trail by 214. Labuschagne's 13. Smith's on 1 after a few further words from Jarrod. Kimber replacing me in the commentary chair for the next half an hour is going to be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, obviously I wasn't on air when David Warner had gone out, but I was just chatting to Mark Nicholas, who was just out the back of the box, and, you know, talking about, obviously we both think, like Colo does, that he'll probably play in the next test, but that as a test player, it would be hard to see how he will ever be consistently making runs anymore, David Warner. He's just not the player he was. And what happens with age with great players is it robs you of your consistency, but you can still get to your ceiling. But the problem with Warner is that because of Broad, He's almost, I can't even see how he could reach any kind of high ceiling in a one-off innings, just because he's being hunted and he's also not the batter he once was.
He's being hunted.
Yeah, well, I think Broad's hunting him from one end and everyone else is bowling normally. It's hard enough to go up against normal bowlers. What's going on here?
What is going on here?
Is it something to do with the way that Anderson doesn't have his jumper on correctly?
Has Anderson been off the field for a length of time?
Was Anderson off the field?
I hadn't noticed, but that does seem the most likely explanation.
Yeah, also,
he's not allowed to bowl from his own end.
That's shocking.
Jimmy Anderson has been told he cannot bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end. But he's still arguing.
But Joel Wilson is telling him something, which is possibly unreliable.
This is the Statham end, he says.
What's going on here? I don't know. We can't really tell. But what is happening is that Jimmy Anderson isn't bowling, but just as perplexed, neither is Mark Wood. And he's only, how many overs did Mark Wood bowl before tea? Just a couple, wasn't it?
Just one.
One. He took the wicket, and then he's not been on since. And that's the end you'd want him to bowl from, because there's that spot. Here's Broad starting a new over against his will. It's Smith who just plays this off a thick outside edge to backward point where Moeen does the fielding. There's no run.
So Smith, I think, averages around 28 or 30 against 90 mile an hour plus bowling, and against 80 to 90 mile an hour is well over 50s, probably over 60. So there is a big difference for him. So not using the fast bowler too early on does seem like a bit of an error, if you have one.
It does rather.
If you've got one available to you.
Yeah.
If you're South Africa or
Broad into Smith, who chops at this and gets it to Moeen again at backward point, and there's no run. England's task, should they choose to accept it, is to try to get 5 wickets before the scheduled close of play. 5 more wickets from here, because then that gives them the opportunity of the extra half hour. That is a realistic, if difficult, goal. But to go in the SEN parlance, bang bang, you might actually need a little bit of pace for that. That said, Broad did find that awkward spot to Labuschagne. It was a whisker away from hitting the off stump. As he runs in now to Smith, and that's shorter. It's near that spot, but it gets up nicely, and Smith's able just to defend.
Well, I mean, sometimes what you do in cricket, of course, is just do what the opposition want the least. Smith would rather face Broad than Wood at the moment. There are certain conditions where that's not the case, of course, but right now...
Yeah. But Bazball is often doing the things that you least expect him to do. So, I don't know. Stakes himself is quite advanced at leg slip. He's ahead of the keeper in the 2 slips by about a yard or so. As Broad is into Smith, who gets turned round again. He gets a thick outside edge that greebles its way to Moeen Ali, and now Smith waves at the balcony. Wants something. Wants a new bat, or a new leg or something. It's hard to tell sometimes. Upturned collar.
Yeah. No, Bazball is very much the reverse Malachi system.
Yeah.
Do you remember Happy Days? Reverse Malachi?
Do you remember Happy Days? Monday, Tuesday, Happy Days, and on we go. Broad in again. Smith waits and push drives off the back foot. Nice. He'll get a couple of runs. He didn't time it perfectly. He might even get 3 as it's going a long way out towards deep extra cover. And he does scamper back in that rather endearing way, with limbs flying in all directions. Gets 3, moves to 4. 2 for 64 Australia. The deficit 211 brings Labuschagne back onto strike. So, just having a little look on our replay screen with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres. We're looking at how Labuschagne seems to be telling Smith what his guard is. I think there's an element of that going on. Is that the Joel Wilson factor coming into play again? Broad into Labuschagne, who pulls really nicely out through deep square leg for 4. Very controlled shot, didn't get up high, only about waist height, a swivel pull, and sends it to the boundary. Boundary to complete the over. Australia on the Harvey Norman scoreboard at 2 for 68.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It's going to be Wokes to continue. I'm trying to see where Mark Wood is.
Mid-wicket?
Yeah, he's there. Wokes in, defending is Smith from the crease. It's a long way across the stumps as ever.
I don't see anyone out there who's not supposed to be there.
No, I don't. I'm
None of these plucky youngsters.
I'm a bit baffled. I don't know the reasoning. Is he trying to save him for when Head comes in? But anyway, I don't know.
No, I think it makes a lot more sense to bowl him with a little bit. Well, bowling when Smith's facing anyway, especially early on in Smith's innings. So I wouldn't think he'd be holding him for Head.
And what we're seeing on our replay screen for Tyre Power, save on Vulcan tyres, is that in the first innings, Smith was further over to the offside. And he's about half of a foot length or so nearer to the off stump. Covering off, but not covering outside off. It's another delay.
England are complaining about the ball.
Yeah. And they're getting no joy from umpires. Menon and Wilson. As Wokes runs in again. 2 slips and a leg slip. As Smith defends. Back on the wicket to the bowler. And there's no run. Labuschagne 17, Smith 4. Crucial passage of play, this.
Do we know if the hovercraft covers were ever fixed?
Yeah. Well, that was a bit of a thing. They'll need to be
for tomorrow
because the apocalypse is coming.
We've done well today because there were,
there was talking more, wasn't there?
Yeah, but it has. We only had that one little bit.
Yep. Wokes in to Smith, who plays with an angled bat to backward point. So he has done quite a lot so far in his brief innings, and there's no run.
Just from a technical point of view, Dan, you were talking about the change in footwork for Smith. I wonder if some of that is also because in the second innings, especially when the ball's keeping low, you don't want your pads quite as much in the way.
That's exactly what it is. Oh, by the way, sorry. Hi.
That was easy.
Hi.
Bharat's here.
Bharat's
here saying I'm right. So good. That's a good time for him to come in.
Yeah, very good. There's always, this is that time of the day when I come in
when
and
I'm
say,
right.
You're right.
Yeah.
A very consensual crew. Wokes into Smith, who gets one that pops on him. He doesn't like it, and he's now going to explain exactly what the ball did through the medium of hand gesture. And sure enough, he's told us what we all know, which it popped a bit off a length, but he played it okay in the end. And it rolled out to point where Brook did the fielding.
You'll also see him do the little Indian head wobble, Daniel.
He'll do that.
He loves doing the head wobble. He does. That's his way of going. Oh, what was that?
Ooh, there he goes.
There you go.
It's more of a little tilt than the full wobble, but yeah.
He does the wobble as well.
Not in the way that Greg Ritchie used to do it. That's now been cancelled.
Oh, yes.
Wokes into Smith, who comes forward and defends very solidly, nicely timed up to mid-off where Stokes does the fielding.
No, he does it in a very polite fashion.
Well, he does it in a natural way. He's not imitating it.
No. He's not doing the Indian head wobble. He maybe picked it up there.
Yeah. He's been out there a fair bit. He's never asked for tips from you.
For the head wobble?
Yeah.
No, in fact, I remember he
Hang on, you said wobble.
I did say wobble.
Right. Not vobble.
Wobble. No, I've been working on my...
Wokes is in, and that's turned into the onside. Picked up at short mid-wicket. End of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. It's 2 for 68.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor, and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. I'm the tradies mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13-IMAR. They're the tradies mate. Let's IMAR!
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Now, Is Anderson now allowed to bowl? Is that what's happening?
Well,
yes, he is.
Yes.
He's now allowed to bowl. He's bowled 5 overs, mostly unthreatening, really, and he's gone for 8 runs in those. He's been actually the most parsimonious of the bowlers on show for England, but also the least penetrative.
I think the pitches have had a lot to do with it as well. I mean, he didn't get to play in Headingley, both at edge Bassett. I thought he started brilliantly at Lord's. And the catch dropped off him very early on, you'll remember. And then from that point on, he's given nothing away throughout this series whenever he's got a chance.
Yep. And he's now allowed to bowl from his own end. He must have been off the field for an amount of time that Joel Wilson decided. He must have been. That'll be the reasoning. Anyway.
Oh, on Joel Wilson.
Yeah.
Just after the tea break when the 2 umpires were walking out, he did the whole Usain Bolt. I mean, he crossed himself and then kissed his finger and pointed to the sky.
Did he?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the other.
Yeah, I thought you meant the archery thing.
Oh, no, the pre-routine.
Anderson's first ball will be delayed because Labuschagne's not ready because a gnat has moved in Malaysia.
Well, it's certainly not anyone moving behind the bowlers.
No,
this
absolutely
time.
no one. Absolutely no one. Whatever's going on in Marnus's brain. It's marvellous. A good old 5-test series. I know we're only 4 tests in, but you do get to find out an awful lot about people.
You do. But he does this across the board in all levels of cricket.
I bet. Even backyard cricket, I bet. Uh-oh, there's a Hyundai. The next ball is pushed into the onside. There's no run off the front foot. Yeah, there's an e-bike just gone by. Stop everything.
Oh, the flag has changed direction.
But funnily enough, when they're in training, Steve Smith is the one who observes random things out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I remember in Perth last year, Steve Smith, David Warner, Marnus Labuschagne, and Steve Smith had spent like 15 minutes in the nets. Suddenly he turns to David Warner mid-shot.
As Anderson is in. Smith just defending, Labuschagne, beg your pardon, just defending into the onside to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
And he goes, others polarized. And David Warner was batting shades on. And David Warner goes, what are you talking about, mate? Others polarized.
Polarized? Yeah. The glasses.
The glasses. And he's like, I don't know, mate. Like, oh, okay. And then goes back to batting. That's Steve Smith for you. Like, he'll randomly turn around and ask me a random question about something he might have just noticed at some point.
I like that. He's a man with a curious heart. Anderson in. Labuschagne lets go. Not too far from his off stump. Bit of oohs and ahs in the slip cordon, but that's from Ben Duckett. Like, he's constantly surprised.
Last year, 2 days out from the Melbourne test, I always take one of the dogs to watch the nets because we drive to Melbourne from Adelaide with the dogs. So Isha always says, you take one dog. And I had Alfie with me, the monster dog. And Steve Smith, he'd been there for quite a while. Again, around 15 minutes, 20 minutes into his batting session, he turns around.
Here's Anderson into Labuschagne, who defends again. A ball that comes back into him, goes into the onside. There's no run.
And says, oh, Bharat, I didn't know it's bring your dog to work day today. It's like, yeah. And then he just spends 2 minutes asking me about the dog breed and what it does and
what it does.
It's a dog.
It's a dog.
Yeah. No, but you've seen Alfie. He looks like a horse, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah.
I
thought you meant the film then with Michael Caine, but yeah. What's the relevance of that to your dog? But yes, the dog, Alfie. Oh, now spearing in again to leg stump. This ball from Anderson is worked by Labuschagne to mid-wicket, who's quite busy here, Brooke.
And we just wanted to know more about the Maremma sheepdog and why it's so big and what's its role is around the household, and went back to batting. Never even looked
dishes.
at
Roll around that pastry chef.
My dogs are double graduates, don't forget.
Yeah,
they're more educated than I am. They have more certificates than I do.
I bet. Last ball of the over, Anderson into Labuschagne, who pushes off the back foot into the offside. It's fielded square at the wicket by Stokes. End of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Australia 2 for 68.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor, and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. I'm R of the Tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13IMAR. They're the Tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wokes is going to continue from the Statham end. Right arm over the wicket to Smith. Bends his knees and then drives into the offside. A good half stop by Stokes prevents what would otherwise have been a boundary, but they will get back for a couple. It's a good dive to his left, took the pace off. Brook had to go and retrieve as it worked its way up towards mid-off. 2 for 70 with that. Smith to 6. 2 for 70 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman. We're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply.
Bitdefender?
If you like.
You think I'm making some of these up?
I do. Wokes is in, this is clipped away, through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot from Smith, just straight onto the pads, and he was straight onto it in a flash. A clip to the left of mid-wicket up to the boundary. Smith into double figures now. 2 for 74. This partnership starting to build after the loss of Warner. He was bowled off an inside edge off Wokes. Finally, it wasn't Broad that got him, it was Wokes.
Yeah, he started positively in the first innings as well, Steve Smith. And that's always a good sign when he puts a ball away, even though it had deserved to be put away, through mid-wicket early on in his innings.
How tired is he, though? It's day 3.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah. He's not slept now for 72 hours or something. Now, a sure mid-wicket has come in to cover that shot. As Wokes bowls to Smith and tucks this away nicely behind square on the onside. Out to a child who is fielding, a Lancastrian.
Lancastrian child?
Lancastrian child.
So, Stuart Broad?
Moeen Ali, I think, is off the field.
Where's Stuart Broad?
He's at mid-on, isn't he?
Is it
because I'm looking for the white.
You're looking for the floppy, yep.
It's ridiculous.
It's so wrong, isn't it? You can't even see his bandana through it now.
No, you're right. So
I don't think he has the bandana on, maybe.
He did, well, he did have earlier. He had the cap and the bandana. It was a
that I remember,
combo.
yeah.
I'm wondering if he had a slightly wider cap to fit the bandana.
Now, what is it that Labuschagne's complaining about here now?
Life.
He doesn't like
bails?
Doesn't like the bails. Doesn't like the bails. Doesn't think the stumps are in the right alignment. Are you happy now? Labuschagne's
They're not,
happy.
though, to be fair.
They're not.
They're actually
So he
not
does
in the
have a
right
point.
alignment.
And Manas does have a tendency to check the off bail always.
I bet. What he should do.
You'll always see him just pick it up and put it back in. I don't think he's very convinced even now.
No. This attention to detail is a fine thing. It's a noble attribute. But it isn't half wearing.
I love that he's taking his guard again as well. The base of the stumps haven't moved, Marnus.
I'm missing a fielder. Someone must help me out in a minute. Oh, no, I found it. Wokes in, clipped into the onside, fielded at the deeper of the mid-wickets. The non-catching mid-wicket. We got a leg slip in the form of Duckett, as well as a very wide long leg, who's our local Lancashire pro. I mean, he's nowhere near the first 11 because they're playing in the county championship match at the moment.
It looks about 8.
It does, yes.
Moeen is off the field. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong. Might be his finger again, though.
Well, he's bowled a few full tosses.
Yeah. When he first came on, he bowled a ball that it really looked like he was struggling to get through.
Yeah.
And after that, he did bowl some okay deliveries, but I did wonder if it was his finger. They don't go away.
No.
Fingers.
No. Well, ideally not. No. Labuschagne on strike, comes forward in defence. This delivery from Wokes, pushed up to mid-off. Stokes does the fielding. So the leg slip's gone out again now. Comes the second slip. There are 3 in the ring on the offside. The short mid-wicket, the deeper mid-wicket, the mid-on, and that very long leg.
TV showing the Gary Pratt run out again. So Ponting must be on commentary.
I presume so. Or maybe it's just a reminder of happier days when run-outs happen in Ashes cricket. Wokes into Labuschagne. He gets turned around a little by this, but plays it securely enough to point. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By Beaumont's and save. Australia at 2 for 75.
If you're looking for a range of family-friendly options for your home, there is no better time than right now with the Choices Flooring Easy Living Sale. Whether you're a busy family looking for healthier solutions, love natural fibres and textures, or just want the look of timber, you're sure to find the floor you've been searching for. So go online at choicesflooring.com.au and check out the great savings across a range of carpet, timber, window furnishings, vinyl and rugs, or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and what better time than to tell you that our coverage into South Australia is for Daniel Thomas and the team at Morn Team Used Cars, mornteam.com.au. Over 300 used cars available for immediate delivery.
Wow, immediate.
Immediate. Yes, immediate. Here comes Anderson starting a new over and defending as Smith from the crease pushes the ball back at the wicket. There's no run.
300 cars.
The deficit just 200 now.
Deficit 200, 300 cars. I mean, the rate at which those cars are going, I've heard that number will be down to 200 very soon.
Yeah, I've heard this on the grapevine. The skipper's brought in some cakes, and he's now taking a picture of them, perilously placed. And Smith is just allowing the ball to hit him on the pad, and then indicating that he thinks the ball's. I don't know what that was like, indicating that he thought the ball was going away, but it would come back in. The curious little hand flick from Smith on this occasion, as Colo devours a French fancy in one bite.
In one bite. They just it's quite big. I thought he was going to bite into it. Now.
It sort of reminds me, I don't know if you ever read the Asterix books, but how Obelix was able to devour an entire wild boar in three bites, or a Scooby snack. You remember them? It was huge. Anderson into Smith, who drives slightly loosely up to mid-on this time along the ground. Still no sign of Mark Wood. And they don't understand it, I tell you. Speaking of which, listeners out there, I've got something for you if you want to try and help me out. A text you could send us, 0433 98 11 16 to text if you're listening from Australia, and 8833 if you're listening from New Zealand. And I'm just trying to compile an 11 of people whose names, as Anderson is in, is defended up to mid-on. There's no run. Stick in your head in a different accent from the correct one. So Marcus Stoinis, for example, I find impossible to say without putting on a cod New York accent.
Ah, right.
Marcus Stoinis. This happens to me.
That's a good point.
There's a few others. There's a guy who plays for Middlesex called Walalawita. There's Anderson is in. Forward comes Smith, and defence pushes it to the offside. There's no run, and I can't hear his name without putting it in a northeast English accent. It's just something that happens to me. Similarly, Kawaja.
Yeah, you do give it the
Kawaja. Yeah, I feel a little bit like what was the Karate Kid, the mentor in the Karate Kid. That's how Kawaja appears in my brain, and I can't stop it. So if you have similar names, do let us know. As Anderson is in. And Smith drives one hand off the bat, loosely again up to mid-on. Gets away with it, so it goes straight to the fielder. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 2 for 75.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins jumping in. So's Louis the Oracle Cameron. Bharat Sundaresan still here. We're all about for Red Energy. awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. Louis, you're passing me the box of treats that I gave to you. French fancies, they are. Mr. Kipling's friends. We haven't got a culture of having our colleagues and friends next door at Test Match Special. They get delivered cakes all the time.
All the time.
That is kind of the shtick. People make elaborate cakes for them, often with, like, when Daniel works for them, he tucks in all day. It's very nice. We've never had that with us as yet. It's not become a bit of a thing. Well, our friend, the comedian comedian and poet Tim Key, is downstairs today. He was up here visiting yesterday, got him into the ground today. He's thanked us by giving us a box of French fancies.
Oh, lovely.
Cheers, Tim. Enjoy the rest of your day. 2 slips, leg slip. Wood bowls here, building the pace up down the leg side of Labuschagne, not far away from tickling it through. Went all the way across.
And his first couple of overs from Mark Wood is when he struck the most. That extra pace. All the Aussie batters have taken a little while, just a little bit of cider to get used to it. We saw Usman Khawaja looked so confident, so settled in the middle. And this second ball from Mark Wood, it wasn't even as quick as delivery. It was just 85 miles an hour. But got him to play away from the body. And even there, Marnus Labuschagne didn't get into the best position. 2-3 overs into his spell, they look a lot better.
In we go, Wood. Our end of Labuschagne, wide on the crease. Makes good contact behind square. Gets 1. Moves to 18. No trail by 199 for what that's worth. 2 for 76. How you seen it, Louis?
Well, I'm not really, because I was just tucking into the French fancies. I think Bharat had some great observations about Mark Wood. I have no idea whether they're right or not. I was busy stuffing my face while you were...
You were nodding away. I thought you were agreeing with me.
Yeah, I was tuning you out.
It's that kind of day. We're allowed to drift. I'm quite keen to revisit Daniel's topic of names that you feel obliged to say in a different accent. Like Tilan Walaluita, as he said before, and Marcus Stoinis.
Can we say place names as well? Whenever I say Bloemfontein. I've never been there. I've never been to South Africa, but I can only say it in a South African accent.
Wood away. He's got a wicket already. Hiding the ball. Bowls here. Squares up. Smith squirts out to cover. Gets 1. Moves to 12. 2 for 77.
Yeah, place names for sure. I always go Durban, like they say over there. They know nobody in Durban says Durban.
You're talking about Durban. I thought you might have been talking about Darwin.
Me too.
Yeah, there you go. Durban, they say. You're right. It's more place names. I've been trying to think of cricketers whose names are of that kind, where you put on an accent.
I might bring up a helpful list or two. Could guide us in our conversation. So might you. 0433 98 11 16. Names that you feel duty bound to say in a slightly different accent.
Liverpool is another one. Place name that you have to say in the local accent.
South London. Wood bowls here on middle stump, but it's clipped away by Labuschagne to the sweeper in that direction. 19 for him, 2 for 78. Andrew Sampson.
Labuschagne.
Labuschagne. I knew someone was going to say that.
We did split before Marnus made his test debut. We were in Dubai, weren't we, Louis, for that test 2018, and we all went up to him after the press conference and go, we want to get this right.
Yeah.
How do you want us to do it? And he goes, well, look, it's Labuschagne, but I appreciate, having lived in Australia for quite a long time, not many people can do the justice. So please do Labuschagne.
Yeah.
His poor wife as well. I think it was difficult for her, obviously, not being of South African background. She told people to pronounce it like champagne.
Wood bowls. Middle stump line to Smith. Very similar to the ball that got him trapped leg before on day 1, but he squeezes this out to mid-wicket. Well bowled and well played at 91 mile an hour.
No, I totally get it. Very few people in Australia can say my name. First name, right? So I go with whatever.
Bharat.
Yeah,
I feel a bit bad about how I don't always go with Bharat. I'm drawn to going Bharat.
Yeah, which is fine. And that seems to be the easier way for a lot of people to pronounce. So
there's actually a player in this series who has a name that's pronounced 2 ways. And
Marnus Labuschagne.
The alternative way is only, as I've learnt, a Lancashire thing, as Wood completes the over here to Smith. We'll come back to it after the break. Smith defends. 2 for 78. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Labuschagne 19, Smith 12.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket, Super 78 the score. Josh Tongue. We all pronounce Tongue like that, right? Tongue. Bharat. Tongue.
Yeah.
Tongue. Not Lancastrians, as we learnt with Mike Atherton on commentary when he made his test debut against Ireland a couple of months ago. Anderson into the attack again, bowling here. Pushed out to the offside, no run. Tong. Up here, it's your tong. It's your tong, not your tongue.
That's what you use to get the salad from the bowl onto your plate.
Yep, your tongue. So people were quite rightly on social media asking Ath, what's going on here? What's this? And he goes, what do you mean? Tongue. Yeah, it's just normal tongue.
And what does he call the thing that's in your mouth?
Tongue.
Michael Atherton calls it tongue a tong.
Yep.
Right.
And we later learnt that it's a regional dialect thing up here. Pronounced it that way. Anderson, who's from this way too, bowls, and he's pushed out towards the offside. There's no run from Labashakni. I'm not going to do it.
Nah, don't do it.
Yeah, I've gotten better at it. I think we actually should, as a sign of respect to him, consider doing it on commentary.
True.
But
Absolutely.
He's been insistent that Labuschagn's fine. So Andrew Sampson's got a view, being from South Africa.
I did a game where Marnus Labuschagne was outbowled by Neil Wagner.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
Real workout for the throat.
Yeah.
Two slips for Anderson, wants to get in the book dearly. Frugal so far, nice line outside the off stump. We were talking earlier today, reluctant to have two phone-in topics at the same time, but we'll give it a bell. 0433 98 11 16. What were you doing when James Anderson made his test debut in May 2003, or what else was going on? What were things that were happening in May 2003 that timestamped just how old this guy is to still be playing test cricket all these years later? I was 2 months into uni, I know that.
I was doing way too many things, Adam, that I don't remember.
Daniel was writing a play. Having a few loose years there. Anderson bowls close to the stumps, defending his Labuschagne out to point, no run. Louis, what were you, 03 still in school?
I would have been going into year 6.
Year 6.
11th. Is that right?
6. There's probably quite a nice genre here of crossover where players who took the field in 2003 who are at the back end of their career. I kind of got stuck on this a few days ago in relation to if you want to use Anderson as the player who will have longevity back to 03 in Test cricket, you can go all the way back to the start, to the first Test match. And there's quite a boring way of doing that with Australia and England. But there's a far more enjoyable way through Pakistan. As Anderson bowls here, hiding the ball, looking for some reverse. Extra swing there. That's taken off to Labuschagne. That's taken off the surface. He's lucky not to edge it. It's a beauty. Maybe it's a little bit too short to really sort him out, but that's the first we've seen from Anderson in this spell, and he was hiding the ball. So he wants to do something different with it. We're seeing the replay for tyre power. Yeah, it's moved a mile.
And that's the one that's just gone away from Marnus Labuschagne. You're entirely right. He's holding the ball in his left hand as he runs in and then kind of gripping it at the very last minute. That was the shiny side pointing away from Labuschagne. It did go a little bit and it also nipped off the seam.
Last ball from Anderson. He's driven back to the bowler. No run. We'll skip the out this time. We'll keep chatting. Super 78, trail by 197. Labuschagne 19, Smith on 12. So the other way of doing it, obviously, there's, you go via Pakistan. So Shahid Afridi, who played with Steve Smith. They crossed over for a couple of Test matches in 2010. Shahid Afridi played Test cricket with Salim Malik.
Indeed.
As they crossed over at the very start. Salim Malik played Test cricket with Zaia Habas at the very end of his career. They crossed over, I think, in 1982. Zaia Habas played with, briefly in 1969, as I lose my train of thought, Hanif Muhammad. Hanif Muhammad was in the first ever Pakistani side with the great A.H. Khader, Pakistan's first captain. A.H. Khader, when playing for India before the war, as would Bowls here to Stephen Smith, pressed into the onside for 1. Out towards mid-wicket. He's 13, 2 for 80. A.H. Khardar, who was the original Pakistan captain, but before the war, before partition, played for India with the Nawab of Pataudi.
Right.
The Nawab of Pataudi, who earlier than that played for England in bodyline in 32-33. He played against Victor Richardson in 1924. Sorry, rather, Victor Richardson in bodyline in 32-33. Yeah. Victor Richardson in 1924 played against Wilfred Rhodes. Wilfred Rhodes made his test debut with W.G. Grace in July 1899 at Trent Bridge, the one test they crossed over for. And Grace, of course, takes us all the way back to the first test matches that were played. Wood bowls here, down the leg side. Bouncer, gets out the way of it. Grace didn't play at Melbourne in 1877, but a number of his teammates did. Andrew Sampson will confirm one of them. So you can do it with a whole bunch of links that go through Pakistan and India that have nothing to do with the normal Ashes narrative that we include Anderson in usually, because Anderson takes you back to Alex Stewart, and Alex Stewart goes back to 1990 and so on and so on it goes. Yeah, some fun for you later today.
Hey, Khardar, you know, there's a relation between him and Zainab Abbas.
Is there really?
She's married to his great-grandson.
How did I not know that? Zainab Abbas, who's a great Pakistani presenter and broadcaster on cricket, had a bit to do with her over the years. Wood bowls here and defending his Labuschagne to mid-wicket. I don't think we had her on SEN last year, but she was certainly in our commentary box a lot.
Oh, yeah, but she did do a guest stint just before the T20 World Cup final. I just dragged it.
Oh, that's right, yes. So she has been on SEN, and she's, married to A.H. Khardar, who was like the godfather of Pakistani cricket. If you ever want to read a book devoted to that, as would Sammy Uden. The history of Pakistani cricket, the unquiet ones about 10 years ago. It's a belter of a read. So that story of Anderson's longevity, that's where we started on this. What was going on in 2003 in the world that makes that interesting? Wood bowls here halfway through the over, wide on the crease, defending into the onside, no run. Could be like, who were the political leaders of the day? Who were the, who was playing football still? Alistair Lynch was still playing in 2003. He made his debut for Fitzroy probably 1987 or thereabouts.
The West was about to invade Iraq, if they hadn't already.
Yeah, they had. That was March. That was March 2003. So,
that's good knowledge.
It's good from you, Louis.
Yeah, you're a sixth grader back then, and you were keeping an eye on current affairs, I see.
Got Peter in with a text. I too was 2 months into uni, or at least in the pub next to the uni. Me too, Pete. In 2003, the current Premiership AFL coach was winning premierships as a player. Current AFL Premiership coach. Coming up blank here. Wood bowls and over the top of the off stump. That's jagged back to Labuschagne. There is plenty in this surface still, make no mistake. And Labuschagne's down on his haunches. Over the top of his back pad, looking at the pitch. Thinking to himself, boy, he's no more than a centimetre from being castled. We'll watch it back here for tyre power. Save on Falcon Tyres, Louis Cameron.
Just gone over the top of off stump. That's playing with fire. And England's bowlers are all coming wide of the crease to Smith and Marnus Labuschagne at the moment. They know this ball, it's not doing a lot reversing, but they're trying to get it. They're trying to get in Australia's heads, trying to tell them that there might be some reverse.
Wood bowls wide on the crease and going back is Labuschagne. That completes the over. 2 for 79. They trail by 196. Labuschagne 19. Smith 13. And that is on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. There are drinks on the field, which I neglected to mention before we threw to the last break. So we'll have a moment just to pause here. Of course, the premiership winning coach that Peter refers to in 2022 was Chris Scott, who was winning flags for the Brisbane Lions, although I don't think he played in the 2003 premiership. I reckon he was injured halfway through the season. But there'll be others like that who can timestamp just how long Jimmy Anderson's been playing for Got Louis Cameron with me. I'm confirmed by the studio. Chris Scott played in Brisbane's Flags in 2001 and 2002, but not in 2003. So close, but in the right ballpark. I want to know what Bharat was doing in 2003. Give us the sanitised version. I'm going to get him back on mic here. I know you were in a metal band then, weren't you?
I was playing drums for a band called Warhead.
Warhead.
I was 18 years old. Well, I was having a good time in life. Exploring the inner reaches of my mind.
Speaking of inner reaches, just to tactfully change the subject, Marnus Labuschagne seems to be reinforcing his box with the help of the physio. I'm not quite sure why he would be doing that. He hasn't been hit there in this innings, has he?
No.
And I'm not sure why the physio would be the one helping.
How do you reinforce your box?
Yeah, it seems to be some kind of like padding around the edges of it. He's got pink and yellow underpants on, if anyone cares.
Oh, he always has the body spugglers, what are they called?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the brand, but... Physio must have some degree of expertise in reinforcing boxes.
Yeah. It's Nick Jones.
Nick Jones from Perth, Western Australia.
Yeah, you know where Perth is, Lloyd?
Yeah, thank you. Well, Daniel said earlier when he was on commentary, he referred to South Australia as South Africa.
Oh, he did. Yes. Oh, we've got a good one in here from the studio. On May the 7th, 2003, Arsenal, must be when Anderson made his debut, Arsenal thrashed Southampton 6-1 at Highbury to start the amazing 49-game unbeaten record, which remains the Premier League record to this day. Thank you to the team in Melbourne. I'm assuming that's from Paulie.
May 7th. That's when the day I turned 18.
You turned 18 the day Jimmy Anderson debuted.
May 7th? Is that
the implication?
Oh,
it might be. You know.
There you go.
Something in that.
Yeah. Surely wasn't watching Jimmy Anderson making his debut. I can tell you that much.
There'll be first-class cricketers as well. Andrew Sampson, this is his wheelhouse. Players who snuck into the early 2000s who would have played in the 80s, I'm certain.
Oh, many. I think county players for sure.
Yeah.
The likes of Martin Moxon and David Byas and those guys for Yorkshire.
May 22 for Jimmy, so not quite on, but in the same window.
Day after my birthday.
Oh, that's right. You're a May kid as well.
Your 12th birthday, what were you doing at McDonald's party or something? I hope it was a Macca's party. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. After drinks, Anderson hiding the ball. Halfway through his spell, you'd think. Tucked down to long leg by Smith for 1. He moves to 14. It's 2 for 80. I wonder what Jeremy Byrne Coney was doing in May 2003. Question without notice at the back of the box. He's looking at me with puzzled eyes.
While he's thinking about it, I mean, I haven't seen the reverse swing just yet. They are kind of carrying on like they're getting it. Joe Root's the one shining the ball. No one else is shining it or getting any sweat into it. But if they can get some reverse swing, it is almost the dream scenario, because if you can get it reversing before the 30th over when the ball's still really hard, that becomes extremely difficult to play.
Anderson giving it his all at the moment from his end. Bowls here to Labuschagne defending the cover.
Well, one of the things I've heard Pat Cummins, and you would have heard this as well, Bharat, talk about is reverse swing can be really overrated because you don't get it often to the 50th, 60th, 70th over. If you can get it within the first 30 or 40 overs of play, that ball's still hard. Makes such a big difference in terms of how the ball reacts off the wicket.
And you'll remember, Adam, in Pakistan, it was that 23 to 45 over mark. That's where all the action happened.
Yeah. When the balls were old, they weren't reversing in Pakistan. It was this weird situation, and Australia gamed that so nicely different times. Anderson bowls and cutting straight to backward point is Labuschagne. That was a fraction too short. We saw Anderson get the ball reversing around in India a couple of years ago. They're off to India next for their next test assignment in about 6 months, and on that basis, because he has that club in the bag, if he keeps playing, he might be a better option than a number of his colleagues in this side.
Oh, for sure.
Especially if they can't get their really fast bowlers in the park, which is a massive issue. Joffrey Archer's injured. Mark Wood's always touch and go. Sounds like Ollie Stone has faced a lot of injury hurdles.
Yeah, he's not going well. It's a sad story. Ollie Stone, he's done so much to get back, but keeps getting injured, having had multiple back stress fractures. Anderson bowls past the edge of Labuschagne with the one that goes the other way. This is why he's been playing for 20 years. In the last couple of overs, the booming in-swinger, the leg cutter, the one that holds its line. This is a very challenging spell. He's got none for 9 in his 9th over. Watching him back for tyre power. Labuschagne is duty bound to play on that line, just past the edge of the bat.
You're absolutely right. That is the one that just had the shiny side pointing away from Marnus Labuschagne. That's the one that's causing him a bit of grief. We saw the one that beat him on the outside edge last over, really took off a length. That one shot low and just moved slightly away from him.
Anderson up again, delivers here. Labuschagne turns through the onside, finds a gap at mid-wicket. Classy shot. They'll get 2. They'll think about 3. Wokes is still chasing, keeps it in. They get back for an easy 3. 2 for 83 becomes the score for Australia. Labuschagne up to 22. They trail by 192. Guy Sebastian won Australian Idol in 2003. Good one there from the studio. Facebook was 4 years away, says Craig on the text. Thank you, Craig. I used to enjoy doing that with the 2005 reference points. The last time Carlton beat Hawthorn, it was a really long window of time, and I think YouTube was like yet to be invented or something like that. There'll be others like that. I think Andrew Sampson's got a cricketer for us.
Well, you were just talking about the guys who were playing in 2003. The oldest playing county cricket in 2003 was Devon Malcolm.
Dev was still
40. Yeah.
Wow. Anderson to finish here. Crossy stumps Smith before leaving alone with the lightsaber. 29 overs gone, 2 for 83 Australia on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Labuschagne 22, Smith 14.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Read the accents question. Tony Gregg is popular in our house. Text coming through. I'm not sure who it's from. Any word with an AR or an OR in it is pronounced AW. For example, scorecard from Mouse in Melbourne. There we go. Scorecard. Horn Force. So Devon Malcolm would have made his first class debut when, Summer?
82, I think. Yeah.
82. Yeah. Still plays in charity games and whatnot over here. Played in a game against him a couple of years ago. Moeen Ali, spin change from the stay the men. Bowled 3 overs for 14, none for 19. Did find some turn on a couple of occasions. Got some footmarks to aim for at the Anderson end. Field fairly conventional. Slip on a short leg. Man back at deep point. And that's the direction that Labuschagne is cutting to move to 23 with a single. 2 for 84. Cristiano Ronaldo played his first game for Manchester United in 2003. Very, very good. Samo?
Well, I think from a cricketing point of view, the most significant thing is that when Jimmy Anderson made his test debut, there hadn't been a professional T20 game yet. That was 3 weeks later.
Oh, tip my lid to you there. That is superb. How many T20 games have been played now?
12,000.
12,000, yeah.
Rashid Khan has played 11,000 of those.
Even politically, think about who was like in charge of the different political parties.
Yeah.
So, the late now Simon Crean was the opposition leader at the time.
Mark Latham was.
Mark Latham, yet to become leader, yeah. Bowling here, Moeen Ali into the onside for 1. Smith 15, 2 for 85. So yes, the political climate very different then. I'm trying to think who was the state opposition leader in 2003. Might have been Robert Doyle, long time ago. Another reference point. Send it through. 0433 90 11 16. Moeen bowls and cutting well in front of point. In the end, goes towards deep extra cover. 2 there for Labuschagne, who's ticking over pretty well. He's 25. They trail by 188.
The Rock was taking on Hulk Hogan, Hollywood Hogan,
yes,
at WrestleMania 2003.
Yeah. That's just after the glory era, I reckon.
Yeah.
We just sort of tip out, don't we, after about 01, 02.
Yeah.
Moeen delivers. Back and cutting again. Labuschagne hits that better, gets it past the widest mid-off. Work to do from the sweeper. Around from deep cover point. That's Mark Wood. 2 more. 2 short from Moeen. Labuschagne 27, 2 for 89.
Been an exceptionally poor start here from Moeen as well. He's 3 or 4 cut shots already.
He struggled in his first spell, didn't he? Bowled full tosses. Maybe it's the finger. He was off the field for quite a while as well.
Moeen up, 2 left in the over. Bit fuller here, and Labuschagne drives. Same part of the ground, but not well enough to get it past James Anderson, spooling around from wideish mid-off. 2 for 90. He's 28, 1 to come.
It's funny where we are in the series right now, right? It was when Moeen Ali came on to bowl to these 2 batters. When Australia was so much on top in the series and in that test match at Headingley when things changed.
Moeen finishes here. Smith gets the chance to cut as well, but doesn't middle it. Cut off at short cover by Brook. End of the over, change in commentary. At least a double change, maybe even a triple change. Daniel Norcross is certainly in for me. 2 for 90, trail by 185. Labuschagne 28, Smith on 15.
If you're looking for a range of family-friendly options for your home, there is no better time than right now with the Choices Flooring Easy Living Sale. Whether you're a busy family looking for healthier solutions, love natural fibres and textures, or just want the look of timber, you're sure to find the floor you've been searching for. So go online at choicesflooring.com.au and check out the great savings across a range of carpet, timber, window furnishings, vinyl and rugs, or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and I bring disturbing news for Australians, and it isn't to do with the cricket. It is. In a new poll, apparently just 46% of people aged 18 to 34 have heard of Waltzing Matilda. Can you believe that? I mean, what is the world coming to? Game's gone. Anderson in, and that's played uncertainly by Labuschagne, leaving the ball. It rolls to backward point where Ben Duckett does the fielding. There's no run. Yes, only 46% of 18 to 34-year-olds have heard of the song Waltzing Matilda. I mean, what's going on? Australia will be shocked to its core to discover this. Has anyone broken this to Pete Lalor? As Anderson is in once more. Labuschagne clip drives up to mid-on. Another full delivery from Anderson, seeking swing. Jeremy Coney is in the house, and therefore it is the perfect time to say good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text via
88 3 3.
You got it. 8833. Anderson in, defended by Labuschagne, back at the wicket. So the short mid-off that's in place. There's no run. But there are indeed French fancies here. 2 chocolates and a pink one.
Right.
Help yourself.
Who supplied those?
Tim Key, the very
who was with us last
very
night.
noble man, Tim Key, star of stage and screen, poet extraordinaire, very fine lover of cricket. As we see on our replay screen with Tyre Power, a long, lingering, almost romantic sight of Murray Erasmus. As Anderson is in once more, and this is played awkwardly again by Labuschagne. A short ball which he tries to knock on the head, rather as if you were trying to tap the top of a boiled egg with a spoon before removing the shell.
It's been a battling innings, hasn't it, from Australia? They're looking for occupation mainly, and I think actually, did you think that attitude played a part in, say, Warner's dismissal? I just wondered whether he normally likes to actually be busy. He goes at the ball. He likes to be scoring. He likes to be moving the game around.
Anderson to Labuschagne, who defends late on the front foot, back up the wicket. And Anderson can't be bothered with the ball. Someone else has to collect it. No run.
And I just thought that shot, whether he was uncertain about whether to play it or not, and then ended up playing it late and with a closed face and into his stumps.
You lose a bit of clarity, don't you?
Yeah, and I just felt then maybe the ball before that he was beaten by just outside off stump, and then he was uncertain about the one that got him out.
Australia have lost clarity in this game generally, as this was nicely played with clarity, actually guided down towards the deep third boundary, and our young Lancastrian child with the hat goes after it, but in vain. 4 more to the total, and at the end of the over, Australia are on the Harvey Norman scoreboard 2 for 90.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. So the Wood experiment was short-lived. Yes. Is he going to change ends, I wonder? Moeen is in the attack. He's bowling to Steve Smith. He bowls a full ball, which is driven and then parried at extra cover by Brook in the direction of Anderson. Therefore, there's no
Were you a little surprised he didn't carry on straight after tea? He'd had one over, picked up the wicket. He'd got Smith in the first innings.
Moeen in, tossed up, forward comes Smith, finds a gap, but it's not big enough for a single. I was not surprised. I was gobsmacked.
There you go.
Bewildered by it. Couldn't make sense of it.
Broad started, didn't he?
Broad started, and it just felt nice hard ball, and then just beaten larger for pace, as this is hoiked by Smith to short mid-wicket. There's no run, where our child with the oversized sweater is lurking. Who's he on for? Has Wood gone off? No, I think it's a backward point. Who's missing? Moeen in, full again, driven up to mid-on, and there'll be a single, but no more. Who? Broad's off.
Yeah, well, Broad also took the place of Wood that you're talking about at that Anderson end. And look, if you look at the flags at the moment, you'd think that Broad would like it at this end, wouldn't you? You know, coming around the wicket to the left-handers and sort of running it away from them.
Yes. Yeah, would have made sense. Yes, it's all a bit baffling, really. Especially to Warner, you know. That's how he likes to get him out. Moeen. This is clipped on the bounce to short leg, but it's well stopped. And there's no run.
Field changes for Labuschagne. They go from a 5-4 offside to an extra one over, and the bat pad comes in for Labuschagne.
Moeen in, forward comes Labuschagne, pushes out the offside, but Moeen is quick, nimble to his left, and Field's end of the over, just the one from it on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia are 2 for 95.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus and Macca's. We've been set a puzzle by our producer, who was Jimmy Anderson's first Test wicket. We were about to ponder it for some considerable time until Andrew Sampson came up with the answer immediately. It's a bit of a surprise, perhaps.
Mark Vermeulen.
Mark Vermeulen.
Made his debut against Zimbabwe, Jimmy Anderson.
2003?
Yep.
Yeah.
22nd of May.
22nd of May. It gets better. What time?
We've been probably 11 o'clock. If they started, or it might have been 10:45 or 10:30. Sorry, with those
Channel
5. Yeah.
Now then, Mark Wood is back in the attack, and he is, as we suspected he might, coming on from the James Anderson end. For it is from that end that there is this strange little patch, which got out Joe Root yesterday, and it nearly did for Labuschagne earlier today. If Mark Wood can find that at 92 miles an hour, that'll be devilishly difficult to play. Wood into Smith, and he bowls short on the hip, and it's tucked away down behind square on the onside, just the one run. The throw comes in. nicely over the top of the stumps, 2 for 96.
Wood running in hard and holding the ball in the left hand, the non-bowling hand, if you like, to cover the shine, and which side the shine is on the ball. Usually that's done, of course, with the reverse swing. I haven't seen it reverse swing yet, to be honest, but that seems to be what they're trying to do. And whether that was the reason that he was held back and delayed the introduction, I don't know.
Possible. He's into Labuschagne, and that's again not too far on the leg side. He's just able to clip that away down to Chris Wokes. Fine leg or long leg, 2 for 97. It's a good partnership developing here for Australia, and they need it. These two are very durable batters. They haven't really shown it too much this series. Smith obviously did early on, but since then it's been hard going for them both. Just the 1/2 century for Labuschagne. That was in this test match. 51 in the first innings. As Smith peruses the field with eager porcine intensity. And top of his mark is Wood. He turns and rushes in. Smith waits and bowls a short ball which has got an edge to and gone. Did a little glove. Wood's got the wicket and Smith walked off immediately. He's furious with himself. It was short down the leg side. Smith went for the pull. Must have been a little bit of glove, no more than that. Bairstow went up immediately. It was an easy catch to his left. Smith has... What's he done? He's almost saying to himself, what have I done? I've got myself out again. And Pat Cummins has got food for thought.
Now let's have a look at the height of it. He's falling away from it, and he's got a top edge, I think. He just wanted to follow it round and just ease it down to fine leg for a single almost. It wasn't as if he was attacking it hard. Little villainous little top edge through to Johnny Bairstow. Comfortable catch.
That's a huge wicket for England, because if there was one man who could bat for hours on end, it's Steve Smith. 3 for 97.
Huge wicket for Mark Wood as well.
Oh, and we know why. Tell us, Andrew.
It's his 100th test wicket.
And so for the first time in the history of test cricket, we gaze down onto a greensward which contains 6 bowlers who have all taken 100 wickets, except for the fact that Stuart Broad's actually off the field right now. But the principle is there.
Fantastic.
Well bowled, Mark Wood. Again, it's the pace that's got him. If you watch that back, wherever you may see it on clips here and there, you'll think it's an innocuous ball. But innocuous balls delivered in the high 80s or early 90 miles an hour take on a certain venom that their slower counterparts do not. And so Wood, his first over he's bowled from the Anderson end since he got Khawaja out in his only over before tea, has picked up the wicket, and it's brought Travis Head to the wicket. And Mark Wood, it's all coming over to him now. It's come up on the big screen. But he's taken 100 wickets. He's an immensely popular character. He's got a big hug there from, I think that is Stuart Broad, back out on the field. They do love him, Mark Wood. He's a very engaging man, beloved across this nation. It's taken him a fair old while to get to 100 wickets. He's not a young man. He's been in and out of the team. But his 100th wicket is Steve Smith in a must-win Ashes match for England. That's going to be something he'll never forget. But with Travis Head coming out now, he's setting his field very meticulously, because he has a plan to Travis Head. And that plan is a lot of people out for the short ball. Here he comes. Bangs it in short, wavered down the leg side. There's no run.
Well, a terrific effort, wasn't it? I mean, there's a lot of effort from Mark Wood as he runs in from some distance. Quite a circuitous route, actually, when he starts, and he just comes around in a sort of a semicircle, as if he's trying to catch a bus that's just left him, and he leaps wildly at it. And that one was a short ball just down leg side. It might have been the glove, actually. It might have been a little glove. Certainly Smith knew straight away that was it.
And off he walks. Here is Wood. into Travis Head. Short, wayward, down the leg side. Easy for Head to evade. He needs to get this radar right to Head, because at the moment it's too easy for him just to get out of the way. The trap is set. Head hasn't got out to this trap very often. He did in the first innings, but after quite a while. As we see the replay on our replay screen for tyre power, save on Vulcan tyres. It is just, I think, a little glove. And the delight for Stokes and for Wood. Every time you get Smith out, it's a big moment. But in a game like this, where wickets have not come one off the other very often, could be key. Wood runs into Head, gets up on his toes and defends a short ball. Square of the wicket on the offside. That's the end of a wicket taking over for England. But on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 3 for 97.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger North Star, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Test Cricket with Henley. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Yes, it's going to be Wokes. Now the wicket's been taken. So Moeen whipped out of the attack. Labuschagne taking guard meticulously. The crowd now in full voice, having seen the back of Steve Smith. There's 40 minutes or so to go today. 41 minutes. England on the hunt. They'd love another couple of wickets. Well, they'd love another 4, because then they could claim the extra half hour. But that's really in dreamland on this surface. If they can prize out another couple, just reduce the task that they're going to need for the 5th day. We're pretty sure tomorrow it's going to be a washout. There's a big front coming in. And when fronts come in, they don't relent. Not in these parts. Expecting well over an inch or so of water tomorrow. So Wokes starts a new over into the right-handed Labuschagne, who defends solidly into the onside. There's no run. The ball's picked up by Brook.
He's been very probing right throughout this match as Wokes. 5 wickets in the first innings, just getting it on the length where batsmen are not sure to go forward or back, and getting the ball to move and seam a little bit from there. Not a lot, but just enough.
Wokes into Labuschagne, who defends into the onside, and there's no run. It feels like there's a different atmosphere here after that wicket. We celebrate our wickets for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Suddenly the crowd is lifted, the pressure is back on. Australia fighting for their lives in this game. Still a long way behind. As Wokes is into Labuschagne, who lets go. Through to the keeper, there's no run. Bairstow's seen something or thought of something. He's going to say something to Stokes. What is it? I can't lip read, but he's saying something of great urgency. Stokes is thanking him politely, requesting he goes back to his position behind the stumps and leaves the captaining to him. Is that a fair assessment, Jerry?
It did look fairly peremptory, I have to say.
It's rather, yeah. Wokes runs in. Labuschagne. Oh, gets one on the helmet. Bairstow's going after it. I don't know if there was bat on that. But now we're going to have an extended concussion test, because, well, Labuschagne's saying it didn't come off his bat, and all that means is that he's going to have to be seen by the doc now, because it's clocked him on the bonds. And umpire Menon is requesting said physio come out. I think he's absolutely fine. He didn't look in any trouble at all, but they have to go through it.
is determined. He's saying it hit my bat before the helmet. Yes, it might have got a top edge into the helmet.
He wants the run.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. We're seeing on the replay screen with tyre power, definite edge on Dalman. He's lucky there to get away with that because Bairstow chased after. It wasn't close enough for him to catch. But it landed in that safe zone between fine leg and where the keeper was running back to.
Did you notice that when Labuschagne was showing his bat, the umpire at the same time was signalling leg by?
Yes, I did see that, yeah.
So I'm not sure whether we're going to get a leg by out of this or not.
Well, I mean, it's not been referred, so if he signalled leg by, it's leg by. He doesn't want to be out for 99 now, he'll be furious.
Scored as a leg by on the scoreboard, so there we go.
Yeah. Well, off go the physios. Labuschagne's been attended to.
Shows the value of a surprise short ball, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He was very late on it. Got a top edge.
Well, you know,
was too close to him. The hands weren't nice and straight out in front of him.
I think we know what Wood's going to be doing if Labuschagne's on strike going Wood's over, and he is at Wood's end at the moment. There are 2 balls left in this over. Head on strike. We've got the short ball field again. Wokes in, ball short, and that's just evaded down the leg side. So far, they haven't been able to threaten Head with a short ball. I sometimes wonder about coming round the wicket a bit if you're going to be bowling it at it, because it's just more likely for it to be hard for him to evade it, just to be coming at him on the angle.
As long as it's outside, over that off stump and doesn't get too leg side-ish. That's the only thing about it.
But I guess, you know, looking at the field there, it's a very fine leg and a long leg.
Yes.
And a deep square leg. And at the moment, he's just able to move away to the off stump and evade it. Short down the leg side. Dropped by Bairstow. I don't think there was any bat on it. And there's no run as Duckett tidies up. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 3 for 98.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Silvani! Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation.
Darcy Moore, mowed him down!
SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Adam Collins in for Daniel Norcross. Jeremy Coney's with us as well. The Aussie balcony. Sunken eyes after Stephen Smith was caught behind from Mark Wood's previous over. Off the glove, trying to hook. Never looks pretty. Made 17 fairly unconvincing runs, Jeremy Coney.
Worked hard, didn't he? But yes, never any semblance of real timing and getting in control of the bowling. It was always very much protecting his wicket. And I think that's really how all the Australians have batted at the moment. There hasn't been... Labuschagne is starting to show some stroke making, but he's still making little errors as well. Half chances, nearly bowled by Wood, nearly got an edge. Well, he did get an edge onto his helmet last over.
Struggling to thread together meaningful partnerships. They've had 7 partnerships in the match between 32 and 63. So it tells the story, doesn't it? Wood towards us, charging in. Bowling here to Labuschagne, down towards short leg. That was a short ball that he fended in that direction, but no forward short leg at the moment, and I can't work out why.
Standing up and playing it and riding the bounce, and that's always the danger, that you hit one to sort of just short square there, and there's a change immediately.
Yeah, get the lid on. Harry Brook with that job. Made 61 earlier today. Feels like a long time ago, that first session. The game's really moved along. England 7 wickets away from an innings victory, if you want to look at it that way. Australia still need 177 runs to make England bat a second time. Wood 2 slips behind the wicket as well. Bowls to Labuschagne on 33. Plays off the back foot out to extra cover. No run. This has been the Labuschagne death zone in recent months. We were talking about this with Andrew Sampson the other day. There's the window between about 20 odd and 50 odd, where he is falling with enormous regularity. Looking through the series so far, he made a pretty impressive 51 on the first day of this test match, but 26-41, 0-13, 47-30, 21-33 across the tour, including
that's lots of starts.
World Test Championship final against India. Wood's got 2 for 10. Bowls here, Labuschagne turns it off his hip, finds a gap through forward square leg, times the pants off that, out towards the rope to 4. Up to the eastern stand. Didn't have a lot of room to work with, and there's also the short leg under the lid, but backing his swing. Labuschagne 37 with the boundary. Australia go beyond 100, 3 for 102, still 173 behind.
That's a cracking stroke. It's just a nice height, actually, and there's not a lot of follow through at all. It's just all time, pure timing from Labuschagne there, in between 2 fielders, man just in front of square and a mid wicket. And even though they chased hard, they had no chance pulling it in.
It's a great opportunity for Labuschagne, this, isn't it? Back against the wall. Facing up to Wood here, gets under a bouncer. I mean, if he can go away now and convert this start, make 100, what that would do for him going into the decider at the Oval. Got that little window for us, Samo?
Yeah, if you go back then to the India series in India, 49, 17, 18, 35, 31, 28, 3, and then 63 not out in the last innings.
So making contributions, getting starts. Face 78 balls, should be as in as you ever can be against someone like Mark Wood right now with that extra pace. Picking up Khawaja before tee and Smith after it. It's been held here by Labuschagne. I'm not sure how he gets away with doing this. Labuschagne constantly keeps the bowler waiting. Now it's Wood's turn. 2 left in his 5th over. Wide of the crease, way wide down the other end as well, and signalled a wide. Rare in Test cricket, but see there with Wood, he kicked out all the way to the side crease and seemingly delivered it off balance. So
yeah, it's an interesting delivery, isn't it? That you think that the batsman must see him veer out wildly at the last moment as he gathers, and you'd wonder the value. Normally most bowlers will start wider at the top of their mark so that you don't notice it as a batsman, that you're running just a little bit wider.
So Wood bowls to Labuschagne on that wider angle, pushed into the onside, no run. Used to be when you were playing, Jeremy, the bowlers, when their default was to run on an angle into the crease and the load up and so on, and since the sports sciences have got involved in cricket, it's now very much straight lines, all about moving the momentum through the body in a straight line and not on an angle.
Yes.
Your action, you came in on a bit of an angle, didn't you?
I was never going to threaten my body, I can tell you. I didn't have so much of a load up as a sort of a gentle warm up, really.
Right arm slow, as it was known back then. Wood to finish, Labuschagne on the front foot, out to cover, no run. They trail by 172 Australia. They're 3 for 103. Labuschagne 37, head yet to score.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
3 for 103. What you did could be generously described as dibbly-dobbly. Fair?
Definitely dibbly-dobbly, and yeah, it's sort of a pace. If you didn't like the look of it, I could go and get it. Give it another crack, fella.
Isn't that nice? It's been the sad demise of the dibbly-dobbly bowler in the last 15 years or so. There was a role for them across the formats. Short leg for Wokes at Gully as well. Mostly short stuff ahead. He whips this off his hip for 1 off the mark. From his 6th delivery. 3 for 104. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in as well. You think about a lot of New Zealanders. Chris Harris.
Exactly.
Gavin Larson.
Bevan Condon.
Yes. Robin Singh from an Indian perspective.
Yeah, Justin Vaughan, I remember from
Justin
New Zealand.
Vaughan, yeah,
Rod
just
Latham.
a wee bit quicker. Rod Latham.
Rod Latham.
Turn the
perfect.
light on. You know those lights in the bathroom where you just with a string and a little thing at the bottom. You pull it down like that. That's how that would be his final movement, like that, as him turning on the light.
Nathan Astle, of course.
Nathan Astle, yeah.
Nathan Astle the same. Yes, swung it a wee bit.
Mike's bowls going back and defending. 0433 98 11 16. Your favourite. Let's call it. Your favourite dibbly dobbly. So they don't need to be right arm slow. They can be right arm medium. They can be Sourav Ganguly.
Yeah.
Nicking off.
Yes.
Was it Mark Taylor?
Yeah.
Started a test match in 98.
Most of them would have swung the ball, I think, because if you didn't, you just disappeared into another suburb.
How about Big Phil Simmons?
Oh, yeah, he's
probably quicker than what I'm describing.
Any from Australia? Probably not, would there, with the conditions?
Wokes bowls defending here, straight back down the pitch. Someone like a Damien Martin.
Yeah. Greg Blewett was far quicker when he started, but I think towards the end, his pace did come down.
They used to always say Greg Blewett always hit the speed radar higher than Glenn McGrath did. Mike Hussey.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe Doug Walters.
Doug Walters, yeah. But he ran in much further. And he broke partnerships, didn't he?
Wokes in, bowling here, wide of the crease, short ball, pulled away by Labuschagne in front of square, should be 4 and will be 4. Too good for the sweeper, racing around from deep backward square. Labuschagne into the 40s again. It's 41, they need him here, 3 for 108. Good shot there, got on the top of the bounce. And there'll be a category of bowlers who did a lot of work as the 5th bowler in a one-day international, famously between England and Australia at a World Cup, when a bloke rolled in bowling medium pace in a hat, Jeff Boycott.
Yes, correct. And bowled in the final.
He did, yeah.
Against the West Indies.
Oh, I remember Collis King smashing him.
Yes, I do remember that too.
Wokes bowls and defending into the onside. Who were the 2 wickets that Boycott picked up against Australia, Samo? I reckon one was Andrew Hilditch. I feel like Hilditch was one of them. Trevor Chappell.
Yeah.
More known for what he...
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But did bowl.
And he was bowling over arm.
Well, Trevor Chappell was another one.
Yeah.
Of that sort of slow medium.
Adam Hollyoak.
Yeah. Salim Malik. Was right arm slow.
Anyone had right... I think Chris Harris had right arm slow when he bowled on Channel 9.
Doorknobs. Open the door.
Very effective.
Very effective. Oh.
You taught him everything he knows, Jeremy. Bowling here is Wokes and defending into the onside. Here's Labuschagne. We might come back to that. Into the over, 3 for 108. Australia, they're 167 in arrears. Labuschagne 41 and head on 1.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
0433 98 11 16. Your favourite medium paces, dibbly dobblies, your Ravi Baparas, your Rod Lathams, putting the light on and off.
Yeah, well, that's why one opened the door and one turned the light on. So very handy men to have on your side when you arrive home late.
There's a quite brilliant, Brad, I'm sure you're familiar with this. Wood bowls round the wicket to head, hits him on the body, out to the gully. Did it hit the bat? Head's not moving, head's given anyway. Wood gets a third. Travis Head doesn't get settled here. The sustained short pitch attack has worked. The South Australians walking off for 1, bobbling it up into the gully. Australia 4 for 108, and now they're in a world of pain. They're still behind by 167. And it's that extra yard that Mark Wood has. Head wanted nothing to do with it, tried to get out the way. Ben Duckett does the rest.
Yeah, indicating to himself, Travis Head, as he walks off, that he should have pulled his hands down, not left them up there. It's too late now, nothing he can do about it. Short ball has troubled him, especially from Mark Wood, the last 2 test matches. somehow managed to get a start. Not this time. And England keep making inroads. They're getting closer and closer to drawing this series.
Absolutely, round the wicket this time, of course, and therefore the angle closing all the time on. And he wasn't really able to get out of the way. It looked as if he was again going to sort of duck and move away inside the line, but he left the bat up there.
What a celebration from Mark Wood. The full aeroplane over to the gully. He didn't turn around. He knew it was target practice. He hit head on the gloves, and that's the end of that. As you said, Bharat, he did find a way through that last week at Leeds, but not to be here today. And now Australia with some time to go until the close of play. 23 minutes till the cut-off. This could be a hostile 6 overs. You'd expect Mark Wood will bowl all the way through now. The new man is Mitchell Marsh. Made 51 in the first innings. He's been in good nick. And facing Wood late in the day under so much scoreboard pressure. This is going to be eventful.
Yeah, Manas Labuschagne just walked up to Mitchell Marsh. He's very excited to have Marsh out there. Clapped him, gave him a big pat on the back and said the ball's not doing much, just a little, just hang in there. He's feeling good about himself, but Australia aren't at the other end.
He's just got to play his own way, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And try and forget the situation a little. And if the ball's there to hit, attack it.
3 slips. Only 1 back for the short ball. Wood to Marsh. His first ball's defended out to cover, where Stokes does the fielding. Since the moment Mark Wood bowled that first over at Leeds, this series has felt different.
Yep. Certainly has. He's been a key changer in just the whole result of this series when you think about it. Going out and getting that very quick 24 that set their innings alight at Headingley, and then Stokes coming along and being caught in the slipstream and getting 80. And so he's done such a lot for this side. Plays with great enjoyment too, doesn't he?
Yeah. There's a great line in a Ollie Robinson column during the week as he gets up to Boulder Marsh. His second delivery here's left line outside the off stump. That 10 minutes before they walked out at Leeds for the start of the Test match, fresh back in the Test team, he was crawling around the dressing room barking like a dog. That's what Mark Wood does.
Yeah.
He says, "There's a dog in the room. There's a dog in the room. Ruff, ruff, ruff." That's the man we're dealing with here.
He's obviously an animal lover. That's good. It's good to have one of those in the side.
I've been speaking to people close to him as junior coach and his best mate. I was speaking to him yesterday. You caught me in the tunnel there. And I asked him about the dog thing, and he said exactly the kind of things he used to do as a child. He's never grown up. That side of him has never gone away.
Wood, halfway through his successful over, bowls to Marsh, back off the seam, defends out to a wideish mid-off.
He always used to field. I remember when he first came into the side, and he would at mid-on, say, he would ride up an imaginary horse, and you could see him just using the whip just very lightly on the horse, not too hard that it hurt it in any way. I'm not sure the horse went any faster.
When he built himself a little fort of cricket bags and hid underneath them at training one day for England as well. Now an award-winning author as well. Tushna Hantaraj, our colleague from Cricinfo. Wood trying to crank it up here to Marsh. Full defended to mid-on. Good start from Marsh, finding the middle of the bat. He's got 1 more ball in this over to deal with.
Good solid stride in, hasn't he, there on the forward press.
Looking at the radar, that was the wicket-taking delivery we're seeing of Head here. Was comfortably the quickest ball of the over at 91 mile an hour.
He looked to duck, didn't he, for a start, and then realised it wasn't as high as he thought. But of course he was then too late with the pace, just coming in and hitting him, wrapping him on the gloves. Was just lobbed up to duck it.
That short ball's going to follow him everywhere now, Travis said.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, whoever he plays against.
Yeah, his career's going to change as a consequence of how this series has gone, despite being productive. Wood to finish. Bowls here. Marsh turns down towards fine leg, off the mark with a single. Moeen Ali does the fielding. Marsh keeps the strike. He's 1. Labuschagne 41. Mark Wood outstanding. He's got 3 for 16. Australia trailing by 166 there. 4 for 109. Daniel Norcross in for me, taking us through the stumps.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wokes is going to continue, and he's going to be bowling at the new batter, Mitchell Marsh, who's at the crease because Travis Head has been got out to a rip snorter. 90-mile-per-hour short ball directed at the throat. Cummins is cutting a somewhat forlorn dash at the moment. Night watchers. Who in this team is the night watcher?
Oh, I mean, they don't have Nathan Lyon or Scott Boland.
No. Hazelwood?
Oh, he's only
Cummins? Cummins, maybe?
Nah.
What a job doing. Do it yourself. Wokes into Marsh. Marsh defends solidly. Back to the bowler. There's no run. He's a fine fettle here as Mitchell Marsh. At the start of his innings, he's looked in fine fettle, really.
Yeah.
Throughout these couple of games that he's played. Managed to bag 146 runs in the Headingley game and then made one of the many 51s, I believe, in the first innings. Marsh was a recipient of the 51. Wokes into him and he gets inside edge onto pad as he comes forward to a full ball and rolls out to Wood at mid-wicket. There's no run again. Deficit still 166. For Australia, hope is far from lost. If you looked at this and said you're 4 for 109, trail by 166, 2 days left, you're toast. But probably haven't got 2 days left. We might not even have 1 day left.
That's true.
We certainly won't have tomorrow left, it seems. Wokes is into Marsh. Marsh advances and then defends, back to the bowler, no run. So it isn't quite such a psychologically damaging situation to find yourself in when your target is a little different. But that's been part of the problem for Australia throughout this match, it seems to me, that their target has not been to win the game. Their target started with their selection of 5 seam bowlers and lengthening the batting order, which already gave a message to England. Having no spinner, another message to England, and then the way in which they bowled at England, I think. Wokes rather, is in and down the wicket again comes Marsh. Again, he defends it really well on the front foot, out to the covers, there's no run. But that's a kind of negative mindset that is, frankly, un-Australian. I believe that's an insult, is it? I didn't mean it to be.
No, I mean, just...
I'm un-Australian.
No, just the number of times I've heard that expression in the last 48 hours. Not from you, Daniel, just generally everyone back home in
I find it quite funny.
Un-Australian is the most un-Australian term.
Exactly.
Is it?
It is.
Right. Wokes in and Marsh gets inside edge onto pad, playing a slightly more flamboyant shot into the offside, and it's picked up by a sub out there from Moeen, is it? Look for Moeen. No, I think Moeen's down at long leg, isn't he?
He is.
Chatting away, so it's not Broad, he's there.
Anderson's there as well.
Anderson. Stokes.
It's Harry Brook is off the field. There's only one I can't
Harry
spot.
Brook, I mean, it's a revolving door. Hang on, who's at Big Square?
That's your friend Lurch.
Is that Lurch? Lurch is out there, right. And here comes Wokes again. Marsh advances and defends perfectly. He's played that, for the most part, exceptionally. End of a maiden over, 4 for 109. Oh no, it isn't. Come back, all is forgiven. It's a no ball off the 6th ball of the over. No need for that.
I love the 2-finger no ball sign. Tight no ball again.
Oh, tight.
Come on, that was a
no ball still, nonetheless.
Yeah. Harry Brooks come back out in that time, by the way.
There you go.
Right, okay. Harry Brooks back out, and
isn't it funny watching Mitchell Marsh take 2 steps down the wicket to defend a seamer, and now no one does that for spin anymore. Exactly. They just stand in their crease and whack spin.
It's a different world.
It's the whole thing's flipped.
It's a bizarro world is what it is.
Oh, yes.
2 slips in place. Last ball of the over to be delivered again. That flew through to best, though. It's rather surprised him outside the off stump, was left alone by Marsh. And that is the end of the over. And Australia are 4 for 110.
Polara's end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger North Star and the 6-seat Ranger North Star Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I would love a barbecue bacon Angus right now, having missed out on tea. I got a little bit of cheesecake, but that was it.
You know what? Pat Cummins is padded up.
Yeah, well.
There you go. You called it right. So
leading from the front. Now, this is intriguing. Wood is going to come round the wicket to Labuschagne. And the field is spreading. Moeen Ali's going back to deep backward point. Can anybody see if we've got ourselves like a fly slip or something of that sort? Wood is round the wicket. And Labuschagne gets inside the line and pulls it very nicely. It was almost like a ducky pull down to long leg for a single. There is one, yes. There is a fly slip who's now going to come up for Marsh. A different line of attack for Marsh. Wood's going to come over the wicket in a more conventional fashion. I do think that they should be seeking. No, he's not. He's staying. Oh, and back you go.
I was actually wondering,
it's back to backstop or fly slip.
If Marsh could even hit a ball to fly slip.
Yeah, he doesn't play though.
Do you know what I mean? He's almost too muscular to get out of his own way and scoop the ball over the top of slips, right?
Sort of goes through mid-wicket as well, doesn't it? He hits it in front of square generally in that shot.
I mean, maybe a top edge from a pull shot, but it's very unlikely.
I'm not quite sure why they're pursuing this line though, because there was a patch outside the off stump, which is lethal. Here's Wood, short and useless over the head of Marsh into the gloves of the keeper. You're right there, Andrew. You're stretching your head quizzically. Just lost in a
I'm all right. Yeah, don't worry about me. I think I'll be all right.
You're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've got your back.
Well, the computer's just not doing what I wanted to do.
Oh, right. Is that a Wi-Fi issue?
No.
Oh, okay. No, it's had some Wi-Fi issues downstairs.
Is it an algorithm?
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
Is this on your stats?
Yes. Don't worry about it. I'll sort it out.
This is like playing 20 questions with Andrew Sampson. What's wrong with Andrew Sampson in 20 questions?
It's nice
to be here forever.
Wood round the wicket to Marsh, down the leg side, not a million miles from his gloves, but went through low to Bairstow. There's no run. 4 for 111, the score remains. I always thought that 111 is a score that should spook the Aussies more than the English, actually, because when they out for 111 a few times, I want to say the between the wars period, and then again at Headingley in 81.
And again in Sydney in 94 when they lost by 5 runs to South Africa.
Was that 111?
111.
The Fanny de Villiers game.
I remember David Frith describing it as a magical, mystical number because Australia got out to it. Yeah, it was a few times. Between the war period, I want to say. Here comes Wood. Round the wicket again, short, up on his toes goes Marsh and plays it really well. He's from Western Australia, he's fairly used to the short ball.
Yeah, he said this after the Headingley 100. He said sink or swim has always been my way against a short ball because I've grown up at the Waka and not Waka.
He probably would have spent more time at the Waka nets than Cameron Green as well.
He would have. Oh, they still have a couple of days training at the Waka nets before the Perth test match over the last few years whenever they play a test there.
Yeah.
And they're still spicy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Here comes Wood rushing in round the wicket again. And that's, again, uselessly short. And it sails into Bairstow's gloves without any intervention. And we can see, right, that's the second over shoulder height. That's what Umpire Wilson is vexed by, yes.
Australia have been dismissed for 111 7 times in Test cricket.
There you go.
Not between the wars, but I suspect twice in the 54-55 series would have had an impact on Mr. Frith.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it? That was right in his wheelhouse, as they say, yes.
Yeah.
Big as he is, a man in his 90s.
Is he in his 90s?
I think so. He's getting there. If he's not in his 90s, he's very close to it.
It's late 80s, I think.
We'd say late 80s, yeah. That's still quite 1954-5-ish, isn't it? 70-odd years ago. Wood in, full. I like that. Dug out by Marsh. Back to the bowler. End of the over. 4 for 111. Australia with 8 minutes to go till the close of play.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and this is a moment and a half. James Anderson is bowling from not the James Anderson end, because Mark Wood has settled in for bed, breakfast and evening meal at the James Anderson end. This is the changing of the guard. Oh, Jimmy is going to have to bowl from the Brian Statham end, and who knows? He might bowl better from this end. No one knows, because he can only bowl from his own end normally.
If he bowls well here, can we swap his end?
Well, you'd have to have a word with the family in the state of Brian Statham.
You'd have to take down that incredibly small sign.
Yeah, and shift it to here. It is an incredibly short sign, small sign. Labuschagne on strike, Anderson into him. First ball of a new over is whipped away nicely off the back foot with a bit of wristy bottom hand. It goes out to deep backward point where I think our boy child is back. Who's off now? One more to the total, 4 for 112. What's going off out there? Anderson's there. Broad's there. We know Wood's there. And Stokes is there.
Moeen's
down there.
Crawley's over there.
Has Brooke gone off? No, Brooks in the covers. Duckett's
Chris
there.
Wokes
Chris
is off.
Wokes is off. Right. Get there in the end. Anderson in to Marsh, who plays around his front pad, tucks it to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
He's such a forgotten man that we could have done that for an hour and maybe not got around to Chris Wokes.
Even though having just finished a spell, he was the most obvious one.
Yeah, it would make the most sense. Like the Scott Boland finish a spell, go off for a comfort break / toilet.
Anderson runs in again. And Marsh defends with the outside half of his bat up to Stokes at mid-off, a ball but back of a length. He's on the hunt for a wicket. They've been sparse and hard to come by in this Ashes series for Anderson. He's only picked up 4. What a sizable average.
I'm not saying that Australia is looking to delay time, but Mitchell Marsh did just take off his gloves and do his shoelaces up.
Well, I don't think it's going to make any difference, because I'm not sure he can do the maths here. There's 5 minutes left, so Anderson will get through this over, and I don't think England were ever going to get through another one either way. So I suppose he's making doubly sure there'll only be one more over after this. As Anderson runs in, and Marsh comes forward in defence, plays back to Anderson, who's going to keep you up here with the foot, and kicks the ball into his own hands. The crowd is thinning out. I don't mean corporeally, I mean just generally. They are they're on their way out. Yes. Well, I mean, some of them will have lost a few.
The beer snake's going well. What's that? That's
what can you see?
I'm going to say that's a 37-metre beer snake. Andrew Sampson, I don't know if you can measure that from here.
Just get a ruler out. 38.5.
Okay, well, we can work out how many pints are in that. This is pushed back up the wicket, there's no run. So you take the pint glass, that's your initial measure. Let's call that, 8 inches? And then you've got the top. Each time would be like 2 inches.
Is it 2? 1? 2 inches is quite a lot at the top. I would have thought that much. About an inch. 1.5. Let's split the difference.
1.5. Okay. So, Andrew, can you calculate exactly how many pints there are in 38.5 metres of beer snake for us, please? Anderson in. This is defended back up the wicket. Though Anderson kicks it away, and they might have got a run there. Anyway, it's the end of the over, the penultimate of the day. 40 gone in Australia's second innings. They're 4 for 112.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 4 for 112 as the last over of the day is going to be bowled not by Mark Wood. For some unfathomable reason, it's going to be bowled by Moeen Ali from the end that he doesn't favour either. So the last 2 overs by England have been bowled by bowlers at the ends they don't normally bowl from. That's Bazball. Because Moeen could have bowled that over, and Anderson could have bowled the last.
or Wood would have just bowled one more.
But that was the most obvious.
But Mo comes on for this over, and none of this makes sense. But
last over of the day, Labuschagne faces up. Moeen's into him and short, and it's clattered out towards deep extra cover where Lurch is waiting, and they'll pick up a single as the underarms it back to the bowler via Anderson.
At least Moeen kept the short ball strategy going.
Yeah.
I'll bounce Marnus out here.
Now, he's asking for his extra cover to come in from Mitchell Marsh. There's a forward short leg, a leg slip, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, backward square leg. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. I must be missing Phil. Is it deep square leg? Working?
Deep mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket, yeah.
And now they've got a mid-wicket coming in as well.
Mid-wicket coming in, yes. So we've got a 6-3 onside field. Moeen into Marsh. Goes back into his crease and punch drives off the back foot. Straight to short extra cover. There's no run. Four more balls left in the day's play. Another day that has belonged squarely to England, you'd have to say. Oh, now then, forward comes Marsh. He does get a bit of inside edge onto pad. That's what got Moeen interested for a while. I think he does.